Chapter 209. At this moment, the Nine Tribulations Great Emperor was in disbelief. 5 Taos. It was already a miracle for one person to master 5 Taos. If this kid's alchemy Tao was included, wouldn't it be 6 Taos? SSS. The Nine Tribulations Great Emperor felt his mouth go dry. One person mastered 6 Taos. He had never seen such a powerful person. Why are you so strong? The Nine Tribulations Great Emperor was shocked as he looked at Ning Tian. Heh. Ning Tian sneered and ignored him. I have the system and you don't. This is the reason why I can be so willful. You have shocked the Nine Tribulations Great Emperor. Current martial arts damage has doubled. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in his mind. Instantly, Ning Tian's aura shook again. The Nine Tribulations Great Emperor's shock increased his strength at this moment. You're already dead. Ning Tian looked up. His eyes were cold and murderous. Sound trap array. Ning Tian gently plucked the strings of the guzheng. Beautiful heavenly music sounded at this moment. One after another, the beautiful music turned into a trap array and enveloped the Nine Tribulations Great Emperor. You want to trap the Emperor? No way. The Nine Tribulations Great Emperor turned his claws into fists and attacked. Boom. Zheng. The domineering fist intent collided with the beautiful heavenly music. However, the fist intent was easily dissolved. The sound trap array was completely formed. What a powerful immortal music trapping array. A glint of astonishment flashed across the eyes of the group of Emperor Gods. You have shocked a group of Emperor God experts. Current martial arts damage has doubled again. Ning Tian's lips curled up slightly. What was a cheat? During the battle, his strength was still increasing. Die. Ning Tian's lips curled into a contemptuous smile. Then, 5 types of Daoist rhymes fell. Zine. Boom. In an instant, power erupted. Divine light shone brilliantly, illuminating the past and present. A terrifying aura burst out from the sky, as if it was going to suppress the entire heavens. Boom. In an instant. His aura exploded in all directions. Heavenly Treasure Saint Master, Sect Master Ling Shu, and the other God Emperor's faces changed. Without hesitation, they used all their strength to run away. This aura was astonishing, and they did not want to be affected. What are you panicking for? Now that we're so far away, the power will definitely be reduced by a lot. Just block it. Sacred Master Xiaoyao didn't want to end up in such a sorry state. He remained calm and raised his hand slightly in the face of the incoming aura. Suddenly, his expression changed. F***CK. Why is this residual power still so terrifying? Boom. Very quickly, the group of Emperor Gods who were running for their lives saw unfettered Saint Master spurting out blood as he was sent flying. Hiss. Seeing this, the Divine Kingdom Lord's eyes flashed with shock. Without hesitation, he fled. Hence, the scene of a group of God Emperors running and dodging in a sorry state was played out. What they were dodging was merely the residual energy left behind by the attack. Boom. An instant later, a burst of aura burst out. Wow. Nine Tribulations Great Emperor exclaimed as he spat out mouthfuls of blood. Nine Tribulations Great Emperor, it's indeed hard to kill you. Ning Tian stood tall in the sky. His expression did not change as he stared coldly at the Nine Tribulations Great Emperor. Nine Tribulations Great Emperor was in a sorry state. His body was covered with wounds, and his blood was almost stagnant. His breath was in a mess. He gritted his teeth and stared at Ning Tian. His heart was in turmoil. This guy is too strong. I can't stay here for long. Nine Tribulations Great Emperor gritted his teeth and looked solemn. You're very strong. Just you wait, Emperor. Shadow step. Nine Tribulations Great Emperor's body was filled with a faint black aura. He suddenly shot toward a direction, trying to escape. Ning Tian's eyes flashed coldly. System, activate the power of faith. Activating the power of faith of thousands of levels. Activate. As soon as his voice fell, Ning Tian's stored power of faith of thousands of levels erupted. His body shone with a dazzling golden light. He raised his hand slightly and all the golden light energy condensed in his hand. Then, He pushed with his big hand. Boom! That golden light of faith turned into a terrifying energy ball and blasted toward Nine Tribulations' Great Emperor. What? Nine Tribulations' Great Emperor's face changed, and his body was instantly shrouded in golden light. Ah! 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 There was a scream. In the golden light, blood gushed out. It was like a flower of blood blooming. Boom! A big bloody hole was blasted in Nine Tribulations' Great Emperor's body. Blood gushed out, and everything inside could be seen clearly. Wow! A mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth. He did not have time to wipe it. After giving Ning Tian a vicious look, he spat out a mouthful of blood essence and stepped into the void and disappeared. Seeing this, Ning Tian frowned. Although this move seriously injured Nine Tribulations' Great Emperor. But it was not fatal. But even so, he did not choose to pursue. After a big battle, the time for the realm exchange card was about to end. If he pursued rashly now, once the time for the realm exchange card was up, then the loss would outweigh the gain. What kind of great emperors are these guys, and why did they attack us? Ning Tian frowned slightly and pondered for a while. The elixir that he refined was indeed terrifying. But it was not enough to make 3 great emperors pay the price of 2 dead and 1 seriously injured to snatch it. These 3 people had other reasons. Oh yes, wife. Puzzled, Ning Tian shook his head. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. At this time, he remembered that Luo Wuqing was still injured. Then, he quickly leaped into the air and jumped into the square. In the square, Luo Wuqing sat cross-legged, and there was a faint black aura on her cold face. She frowned slightly, and her teeth bit her red lips. It seemed that she was suffering. Founder, the Empress should have been poisoned. At this time, Lin Feng walked over with a look of awe. What kind of poison? Resentment poison. Lin Feng said honestly, I happen to have the formula for the antidote, and I also have the herbs, but this elixir is a little difficult to refine. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Ning Tian. Cut the crap, just give it to me. Ning Tian frowned, and his tone was a little anxious. Yes, Founder. Lin Feng did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. He quickly took out all the herbs from his storage ring. Ning Tian took them. He casually threw them into the 3-legged golden crow cauldron and burned them with alchemy fire. In the blink of an eye, the aroma of the elixir filled the air. You just casually refined an elixir. Lin Feng was stunned. He looked at Ning Tian with more and more enthusiasm. You have shocked Lin Feng. Reward, scar removal elixir. The system's voice sounded in his mind, but Ning Tian did not care so much. When the detoxification celestial pill was completed, the time limit for his Saint Alchemy Attainments trial card was up. He took the slightly warm elixir and walked to Luo Wuqing's side. He said softly, Come, wife, open your mouth. However, Luo Wuqing still frowned and did not react at all. Chapter 210. Seeing this, Ning Tian frowned and no longer hesitated. She gently used one hand to open those soft red lips and gently placed the detoxifying elixir into her cherry mouth with the other. As the detoxifying elixir entered his body, Luo Wuqing's expression seemed to relax. However, she didn't wake up. Don't worry, Ancestral Master. The Empress will wake up in half an hour, Lin Feng added. Ning Tian nodded and looked at Luo Wuqing worriedly. Ancestral Master, Lin Feng was silent for a moment. He gritted his teeth and hesitated for a moment. Then, with a thump, he knelt on the ground. Ancestral Master, please accept me as your disciple. As soon as he finished speaking, the disciples and elders of the spirit medicine sect were stunned. However, it was normal. Lin Feng was an emperor alchemist, but their ancestral master was a saint alchemist. Accept you as my disciple? Ning Tian raised an eyebrow and shook his head. You're too strong. I can't teach you. His words were indeed the truth. The Alchemy Attainments Saint trial card had already expired, and he had only just stepped into the path of alchemy. You can't teach me? When Lin Feng heard that, he immediately thought that Ning Tian thought he was stupid and disdained to teach him. He sighed and waved his hand, disappointed. Ancestral Master, you don't have to say that. You don't have to save me face. I know I'm far inferior to you. However, I will work hard. Sooner or later, I will kneel in front of the Ancestral Master again and have the Ancestral Master willingly accept me as his disciple. Ning Tian was speechless. He couldn't be bothered with him. Then, he gently pulled Luo Wuqing's soft body into his arms and prepared to leave. Compared to this place, the Tianmo cult was safer. Just as he took a step forward, Heavenly Treasure Sacred Master, Sect Master Ling Shu and dozens of other Emperor gods landed in front of him. What do you want? Ning Tian asked calmly as he looked at the dozens of martial emperors. If these people wanted to overestimate themselves, he did not mind killing them. Ancestral Master, please don't misunderstand. Hearing the displeasure in Ning Tian's voice, the Heavenly Treasure Sacred Leader smiled bitterly and said, Ancestor, the Heavenly Treasure Sacred Ground is willing to pay 1 billion spirit coins to refine an immortal pill for the Heavenly Treasure Sacred Ground. The Lingshu sect is willing to offer 3 celestial artifacts in exchange for a celestial pill. The Heaven and Earth sect is willing to use a heaven-class technique in exchange for the Ancestral Master's help to refine an immortal pill. Netherworld sect. Following that, the dozens of great emperors introduced themselves. Their goal was the same. They were willing to pay the price in exchange for Ning Tian to help them concoct an immortal pill. I'm not interested. Move aside. Ning Tian didn't even think about it before he flatly refused. The dozens of god emperors were stunned. They didn't expect that their ancestor wouldn't be willing to help them even though they had offered such tempting conditions. Ancestral Master, if the conditions are not enough, we can add a little more. Tianbao Sacred Master gritted his teeth. He was still unwilling to give up. Yes. Ancestral Master, what conditions do you want? We can fulfill them. We just want the Ancestral Master to refine an immortal pill for us. The group of god emperors begged bitterly. Seeing this, the group of spiritual medicine sect's disciples sighed and shook their heads. The dozens of god emperors put down their pride and begged the Ancestral Master to refine an immortal pill for them, just as the group of god emperors was waiting in anticipation. An indifferent voice exploded like a clap of thunder. How dare you? Boom. A terrifying great emperor's aura radiated from Ning Tian's body. Instantly, the dozens of god emperors turned pale. They all bowed before Ning Tian and endured the powerful aura silently. I said, I'm not interested. Ning Tian's cold eyes landed on the crowd. If you delay my wife's treatment, do you believe that I will kill all of you right now? Or do you think that I don't have the strength to do so? Hearing this, the dozens of god emperors trembled violently. Their eyes were filled with deep fear. They shook their heads and spoke in panic. No. Ancestral Master, you have misunderstood. We will shut up. The group of god emperors who were powerful enough to dominate the heavenly spirit region were as obedient as lambs in front of Ning Tian. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. Everything that had just happened was still vivid in their mind. 2 8th Tribulation Great Emperors and a 9th Stage Great Emperor had attacked the Ancestral Master, but in exchange, 2 died and 1 was severely injured. Ning Tian looked at the group of god emperors indifferently. Then, he carried Luo Wuqing and stepped into the void and disappeared. After Ning Tian left, the terrifying great emperor's aura that suppressed the crowd slowly dissipated. The group of god emperors' backs were drenched in cold sweat. They were shocked as if they had just walked through a life and death situation. The Ancestral Master is so terrifying. So, the Ancestral Master of the Tianmo cult has been hiding his strength all this time? Everyone was shocked. At this time, they finally understood why the legendary Ancestral Master of the Tianmo cult could do such a thing. What the F***ck could a 9th Order Great Emperor not do? Do 9th Tribulation Great Emperors nowadays like to hide their strength? A bitter smile appeared on everyone's lips. Tianmo cult. 2 figures quietly appeared in the void. They were Ning Tian and Luo Wuqing. After returning to the Tianmo cult, Ning Tian heaved a sigh of relief. He did not disturb the Tianmo cult members. Instead, he carried Luo Wuqing and quietly flew to the Saint Pond at the back of the mountain. In the Saint Pond, the pond water rippled. Ning Tian gently placed Luo Wuqing on the stone surface. At this moment, Luo Wuqing's blue and white dress was spotless. However, her tightly knitted brows meant that she was suffering. The pond water wet her blue and white dress, making it faintly visible. It tugged at one's heartstrings. However, Ning Tian did not pay attention to this at this moment. Luo Wuqing was still unconscious, which made him a little worried. Ding! The time limit for the realm exchange card has expired. The exchange card is invalid. Returning everything. At this time, the system's voice sounded in his mind. Then, the ninth tribulation Great Emperor aura on Ning Tian slowly dissipated. Jade Pool. The Queen Mother was lying on the bed, pressing her body down and outlining her perfect figure. A bag of ice cubes was placed on her but to reduce the swelling. She fell from the sky, and no one came to catch her. Her butt almost exploded. Suddenly, the Great Emperor aura in her body returned. This is. My strength has returned. A look of astonishment flashed across the Queen Mother's beautiful eyes. She could not help but feel a little amazed. Thank you, Queen Mother. At this time, Ning Tian's voice sounded in her mind again. Grandmaster? What exactly do you want to do by borrowing my strength? The Queen Mother still did not know what had happened. I'll tell you in detail when we build the teleportation pillar. As soon as these words came out in her mind, Ning Tian's voice completely disappeared. Hearing this, the Queen Mother was stunned for a moment. Her beautiful eyes were full of anticipation. In the Saint Pond, Luo Wuqing was sweating profusely. Her sweat and the pond water completely wet her blue and white dress. Chapter 211. Her breathing was a little rapid, and she exhaled waves of orchid air. Seeing Luo Wuqing like this, Ning Tian frowned and muttered to himself, strange, it's been half an hour. Why hasn't my wife woken up yet? Could it be that Lin Feng lied to me? At this moment, the system's voice sounded in his mind. Host, if it were an ordinary person, they would naturally wake up within half an hour after taking the antidote elixir. But the Empress is not an ordinary person. She has the Holy Sun constitution, which reacts with the poison. So, even if she took the antidote elixir, it would be useless. Holy Sun constitution? Ning Tian was stunned for a moment. He had some impression of it. Last time at the sacred pool, Luo Wuqing had used her own Holy Sun constitution to activate the healing water in the sacred pool to heal her. Then how can I cure her? The system chuckled. Of course, it's that. That. What's that? Ning Tian asked with a pure expression, as if she was eager to learn. The system said, that is, put your cheap wife in the pool and activate the characteristics of her Holy Sun constitution with spiritual energy. Then, use the healing water in the pool to detoxify the poison. Ning Tian felt as if there were thousands of alpacas galloping in his heart. He couldn't help but roll his eyes. If it's not that, then why are you chuckling? Host, we are all decent people. Why do you have to be so perverted? Moreover, the Empress was only poisoned by the soul's resentment poison, not an aphrodisiac. The system said in exasperation. Ning Tian was speechless. After all, it's better to enjoy together than alone. You have to wait for the Empress to wake up and share your happiness. That's true happiness. The system chuckled again. This system was actually an old pervert. That's not right. At this moment, Ning Tian suddenly thought of something and frowned. System, tell me honestly. When I was having sex with my wife, were you secretly watching us? Thinking of this possibility, Ning Tian felt goosebumps all over his body. Host, please be at ease. This system is absolutely serious. Cough cough. The system's beautiful voice carried a trace of certainty. Shut up. Ning Tian rolled his eyes. The system must have peaked. Moreover, the system had finally been quiet for a long time, but it was talking again today. Then, he ignored the system and looked at Luo Wuqing, who was lying on the jade stone. At that moment, her blue and white long dress was soaked by the pond water. It tightly clung to her delicate body, vividly outlining her perfect figure. Phew, Ning Tian heaved a long sigh of relief, forcibly suppressing the fanatical restlessness in his heart. If he were to die under a peony, he would still be a romantic ghost. However, His wife's health was more important. Next, he stretched out his hand, one hand under her knees, the other around her slim waist. Then, he gently placed Luo Wuqing in the pond water. With the support of spiritual energy, Luo Wuqing was able to float on the surface of the water. At that moment, Luo Wuqing's hair was floating on the surface of the water. Her face was calm and beautiful, like a lotus flower emerging from the water. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Most importantly, the wet appearance of the pond water was a complete performance of a wet body temptation. However, a certain pitiful person could only endure the restlessness in his heart in the face of such temptation and watch helplessly. System, now we just need to wait, right? After everything was done, Ning Tian asked the system. System, yes, host. At that moment, a holy aura appeared on Luo Wuqing's delicate body. Together with the healing pond water, it began to detoxify her body. Seeing this, Ning Tian heaved a sigh of relief. Now, all he needed to do was wait. Ning Tian flipped his hand, and the divine pill emitting a medicinal fragrance appeared in his hand. His eyes shone brightly as he murmured to himself, "I'll find a time to swallow this heavenly pattern divine pill. By then, I should be able to break through to the Holy Emperor stage." After carefully storing the heavenly pattern divine pill into his storage ring, the system notification sounded again. Host has consumed 1,000 levels of power of faith. Current power of faith automatically upgraded. Currently, you can store 10,000 levels of power of faith, 10,000 levels of power of faith. Ning Tian was stunned for a moment. The power of 1,000 levels of power of faith was indeed very strong. Together with the strength of a 9 tribulations great emperor, it almost killed a great emperor of the same level instantly. If it had been 10,000 levels of power of faith, the 9 tribulations great emperor would have been blasted into smithereens. However, who exactly are the 3 great emperors? Ning Tian murmured. After thinking for a long time, he shook his head and stood guard beside Luo Wuqing. Forget it. We'll cross the bridge when we get there. Heavenly Spirit Region's Central Continent. Righteous Tao Alliance, on the Immortal Mountain. In the secret chamber, Righteous Heaven Emperor suddenly opened his eyes and let out a long sigh of relief. He frowned and murmured, "Could it be that the 9 tribulations is the final path of a great emperor?" Of course not. At this moment, a voice sounded in the secret chamber. In the center of the secret chamber, the crystal ball flickered with blue light, and a blue shadow appeared. It was the empty God Emperor. If you step into the pseudo-supreme Tao stage like me, you will be able to surpass a 9 tribulations great emperor. The empty God Emperor smiled proudly. What is the so-called pseudo-supreme Tao stage? Righteous Heaven Emperor frowned and did not understand. Haha, it can only be understood but not explained. Comprehend it yourself. The empty God Emperor smiled mysteriously. Righteous Heaven Emperor, comprehend it yourself? Comprehend my foot. I can comprehend it myself. Do I need you to ask me? So, why did you come here today? Righteous Heaven Emperor looked at the empty God Emperor's blue shadow with displeasure. Of course, to attack Jade Lake. A light flashed in the empty God Emperor's eyes. Attack Jade Lake. Righteous Heaven Emperor was stunned and his eyes flashed with astonishment. Do you still remember the secret of the Jade Lake sacred land that my Void God Heavenly Palace knows about? Emperor Void God's eyes flashed with malice. Hearing that, Emperor Zhengtian nodded. So, what is the secret? The empty God Emperor said indifferently, there is a true demon in the depths of Jade Lake. A true demon? Righteous Heaven Emperor frowned. Moreover, he's a true demon with a name. The empty God Emperor sneered. What? Righteous Heaven Emperor's face changed dramatically and his eyes flashed with shock. A true demon and a true demon with a name were 2 completely different things. The former was at most equivalent to a great emperor-level powerhouse of the human race. However, with the word bestowment, it was completely different. Their status in the demon race would rise infinitely. Most importantly, with a name, they would be able to come into contact with the absolute core of the demon race. Hiss. Jade Lake, how dare you? Righteous Heaven Emperor sucked in a breath of cold air. If the demon race knew that the Jade Lake sacred ground dared to imprison a true demon with a name, the consequences would be unimaginable. So, what do you plan to do? Righteous Heaven Emperor narrowed his eyes and looked at the empty God Emperor. The empty God Emperor smiled and said slowly, Righteous Heaven Emperor has the ability to summon a true demon. My Void God Heavenly Palace has a devil summoning technique that can awaken that true devil from the seal. At that time, Jade Lake will be in a difficult situation, let alone the Heavenly Devil cult. Chapter 212. Demon Summoning Technique? Emperor Zhengtian paused and asked, who's going to do it? The Vice Palace Master of the Void God Heavenly Palace. A 9 Tribulation Great Emperor and 2 8 Tribulation Great Emperors. With this lineup, it shouldn't be a problem, right? Emperor Zhengtian smiled confidently. A 9 Tribulation Great Emperor and 2 8 Tribulation Great Emperors. Emperor Zhengtian fell into silence. He wasn't surprised that the Void God Heavenly Palace had such a lineup. After all, the firmament territory couldn't be compared to the Heavenly Spirit region. In the 9 Spirit region, the firmament territory was the largest. Unlike the Heavenly Spirit region, the firmament territory wasn't completely ruled by the human race. The human, demon, and demon races were divided into factions there. The fact that the Void God Heavenly Palace could be ranked in the top 5 was enough to prove their strength. If it's a 9 Tribulation Great Emperor and 2 8 Tribulation Great Emperors, the Jade Lake Sacred Ground won't be able to stop them. After all, even the Jade Lake Sacred Leader is only a 9 Tribulation Great Emperor. Emperor Zhengtian regained his senses and a cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. If that's the case, we'll definitely defeat the Tianmo cult. Humph. Those who stand in the way of the Emperor will be annihilated. The Void God Emperor only revealed a meaningful smile. Just wait, they'll be here soon. Hey! Emperor Zhengtian paused halfway through his sentence. Speak of the devil and he will appear. They're here. The Void God Emperor nodded. Boom. At this moment, in the secret chamber, a part of the void shattered, and a figure covered in blood and in a sorry state fell out of the void. Hey! Emperor Zhengtian and Emperor Zhengtian were shocked when they saw this. Emperor Zhengtian's expression changed drastically as he asked, Shu, what happened to you? The person in front of them was the 9 Tribulation Great Emperor who had been severely injured by Ning Tian. It's a long story. Shu looked bitter. Where are the other 2? The empty God Emperor felt that something was amiss. Shu was seriously injured. They're dead. Shu lowered his head and gritted his teeth. His eyes were filled with hatred. That brat killed my 2nd and 3rd brother. I won't let him off. Dead. Emperor Shu Shen and Emperor Zhengtian were stunned when they heard this. Their pupils constricted and their lips trembled. Dead. 2 8 Tribulation Great Emperors died? How is this possible? At this moment, it was as if stormy waves had been set off in their hearts, and they were unable to calm down for a long time. This was not some King rotten fish or shrimp. 2 8 Tribulation Great Emperors. An 8 Tribulation Great Emperor who could kill millions of people with a flip of his hand died just like that. What the hell is going on? The empty God Realm Emperor's face turned ashen as his tone turned cold. He gritted his teeth and looked at Shu. Losing 2 8 Tribulation Great Emperors was a huge blow even for the Void God Heavenly Palace. A great emperor expert could not be nurtured casually. Moreover, they were 2 8 Tribulation Great Emperors. On the side, Emperor Zhengtian frowned and didn't say anything. It's like this, Shu slowly explained what had just happened as he coughed up blood. Emperor Zhengtian and Emperor Shu Shen's faces darkened when they heard what Shu had to say. Divine Pill 9 Saint Light? And the legendary patriarch of the Tianmo cult was a 9 Tribulation Great Emperor? He fought against 3 people alone, but 2 8 Tribulation Great Emperors died tragically and 1 9 Tribulation Great Emperor escaped with serious injuries? This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Emperor Zhengtian's eyes flashed coldly. I've seen that kid before. No matter how powerful he is, he can't be a 9 Tribulation Great Emperor. He was certain. After all, he had seen Ning Tian in the Chillwind mountain range that day. At that time, that kid was only at the Earth King realm. It had only been a month. How could he have become a nine tribulations great emperor? But it was really the legendary patriarch of the Tianmo cult who beat me up like this. Shun Shu's voice was filled with helplessness. Not only is that kid a saint in alchemy, but he has also mastered 5 Daos. Each of them is extraordinary. His last beam of golden light even severely injured me. Shun Shu's eyes flashed with deep shock. Ning Tian had left an indelible fear in his heart. Emperor Zhengtian and Emperor Shu Shen fell silent when they heard this. What is going on? Didn't you say that the Tianmo cult only has one great emperor, the Empress? Emperor Shu Shen frowned at Emperor Zhengtian, his voice filled with anger. Emperor Zhengtian's face darkened, and he remained silent. At this moment, it was as if he was suffering in silence. He was a little frustrated. What the F***ck is going on? That legendary patriarch was clearly at the Earth King realm. How did he become a 9 tribulation great emperor in the blink of an eye? Could it be that he had been pretending to be weak all this time? Hiss, I understand now. Emperor Zhengtian took a deep breath, and his eyes turned cold. The Tianmo cult is really scheming. That legendary patriarch had always been a 9 tribulation great emperor. He had only announced to the public that he was an ordinary disciple, but that was not the case. His goal was to make the forces in the Tianling region lower their guard. What a good plan. They wanted to trick the Righteous Alliance into attacking so that they could wipe us out. Emperor Zhengtian's face darkened as he thought about it. If Ning Tian was here, he would roll his eyes at Emperor Zhengtian's expression. Was Emperor Zhengtian suffering from delusions of being persecuted? What do we do now? Emperor Zhengtian looked at Emperor Shu Shen. The legendary patriarch of the Tianmo cult was so powerful. Could their plan be ruined just like that? What do we do now? Emperor Shu Shen was also confused. This had happened too suddenly. Before they could even attack, 2 8 tribulation great emperors had died. What do we do now? What do we do now? The two of them spoke one after another, but they were both conflicted. Why don't you guys discuss it later and help me stop the bleeding first? Shun Shu's weak voice came from the side. However, he was ignored by Emperor Zhengtian and Emperor Empty God. Forget it. We'll talk about the plan against Jade Lake after Shun Shu recovers. Emperor Shu Shen sighed, his eyes flashing. What about the Tianmo cult? Emperor Zhengtian frowned. Getting rid of the Tianmo cult was far more important than Jade Lake. The Empty God Emperor frowned as well. After a long while, his brows relaxed as a cold light shot out from his eyes. No matter what, the Void God Heavenly Palace had to get a spot in the Battle of the Gods. It seems like we can only use our backup plan. Chapter 213. West Continent, Tianmo Cult. Holy Lake. Ning Tian still didn't know that he had indirectly ruined the Righteous Alliance and the Void God Heavenly Palace's plan against the Jade Lake. At this moment, his gaze fell on Luo Wuqing's body. Layer after layer of holy light enveloped her delicate body, making her look incomparably holy. System, what exactly is this holy sun constitution? Looking at this increasingly mysterious phenomenon, Ning Tian couldn't help but feel a little curious. Well, the host can slowly explore this on his own. The system's answer was still as annoying as ever. Hearing this, Ning Tian was too lazy to ask. His gaze quietly fell on Luo Wuqing's body. After a while, Luo Wuqing's delicate body trembled slightly as the holy light merged into her body. Whoa! At this moment, a mouthful of black blood spurted out from her red lips. It instantly evaporated in the air, turning into a wisp of black gas and dissipating. This was the remnant of the vengeful spirit's poison in Luo Wuqing's body. At this moment, the poison was cleared. Luo Wuqing's tightly shut eyes moved a little. Then, she slowly opened them and saw Ning Tian looking at her with a worried expression. My husband, her red lips moved. The moment these words came out, Ning Tian's body trembled. He felt as if his heart was about to melt. Luo Wuqing, who had just woken up, didn't have her usual coldness. Her voice had a hint of laziness and was very charming. Especially when she called him that. It was simply a pleasure to listen to. You're awake? Yes. Luo Wuqing gently nodded. At this moment, Ning Tian's words shocked everyone. Come, take off your clothes. Yes. Luo Wuqing froze for a moment, and her charming face instantly flushed red. This guy wanted to bully her again. Moreover, in the holy lake? I'm not taking it off. Luo Wuqing's voice suddenly became cold. Seeing her pretty face rosy, Ning Tian immediately thought that her mind must be filled with something with color. He could not help but sigh in his heart. Which beast is the one who led my wife astray? Damn it. Ning Tian shook his head and placed his hands on Luo Wuqing's shoulders. Luo Wuqing frowned. Could it be that this guy wanted to use force? Wife, you're thinking too much. There are 2 sword wounds on your back. If you don't treat them properly, they'll leave scars, Ning Tian said with a smile. Scar? Hearing this, Luo Wuqing frowned. Women loved to be beautiful, and no one was willing to leave ugliness on their body. I understand. Luo Wuqing nodded. Soon after, she bit her red lips and slowly stood up from the pool. Whoosh! Along with the ripples of the pool water, the clothes that were soaked by the pool water instantly stuck to her delicate body. Perfect, outlined to the extreme. Ning Tian swallowed his saliva. Even a saint would find it hard to resist such a scene. Luo Wuqing sat on the jade stone with her back facing Ning Tian. Her face was a little red, and she gritted her teeth. She was still a little reserved. But this reserve was quickly exposed by the guy behind her. Wife, take it off. What's there to be shy about? We're already an old married couple. Luo Wuqing rolled her eyes at him. Then, her jade-like hands gently pulled down her clothes. However, she did not take them off completely, only revealing her smooth jade back. Looking at her smooth jade back, Ning Tian could not help but sigh in his heart. Such a beautiful back, it's a pity that you don't go cupping. Soon, his gaze landed on the 2 hideous sword wounds on his body. Death is too easy for those 2 guys. Ning Tian's gaze turned cold, and his body suddenly emitted a dense murderous intent. Feeling the murderous intent behind her, Luo Wuqing's heart warmed. She said softly, "Okay, help me deal with the wounds first." "Okay." Ning Tian nodded. Then, he took out the scar-removing elixir from the storage ring that the system had given him. It was a small jade bottle, and there was some blue liquid in it. "Wife, I'm going to start. It might hurt a little. Bear with it." Ning Tian whispered in her ear. "It's okay. You can do it yourself." Luo Wuqing shook her head. Why would a mere great emperor care about this little bit of pain? "Okay." Ning Tian nodded. Then, he gently opened the small jade bottle and poured some of the elixir on his hand. Then, he reached out and stroked her jade back. The warm liquid gently touched the wounds. Ning Tian's rough and powerful palm gently wiped the wounds with the liquid. The advantage of this was that it could spread all the medicinal properties of the elixir. Luo Wuqing felt the temperature of the rough hand and the warmth of the liquid. Vaguely, she felt very comfortable. She actually subconsciously let out a seductive sound from her red lips. What's wrong? Is it very painful? Hearing this sound, Ning Tian frowned slightly, and the movements of his hand stopped. "No, it's not painful." Luo Wuqing's voice was as soft as a mosquito's, but a touch of redness quietly appeared behind her ears. She didn't expect this. She actually let out such a sound. Soon, under the effect of the elixir, the 2 hideous scars on Luo Wuqing's jade back slowly disappeared. Her jade back was still so smooth and white. Wife, why are you breathing so fast? At this time, Ning Tian asked aloud. At this moment, Luo Wuqing's breath was like orchids, and her face was a little red. I'm fine. Luo Wuqing opened her red lips slightly and said with some difficulty. What are you doing? At this time, Luo Wuqing clearly felt that someone's hand was moving from her back to her front, and it was very naughty. Of course, I'm giving my wife a full body massage. You're tired. Ning Tian smiled. No, I'm not tired. I'm very good. Luo Wuqing's forehead showed a few wisps of black lines, and she gritted her teeth and said, "No, you're tired." "I'm not tired, you're tired." "I'm not. My husband said you're tired, so you're tired." "What are you doing?" Where are you grabbing? In the sacred pond, the water was flowing, and the water was rippling. Perhaps that I'm not should be the last stubbornness of the Empress. In these 2 days, when a piece of news spread throughout the entire Tianling realm, the entire Tianling realm instantly exploded. The divine pill 9 Saint Light, the legendary patriarch of the Tianmo cult, was actually a saint in alchemy. Shocking. That was not all. A 9 tribulation great emperor and 2 8 tribulation great emperors, a total of 3 great emperors from outside the realm, wanted to attack the empress of the Tianmo cult. However, the patriarch of the Tianmo cult transformed into a 9 tribulation great emperor and attacked fiercely. In the end, the 2 8 tribulation great emperors died with hatred, and the 9 tribulation great emperor fled with serious injuries. Hearing this news, all the forces and cultivators were shocked, and stormy waves were set off in their hearts. The legendary patriarch of the Tianmo cult was actually a 9 tribulation great emperor? How was this possible? Chapter 214. The Celestial Spirit Domain. All the forces and cultivators were shocked by the fact that the patriarch of the Tianmo cult was a 9 tribulation great emperor, the heavenly treasure Holy Land. Haha. I've finally escaped from the confinement room. Zhu Yuanbo was running for his life. The fat on his body jiggled, which was quite comical. Suddenly, he heard the discussion of the disciples around him. Have you heard? It's said that the legendary patriarch of the Tianmo cult is actually a 9 tribulation great emperor. A few days ago, he even killed 2 8 tribulation great emperors and seriously injured a 9 tribulation great emperor. The disciples of the heavenly treasure Holy Land were still shocked when they talked about this. Heh! The patriarch is a 9 tribulation great emperor? Zhu Yuanbao's running footsteps came to a halt. He was dumbfounded. It was as if he had been struck by lightning. He was petrified on the spot. Damn! What exactly happened during the 2 days he was confined? Why did he hear such shocking news as soon as he came out? Ha ha ha. He suddenly came to his senses. He looked up to the sky and laughed, tears streaming down his face. The disciples around him looked at him in shock. Is the heavenly treasure Holy Sun stupid? I didn't expect to be friends with a 9 tribulation great emperor one day, ha ha ha. Who dares to provoke me, Zhu Yuanbo, in the future? The patriarch is super awesome. Under the patriarch's leadership, the tonic pill that my man must have will be sold to the entire celestial spirit domain. At this moment, there was movement behind him. He saw a group of old men and old women chasing after him. Holy Sun, your confinement period is not up yet. Hurry up and go back. If you don't go back, the Grand Elder will make trouble for you. Hearing these voices, Zhu Yuanbo frowned and continued running. The fat man said irritatingly as he ran. Dream on. Don't even think about taking me back. Didn't I just eat 2 of your afterimage stormy horses? Do you have to go that far? You old man, you're too stingy. By the way, help me tell the Grand Supreme Elder that your horse is delicious. Whether it's steamed, barbecued, or a whole lamb feast, they're all very good. Next time, tell me if you have any more horses. I'll bring my own chopsticks. Seeing this scene, the group of Heavenly Treasure Holy Land's disciples sighed. The saint had forgotten the pain after his wounds healed. Could it be that he had forgotten that just 2 days ago, he had been whipped by the Grand Elder? Boom! All of a sudden, an aura exploded within the Heavenly Treasure Holy Land. Then, an old man's furious voice sounded. Zhu Yuanbo, get the hell back here. Supreme Divine Kingdom. Divine Land City, under the cherry trees. A beautiful figure raised her head slightly and looked at the falling cherry blossoms in a daze. At this moment, some chattering sounds came from not far away. Senior Sister Tilda Yuqin skipped over, panting heavily. What happened? You'll return to the firmament territory in a few days. Don't you want to take this opportunity to play? The Moon Spirit Princess turned around with a smile on her face as she looked at Yuqin. I'm not playing. Yuqin blushed and shook her head. Senior Sister, you've been cultivating these 2 days. You don't know that something big has happened in the Heavenly Spirit territory. Something big has happened. Moon Spirit Princess was stunned, and confusion flashed across her beautiful eyes. What happened? Ancestral Master, he and the Empress were attacked by a 9 tribulation and 2 8 tribulation emperors. What? Upon hearing this, Moon Spirit Princess's pupils shrank, and her expression changed as if she had been struck by lightning. She muttered to herself in a daze. A 9 tribulation and 2 8 tribulation emperors. The Empress's strength should be enough to deal with a 9 tribulation emperor, but there are 2 8 tribulation emperors. Ancestral Master, how is the Ancestral Master? Moon Spirit Princess looked at Yuqin in a panic. Don't worry, the Ancestral Master is fine. Yuqin's eyes flashed, and she said excitedly, moreover, not only is the Ancestral Master fine, he even displayed the strength of a 9 tribulation emperor and instantly killed the 2 8 tribulation emperors. He even severely injured the 9 tribulation emperor and forced him to flee. Huh? You said the Ancestral Master is a 9 tribulation emperor. Hearing this, the Moon Spirit Princess was stunned. When she came back to her senses, she was stuttering. Yes. Yuqin nodded heavily, and her face was flushed with excitement. It's unbelievable, isn't it? When I heard this, I was also stunned for a long time. Moon Spirit Princess was silent, and her delicate body kept trembling. The fact that the Ancestral Master was a 9 tribulation emperor was too shocking, and it was difficult for her to recover in a short time. After a while, Moon Spirit Princess heaved a sigh of relief, and her beautiful eyes flashed. Phew, so the Ancestral Master is so strong. At this moment, Yuqin snickered and whispered in her ear, how is it? Senior sister, are you mesmerized by the Ancestral Master? Ah. Moon Spirit Princess nodded subconsciously. When she regained her senses, her beautiful face instantly turned red, and she pouted coquettishly. Damn girl, what are you thinking? Hee hee. Yuqin stuck out her little tongue and smiled playfully. Senior sister, don't you have any feelings for the Ancestral Master? Moon Spirit Princess was stunned for a moment, and then she smiled bitterly and said, silly girl, the Ancestral Master is like the bright moon to us. We can see him, but we can't reach him. So, don't think too much. Is that so? Yuqin seemed to understand. When all the disciples in the Tianmo cult heard the news, they were extremely shocked. Their worship of Ning Tian had reached a qualitative leap. Therefore, many cultivators passing by the Tianmo cult could hear a torrent of voices coming from the Tianmo cult. The Ancestral Master is awesome. The Ancestral Master is forever a god. Hearing these voices, these cultivators were all in awe, and they silently said this in their hearts. Inside the room, Ning Tian was sitting cross-legged. The system's voice sounded in his mind. A huge amount of faith energy has been detected. Will you absorb it? Absorb it, Ning Tian said without hesitation. Absorbing faith energy. Faith energy absorption +1. Faith energy absorption +3. Faith energy absorption +2. Faith energy absorption +1. After an unknown number of times, the sound finally stopped. Current faith energy, 2300100000. Due to the shock he caused in the Sky Spirit realm, the disciples of the Tianmo cult worshipped him even more, and his faith energy increased by more than 2,000. Now, everyone in the spirit realm should think that I'm a 9 tribulation great emperor. Ning Tian narrowed his eyes. This was actually a good thing. At the very least, even a great emperor wouldn't dare to casually attack him now. After all, when he transferred the Queen Mother's power, he killed 2 8 tribulation great emperors and severely injured a 9 tribulation great emperor. Some god emperors and even great emperors in the Sky Spirit realm were extremely afraid of him. They couldn't wait to avoid him, so how could they dare to provoke him? But, I still have to increase my strength first. Otherwise, if a so-called great emperor can't even fly, it would be too fake. Ning Tian murmured again. Chapter 215. Now that he had the heavenly pattern divine pill, not only could he use it to break through to the intermediate level of initial mastery of the celestial god constitution, but he could also use it to break through to the holy emperor state. I'll try it again at noon. Ning Tian murmured. Then, he got up and walked out of the room. He had to talk to Luo Wuqing about this and ask her to protect him. After all, he didn't know what kind of scene would occur when he broke through. When Ning Tian walked out of the celestial demon palace, All the disciples and elders who saw him were extremely respectful. Even though he had gone far away, the numerous blazing gazes still followed him. Everyone thought that their ancestral master was a nine tribulations great emperor. After arriving at the celestial demon palace, Ning Tian told Luo Wuqing about this matter. Everything was waiting for noon. At noon, the spiritual qi was rich, and it was the best time to break through. Noon. The sun was shining brightly. Tens of thousands of disciples of the Tianmo cult were gathered in the square. Their gazes were burning with excitement as they looked at the moonlight cliff not far away. There was a figure sitting cross-legged there. What is the ancestral master doing? I don't know. That's the cultivation of a nine tribulations great emperor. How can we understand it? Don't worry so much. Just watch. The group of disciples spoke one after another, and their expressions were somewhat excited. Looking at Ning Tian was like looking at a legend. They originally thought that their ancestral master was already awesome enough, but they never expected that the extent of their ancestral master's awesomeness far exceeded their imagination. Sigh. I've already said that our ancestral master is definitely worthy of the Empress. Look, I was right, wasn't I? In the middle of a group of elders, the Grand Elder stroked his long beard and said without a hint of embarrassment. The elders were speechless and couldn't help but roll their eyes. They didn't know who was the one who was so angry when he found out that the Empress's husband was their ancestral master, and said that he wasn't worthy. Now, he had turned the truth upside down. What a shameless old man. Who would have thought that ancestors' true strength is actually that of a nine tribulations great emperor? Sigh, this is like a dream. The first elder could not help but shake his head and let out a long sigh. Hearing this, the group of elders all nodded in agreement. All of this happened too suddenly. Boom. At this moment, Luo Wuqing, who was dressed in a long blue and white dress, appeared in the sky. Then, she landed on the moonlight cliff. Husband, are you ready? Luo Wuqing asked softly. Yes. Ning Tian nodded. It's about time to start. Hearing this, Luo Wuqing nodded and prepared to protect him. Boom. Rumble. Right at this moment, the originally clear sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, and thunder rumbled incessantly. It was still daytime, but in the blink of an eye, it seemed to have turned into night. Boom. The sky was completely dark. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The thunder was like an angry dragon, circling in the clouds and emitting waves of angry roars. What's going on? Isn't it noon now? How can the sky be dark? Seeing this scene, the expressions of the Tianmo cult disciples changed abruptly. This sudden darkness caused a trace of fear to appear in everyone's hearts. This is, among the group of Tianmo cult elders, an old man in blue narrowed his eyes and looked at the sky. He pinched his fingers and calculated. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically. Oh no. Elder Tian, what's going on? The group of elders looked at the blue-clothed elder in confusion. The blue-clothed elder was an elder of the Tianmo cult's Tianmo Hall. He was good at observing natural phenomena. Elder Tian's expression was extremely ugly. He gritted his teeth and said word by word, "It's the daytime thunderstorm." The daytime thunderstorm? Hearing this, the group of elders' expressions changed abruptly. They cried out involuntarily, "It's the daytime thunderstorm?" In the square, the Tianmo cult disciples were somewhat flustered. The daytime thunderstorm? What's that? Hearing the group of disciples' words, Ning Tian frowned slightly. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. The daytime thunderstorm is a relatively common phenomenon among the natural phenomena in the Tianqian world. This phenomenon is unpredictable and can easily cause great damage from lightning strikes. Moreover, the daytime thunderstorm generally only appears in a certain area. Beside him, Luo Wuqing explained slowly. A certain area? Hearing this, Ning Tian was stunned for a moment. Then, he looked at the sky not far away. Sure enough, after passing a certain distance, the sky was not like this at all. It was very normal. The daytime thunderstorm was right above the Tianmo cult at this moment. This time, I'm afraid we'll have to replace some buildings again. Luo Wuqing sighed. Not long ago, The Tianmo cult had been forced to rebuild because of a house-demolishing maniac. Unexpectedly, there was another daytime thunderstorm this time. But fortunately, they, the Tianmo cult, had money. Husband, wait for me here first. I'll go protect these tens of thousands of disciples, Luo Wuqing said. Just as she was about to move, Ning Tian grabbed her wrist. Don't be in such a hurry, Ning Tian said. Luo Wuqing was stunned for a moment. I have my ways. Ning Tian smiled mysteriously. Then, he stood up, looked at the tens of thousands of disciples, and said loudly, Hey, is Lin Hao here? Come out for a moment. Soon, a little fatty squeezed out of the crowd with some difficulty. Ancestral Master, you called for me? Yes. Ning Tian looked at Lin Hao and asked, I asked you to make the iron elemental armor a few days ago. Have you finished making it? Ancestral Master, this disciple has finished forging all the iron elemental armor with the senior brothers in the forging hall. Lin Hao said honestly. Very good. Ning Tian nodded with satisfaction. He looked at the dark clouds gathering in the sky. A thunderstorm was about to fall. He said slowly, Pass down my orders. Let all disciples and elders wear the iron elemental armor. Once they wear the iron elemental armor, they don't have to be afraid of the thunderstorm at night. Wear the iron elemental armor? Lin Hao was stunned for a moment, but he quickly nodded. Yes. Then, Lin Hao and the disciples of the forging hall began to distribute the iron elemental armor. Basically, every disciple and elder was wearing the iron elemental armor. Very good. Ning Tian smiled. He had chosen the iron elemental armor to enhance the thunder attribute. Even if it was a thunderstorm at night, there was nothing to be afraid of. Most importantly, he could even recharge the iron elemental armor through the thunderstorm at night. Boom. Then, dark clouds gathered in the sky. It was as if a thunderstorm was about to fall in the next moment. All the disciples and elders were wearing the iron elemental armor. Their eyes were filled with doubt. However, they did not dare to refute their ancestral master's words. There must be a reason for their ancestral master to do this. Boom. At this moment, a clap of thunder sounded in the sky. Then, small lightning bolts fell from the sky. Chapter 216. The thunderstorm that filled the sky fell from the heavens. It was as if it had turned into tiny lightning dragons that rushed toward the Tianmo cult members. I'll block it. The Grand Elder shouted. He wanted to rush into the sky and forcefully take the lightning with his body. Back down, Grand Elder. Unfortunately, before he could move, he heard Ning Tian's shout. He wanted the iron elemental armor to be charged by the thunderstorm. If the Grand Elder blocked it, wouldn't it be a waste of the thunderstorm? Yes, Ancestral Master. Hearing this, the Supreme Elder could only nod his head and return to the ground. Boom. Boom. In the sky, the lightning dragons roared angrily. The thunderstorm that filled the sky fell down heavily. All the disciples and elders of the Tianmo cult had solemn expressions, and a hint of fear flashed in their eyes. Although the ancestral master said that the iron elemental armor could protect them from the damage of the thunderstorm, they still couldn't help but feel afraid in the face of such a situation. After a short moment, boom, boom, the thunderstorm fell on the ground and instantly smashed a large pit. Electricity flashed in the large pit, crackling. Then, countless buildings in the Tianmo cult collapse. Seeing this scene, the disciples and elders did not react at all. They were already numb. After all, their Tianmo cult buildings had been rebuilt many times in the past few months. Every collapse seemed to have something to do with the ancestral master. Be careful, the thunderstorm is coming. At this moment, Ning Tian's reminder came from not far away. Hearing this, the elders and disciples' expressions instantly turned serious. They circulated their spirit qi and prepared to face the raging thunder. Boom. In the next moment, the thunderstorm fell on them. The disciples subconsciously closed their eyes, preparing to endure the immense pain brought by the thunderstorm. However, when the lightning rain fell on the armor, the group of disciples clearly sensed that nothing had happened. The thunderstorm was very powerful and could pierce through boulders, but it was just ordinary rain when it fell on them. When they opened their eyes, They were shocked to find that there was a light purple shield on their bodies. As the thunderstorm fell, the light purple shield became more and more resplendent. It was as if they were absorbing the energy of the thunderstorm. F***CK. Is this armor really that strong? The group of disciples widened their eyes. One of the senior brothers looked at Lin Hao. Junior brother Lin Hao, the armor you forged is actually this strong? You don't even fear a thunderstorm at night. Yes. Junior brother Lin Hao, you're amazing. The group of disciples looked at Lin Hao in shock. Lin Hao awkwardly scratched his head and couldn't help muttering in his heart. Although this iron element armor was designed by me, my original intention was to defend against sabers and swords. Since when can it defend against lightning strikes? Hey! Suddenly, he thought of something and looked at the figure on the moonlight cliff. This is not due to me, it is due to the patriarch. Grandmaster is a forging grandmaster. He must have modified my iron elemental armor. Lin Hao said excitedly. Patriarch? Blacksmith grandmaster? Hearing this, the group of disciples was shocked. Was the patriarch the omnipotent king? What domain was he invincible in? Indeed, I modified it. At this moment, Ning Tian's indifferent voice sounded. Now, this iron elemental armor can absorb the lightning element to recharge the armor. The armor can use lightning to defend and attack, so absorb the thunderstorm at night to your heart's content. Recharge the armor with the thunderstorm at night? There was not a single person in the Sky Demon cult who was not shocked. In the past, they had never heard that no one dared to not run under the thunderstorm at night. Now, not only did they not run, but they were going to face the thunderstorm at night? Hiss. This was unbelievable. You have shocked a group of Tianmo cult members and received the aura of chaos. Aura of chaos, hide your aura. No one can spy on your aura and strength. At this moment, after shocking the entire Tianmo cult, the system's voice sounded. Aura of chaos. Hearing this, Ning Tian's eyes flashed and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. He was very satisfied with this reward. It just so happened that the entire Tianling realm thought that he was a Nine Tribulations great emperor. With this aura of chaos, no one could spy on his aura. This confirmed this fact even more. Just right, I can use this thunderstorm to absorb more energy. Ning Tian looked up at the sky. The thunderstorm fell on his body without causing any harm. Faintly, one could see the Dao rhymes of wind and thunder circulating around his body. Wife, I'm ready to start. Ning Tian said to Luo Wuqing. Okay. Luo Wuqing nodded slightly and took a few steps back. Her eyes fell on him. Then, Ning Tian took out the heavenly pattern divine pill from his storage ring. Suddenly, a rich medicinal fragrance filled the entire moonlight cliff. Phew, Ning Tian exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, then raised his head and swallowed the heavenly pattern divine pill. Boom. The moment the pill entered his body, his aura exploded. Detected that the host has obtained a large amount of spiritual qi. Do you wish to break through? This time, Ning Tian did not choose to suppress his cultivation level. Instead, he chose to break through directly. Break through. Breaking through. Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying aura swept out from Ning Tian's body. Then, his aura continued to rise. One should know that he had been at the peak of the Earth King realm for a long time and had not broken through. He had suppressed his aura, waiting for this day to break through together with his sky god constitution. Therefore, under the pressure of this terrifying spiritual energy, if it was suddenly released, there would be a terrifying rise. Boom. In the blink of an eye, Ning Tian's aura broke through to the Holy Emperor realm without any hesitation. Moreover, it was still rising. 1 star of the Holy Emperor realm, 2 stars of the Holy Emperor realm, 3 stars of the Holy Emperor realm. This aura was unstoppable. It was actually close to the 9 stars of the Holy Emperor realm. This was the terror of accumulating so much spiritual qi in one's body. One should know that he already had a spiritual qi and had accumulated it for a long time. That was equivalent to having a few spiritual qis. With such a terrifying amount of spiritual qi, how could there not be a qualitative leap? However, Ning Tian was not overjoyed because of this. He frowned as if he had a premonition. This won't do. He muttered to himself. Then, there was a loud boom. His aura began to fall. Like a pinball, it kept bouncing around. Once again, it returned to the first star of the Holy Emperor realm. Then, it began to rise again. After rising, it fell again. However, as the number of times increased, the recovery of his strength was almost consolidated. Finally, his aura finally stabilized, and his aura was like a rainbow. Congratulations to the host for breaking through. Current strength, 5 stars of the Holy Emperor realm. He had directly stepped into the 5 stars of the Holy Emperor realm from the peak of the Earth King realm. Ning Tian could have directly reached the 9 stars of the Holy Emperor realm. However, he did not do so. Chapter 217. If he chose to stop his strength at 9 stars, it would be even more disadvantageous for him. This kind of qualitative leap was very likely to be a superficial strength. It had the appearance but not the actual strength. What he wanted was a completely solid strength. If it was superficial strength, then it would be completely like those young masters who had been fed with elixirs to increase their strength. On the surface, he was as fierce as a tiger, but in reality, he was as fragile as a piece of paper. Therefore, Ning Tian had been constantly adjusting his strength, and finally stopped at 5 stars of the Holy Emperor realm. His aura was whistling. Luo Wuqing, who was at the side, was curious and wanted to check out his strength. However, she realized that she couldn't see through Ning Tian. Hey! Strange, why can't I see through this guy's aura? Luo Wuqing frowned slightly. She knew that Ning Tian didn't have the aura of a great emperor, but at this moment, she couldn't see through Ning Tian's strength. My husband is getting more and more amazing. Luo Wuqing murmured. She also knew that Ning Tian had his own secrets, but she didn't ask. She trusted Ning Tian. If he could tell her this secret, he would definitely tell her. Now that he didn't tell her the reason, Ning Tian naturally had his reasons. She wouldn't force him to do anything. Phew, at this moment, Ning Tian exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Feeling the huge aura in his body, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. Next, I can upgrade my heavenly god constitution. He murmured and looked at the sky. Above the sky, thunder dragons were flickering. It was the best time to upgrade his heavenly god constitution. Then, Ning Tian moved his body and rushed into the sky. Boom! In the sky, the night thunder and rain rushed toward him. It was as if thousands of tiny lightning dragons were crashing into him. What is the founder trying to do? Seeing this scene, the group of disciples opened their eyes wide. Their breathing was a little rapid, and they looked excited. What was the patriarch going to do again? Was he going to do something that would shock the world and make ghosts and gods weep? They were full of expectations and looked at each other. In the sky, the system's voice rang in Ning Tian's mind. Currently, after absorbing all the medicinal properties of the heavenly pattern divine pill, the heavenly god constitution has leveled up to intermediate initial master. You can obtain 1 heavenly god power. Current heavenly god power, raging thunder, able to overturn the clouds and rain with a raise of the hand. Born of raging thunder, wrath thunder. Hearing the system's voice, Ning Tian was stunned for a moment. Then, he tried to raise his hand. Then, a terrifying bolt of lightning appeared in his hand. Then, it suddenly blasted towards the sky. Bang! The lightning was like an electromagnetic cannon that blasted into the sky. In an instant, a patch of dark clouds directly turned into nothingness. What a powerful force! Ning Tian's eyes flashed. What move is that? How is it that after a flash of lightning, a large part of the dark clouds of the thunderstorm dissipated? Seeing Ning Tian's move, the group of disciples and elders widened their eyes in confusion. Was this the strength of a great emperor? They couldn't even understand the move. Heavenly God Constitution has leveled up. Obtained Heavenly God Record Comprehension points. Heavenly God Record Comprehension has leveled up again. Entered the advanced level. Spiritual meridians can be opened again. At this time, the system's voice sounded again. Hearing this, Ning Tian's eyes flashed with surprise. It was a double blessing. Spiritual meridians? Last time, he had 199 Thunder Calamity spiritual meridians. How many could he have this time? Boom. All of a sudden, a terrifying aura appeared. In the sky, Ning Tian's huge spiritual sea spread out. At this moment, that spiritual sea was actually half the size of the Tianmo cult. Hiss. Seeing this scene, the group of people sucked in a breath of cold air. Was this the spiritual sea of a great emperor? In fact, what they didn't know was that a real great emperor's spiritual sea was far more terrifying than this. However, Ning Tian's spiritual sea was terrifying. Even some heavenly venerables couldn't do it. For example, the supreme elders present. In the square, a female disciple widened her eyes and looked at Ning Tian in the sky with a blushing face. Ancestral Master is so awesome, I like it so much. You're blushing like a bubble teapot. The senior sister beside her immediately rolled her eyes. Ancestral Master is very awesome, but we have to learn to be reserved, okay? Senior sister, look, the Ancestral Master has 8-pack abs. What? Where? Unlike these female disciples who were infatuated, the male disciples were extremely excited. One by one, they shouted, Ancestral Master is awesome, Ancestral Master is forever divine. They had long forgotten what the teachings of the Tianmo cult were. They only remembered that it was the 8 golden words. Boom. At this time, in the sky, thousands of thunder dragons appeared. Everyone was stunned at first, then Elder Jiu Yang jumped out. I'm familiar with this scene. Ancestral Master is going to use the Thunder Calamity Dragon to open up the spiritual meridians. Spiritual meridians? A great emperor powerhouse opening up spiritual meridians? Hearing this, the group of disciples and elders was stunned for a moment. Why did it feel a little strange? At this time, the Supreme Elder looked at the group of elders and disciples. Look at all of you. Look at the Ancestral Master. Even though he's a great emperor powerhouse, he doesn't forget to consolidate his foundation. However, all of you have a little bit of strength, and you're floating. Hearing the Supreme Elder's words, the group of elders and disciples flushed red with shame. As expected, there's a reason why the Ancestral Master is a great emperor. We can't forget our roots, and we can't forget our foundation when cultivating. I've learned something. The Ancestral Master is really a bright light on our path of cultivation. The group of elders and disciples sighed deeply. As a great emperor powerhouse, even the Ancestral Master was consolidating his foundation. How could they be too ambitious? At this time, thousands of thunder dragons appeared in Ning Tian. The commotion of the Tianmo cult naturally attracted the attention of many people. When some celestial the arch powerhouses saw a figure facing thousands of thunder calamities in the sky above the Tianmo cult, they were all in awe. As expected of the Ancestral Master, he could always cause a phenomenon of heaven and earth when he cultivated casually. Chapter 218. The entire phenomenon lasted for an entire day. The experts of the celestial spirit domain were all alarmed. Whether they were god emperors or great emperors in seclusion, they all looked in the direction of the west continent Tianmo cult. When they saw the lightning tribulation roaring furiously and a single figure facing the tens of thousands of lightning dragons by himself, they were all stunned. However, the only thing that was not right was that the legendary patriarch of the Tianmo cult was a great emperor. Why was he still condensing the spirit meridian? Wasn't the spirit meridian the foundation of a cultivator? Therefore, some experts began to doubt. Then, they sensed the aura of prying in the direction of the west continent Tianmo cult. On the moonlight cliff, Luo Wuqing frowned slightly when she sensed the prying aura, but soon relaxed. She did not deliberately stop these prying auras. Even she could not sense Ning Tian's aura. How could these guys sense it? Sure enough, when the prying auras of the god emperors and great emperors landed on Ning Tian, their expressions changed drastically. The patriarch of the Tianmo cult was as empty as the chaos. They could not sense any aura at all. The god emperors were in awe, and the great emperors were even more flustered. How is the patriarch of the Tianmo cult so damn strong? Even we can't sense his aura? The great emperors questioned in their souls. When they thought of the fact that Ning Tian, a 9 great emperor, was condensing the spirit meridian, these experts began to doubt themselves. Why would a great emperor cultivate the most basic spirit meridian? They could not help but wonder. Could it be that the patriarch was so strong because of the spirit meridian? Therefore, the group of god emperors and great emperors began to cultivate the spirit meridian. The disciples of their sects were dumbfounded. What had stimulated these patriarchs? One day later, when the sun rose the next day, tens of thousands of disciples were still dozing off. They were very sleepy. The patriarch had not finished cultivating, and they did not want to leave. After all, it was rare for them to see a 9 tribulations great emperor cultivating. They all wanted to gain something from it. Boom! At this moment, in the sky, the 1,000 lightning dragons returned to their positions and rushed into Ning Qian's body. Phew! Ning Qian exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and descended from the sky onto the moonlight cliff. At that moment, he had already formed 1,100 spiritual meridians. Honey, you've worked hard. Looking at Luo Wuqing, who had protected him for a day and a night, the corners of Ning Qian's mouth rose slightly as he spoke softly. Hearing this, Luo Wuqing was stunned. She didn't know why, but when she heard him say thank you for your hard work, she felt that there was a hidden meaning behind his words. Perhaps he wanted to do something bad again. Finished cultivating? Luo Wuqing's cold voice sounded. Yes. Ning Qian nodded, feeling very happy. During this cultivation, not only did he successfully raise his heaven god constitution to the intermediate initial success, but his strength had also reached the 5 stars of the Holy Emperor Rel. Since it's over, I'll go and deal with the transmission pillar. Luo Wuqing said indifferently. Honey, aren't you tired? Do you want to take a rest? Ning Qian said very seriously. No, I'm not tired. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Wuqing did not give Ning Qian a chance to say another word. He turned around, stepped into the void, and disappeared. Seeing his wife running away in a sorry state, Ning Qian couldn't help but scratch his head. Was he so scary? He would not eat people. At most, he would eat meat. That was not too much, right? On the square, looking at the thousands of spiritual meridians, the group of disciples was very calm. Although these spiritual meridians had already surpassed some great emperors, they were very calm. The thousands of spiritual meridians were indeed a little shocking. However, if it was the founder, it would be very normal. Looking at the group of disciples, the corners of Ning Qian's mouth curled up slightly. He said slowly, all of you, sit down quietly and cultivate with me. Yes. Yes, founder. Hearing this, the tens of thousands of disciples were excited and sat down cross-legged. It was also at this time that Ning Qian started the cultivation of faith. A golden light array formation that was several hundred meters wide appeared. In an instant, it enveloped all the disciples who were huddled together. Then, one by one, the disciples felt that the absorption of spiritual qi in their bodies was increasing by leaps and bounds. A few days later. In these few days, Ning Qian led the disciples to cultivate. Under the cultivation of faith, many of the disciples had a qualitative leap. Tianmo cult, in the storm house that entertained distinguished guests. Ning Qian was waiting here. Because today was the day to discuss the construction of the transmission pillar with the Jade Lake sacred ground. I wonder who will come to the Jade Lake today? If that demoness Queen Mother of the West comes, it will be a bit of a headache. Ning Qian sat on the chair and muttered. The main reason was that he hadn't thought about how to explain the transfer of cultivation realm to the Queen Mother of the West. Last time, when the Great Emperor summoned him, he could at least use spatial teleportation to dodge it. But this time, the transfer of cultivation realm was really a bit ridiculous. Sigh, my head hurts. Ning Qian rubbed his head helplessly. Hey, founder, do you have a headache? Do you want me to help you rub it? At this moment, a voice that sounded like orchids exhaled in his ears. It was very numbing. Ning Qian couldn't help but tremble. He subconsciously turned his head and saw that the Queen Mother of the West had appeared beside him. She was bending over and putting her small mouth beside his ear. Damn! When did you come? Ning Qian reacted and subconsciously stepped back. The leg of the chair happened to tilt back, and his whole body fell to the ground. Oh no! He knew that things were not good. Then, he casually pressed his hands. With a point of leverage, he instantly stabilized his body. Phew. Fortunately, he didn't fall in front of the Queen Mother of the West. Otherwise, how could he put his face as the founder? But why did he feel that the place where he borrowed strength was a little soft? Suddenly, Ning Tian looked at the place where his hand stopped. The corner of his mouth twitched. Then, he looked at the Queen Mother of the West with a serious face and said, "Queen Mother of the West, if I say that I was careless, would you believe me?" "Founder, do you think I will believe you?" The Queen Mother of the West looked at him with a smile. Ning Tian's old face darkened. He quickly pulled his hand away. Sigh. As soon as his hand left, the Queen Mother of the West sighed. She seemed a little reluctant. Hearing this, Ning Tian was speechless. Could it be that the Queen Mother of the West was a crazy woman? "All right, Ancestral Master. You should tell me how you managed to borrow my strength, right?" The Queen Mother of the West was still smiling, and her beautiful eyes narrowed into a thin line. What was supposed to come was indeed coming. Ning Tian's heart trembled. After pondering for a while, he said, "Can I not tell you?" Sure, but what?" Ning Tian had a bad feeling in his heart. "Hehe, but founder, you have to help me rub my butt." The Queen Mother of the West chuckled. Her words were shocking. Chapter 219. Help you, rub your butt. Upon hearing that, Ning Tian was dumbfounded. What the F***ck is this? What are you trying to do? Ning Tian looked at the Queen Mother cautiously. What is this woman trying to do? Something is wrong with her. Isn't this all your fault, Ancestral Master? My butt hurts. The Queen Mother of the West looked at Ning Tian with resentment. My fault. Ning Tian had an innocent look on his face. I'm a decent person, okay? You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. The Queen Mother's expression and resentment were hard to not misunderstand. Those who didn't know would think that he did something bad to the Queen Mother. When the Queen Mother told Ning Tian about her fall from the sky, she looked at Ning Tian, blinked her eyes, and opened her red lips slightly. Isn't this your fault, Ancestral Master? So, Ancestral Master, help me rub it, and I won't ask you how you can transfer your cultivation level. Ning Tian was silent. He couldn't help but laugh when he thought of a great emperor falling from the sky. That scene seemed a little too comical. Ahem. Be careful, my wife is on her way here with a saber. Ning Tian coughed dryly. Now, he could only use Luo Wuqing to pressure this woman. Otherwise, who knew what the Queen Mother was going to do? If it was the same as last time, it would be bad. If Luo Wuqing saw it, wouldn't he be the Ancestral Master who had an affair? Oh, saber. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. A very familiar fragrance appeared in the air. At this moment, a beautiful figure appeared in the room. It was Luo Wuqing. Queen Mother, what are you doing? Luo Wuqing's beautiful eyes flashed coldly as he looked at the Queen Mother indifferently. Nothing. Shi Wangmu shrugged innocently. Then, she said with a smile, I'm just here to ask Ancestor about how Ancestor can transfer my power. So my husband's power of the 9 Tribulations Great Emperor was transferred from you. Luo Wuqing's eyes flashed, but this power was related to Ning Tian's secret, so she had to protect it. Don't ask. If you ask, you won't know, she said coldly. Hearing the conversation between the two of them, Ning Tian heaved a sigh of relief. She picked up the tea beside her and took a sip. Thank goodness. Fortunately, the Queen Mother of the West did not cause any trouble. However, at this moment, the Queen Mother of the West suddenly changed the topic and said, however, your husband is really awesome. Pu. Ning Tian widened his eyes and spat out the tea in his mouth. F***ck. What was the Queen Mother of the West talking about? Whoosh. Indeed, as soon as Shi Wangmu finished speaking, Shi Wangmu's expression changed. All of a sudden, a huge gust of cold air appeared beside him. Ning Tian seemed to have heard death knocking on his door. Luo Wuqing looked at the Queen Mother of the West indifferently and said coldly, What did you say? I said, his power is awesome. The Queen Mother of the West changed the topic again, and a sly look flashed in her beautiful eyes. After receiving Ning Tian's power, she sensed it slightly. Although he was only at the peak of the Earth King realm, his power was stronger than some Saint Emperor realm powerhouses. She couldn't help but be a little surprised. You shocked the Queen Mother of the West. You are rewarded with an aura suppression card, available for 3 minutes. Another aura suppression card? However, only 3 minutes. What could he do in 3 minutes? Ning Tian pursed his lips and complained in his heart, "System, you're too short. Host, this system feels that 3 minutes is already very suitable for you. After all, you." The system let out a long sigh, looking as if it had expected better from her. "Ning Tian? What nonsense are you talking about? Come on, I'm very strong, okay?" The system said, "You don't even have the details. How are you strong?" Hearing this, Ning Tian admitted defeat. He had no choice. He didn't want to. At this time, Luo Wuqing looked at the Queen Mother of the West and said coldly, "Fengich, at least you know what's good for you." Hihi. Could it be that our Empress is thinking the wrong way? The Queen Mother of the West chuckled. There was a look of ridicule in her beautiful eyes. Her eyes were quite seductive. "If the Empress doesn't mind, I'm very willing to experience another kind of power from our Grandmaster. If you really can't, we can still do it together." Damn. Hearing this, Ning Tian swallowed her saliva with difficulty. The Queen Mother of the West was so domineering. 3 people. Ning Tian felt that at this moment, many colorful images appeared in his mind. He quickly shook his head to clear his mind. The 2 women were extremely beautiful. Any man would not be able to resist them. Unless he was not a normal person, or he could not stand up. "How dare you?" Luo Wuqing's face turned cold. A surge of aura burst out from her body. With a boom, all the tables and chairs in the Galerain house were shattered. As for the pitiful Ning Fan, he was also sent flying. Facing this kind of aura, the Queen Mother of the West's expression did not change. Because she was also a 9 Tribulations Great Emperor, she would not lose in terms of aura. Boom. Boom. The aura of the 2 women was one up and one down. If they did not advance, they would retreat. The entire Galerain house was shaking as if it would collapse at any time. Ning Tian was stuck in the middle, and he was speechless. In fact, he wanted to say something, but the aura was so oppressive that he could not breathe. Boom. But at this moment, there was a loud boom. Then, the entire Galerain house shook for a while and collapsed. In an instant, many disciples in the Tianmo cult were attracted to the scene. They sighed to themselves. Needless to say, it must be their Grandmaster who destroyed the house. The Galerain house had been reduced to ruins. Luo Wuqing and the Queen Mother of the West were still confronting each other. Their auras were in full bloom, and their clothes were fluttering in the wind. Many disciples turned to look at him. Is that the Saint Lord of the Jade Lake, the Queen Mother of the West? She is also a great Emperor-level powerhouse, but why do I feel that their auras are not right? Could it be that they are competing for the position of Grandmaster? TSK, I'm so envious of our Grandmaster. Not only is he powerful, but he is also being fought over by 2 great Emperor-level beauties. The pinnacle of life. A group of disciples looked at them enviously. They could not help but sigh in their hearts. This was the charm of their Grandmaster. A wretched Ning Tian crawled out of a pile of rubble. Why was he always the one getting hurt? Ning Tian looked at the 2 women and said carefully, "There are too many disciples here. It's not good for us to be here. Why don't we go back to the room and talk?" "Shut up. Shut up." The 2 women shouted at the same time. Ning Tian touched his nose awkwardly. Looking at so many disciples, he could not do this. He could not lose the Grandmaster's dignity. Then, he thought to himself. System, give me a 3-minute aura suppression card. Chapter 220. Using aura suppression card. Use successful. As the system's voice sounded in his mind, the corners of Ning Tian's mouth lifted slightly, and he walked towards the 2 women. Just as the 2 women were confronting each other, a majestic voice suddenly sounded. "Both of you, stop it." Hearing this, the 2 women's eyes flashed with a hint of astonishment. They looked at Ning Tian one after another. How did this guy suddenly become so bold? Although outsiders thought that Ning Tian was a 9 Tribulations Great Emperor, The two women knew this guy's true strength. Me. Ning Qian snorted, and then he released his aura, directly suppressing the two women's aura. A deep sense of doubt flashed in the two women's beautiful eyes, but they found that their aura had been firmly suppressed by Ning Qian. This guy. Seeing this scene, the group of Tianmo cult disciples all widened their eyes. Is the patriarch going to stand up? Ning Qian first walked in front of Luo Wuqing. You, what are you doing? Luo Wuqing frowned slightly, and her voice was cold. Of course, I'm restoring my position as the husband. Ning Qian chuckled, and then very domineeringly, he hugged her soft and delicate body in his arms, then stretched out his big hand and unceremoniously spanked her butt. Smack. Hiss. Soft. Ning Qian coughed dryly, then pretended to be majestic and said, You deserve to be spanked for throwing my husband away. Luo Wuqing gritted her teeth. This guy is too much. Forget it, I'll give him face for now. When night comes, I'll use the previous method to suffocate this stinky guy to death. Smack. Smack. Fortunately, Ning Qian let his wife go after hitting her a few times. The real culprit was the Queen Mother of the West. Smack. Seeing the scene in the ruins, the group of Tianmo cult disciples widened their eyes. Their admiration for Ning Qian had reached an unimaginable height. Knowing when to stop, Ning Qian decisively maintained a distance from Yi Zichen after delivering the righteous punishment. Then, he looked at the two women seriously and said, Wife, Queen Mother of the West, you don't have to fight anymore. The two women were taken aback. Their beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of doubt as they looked towards Ning Qian. I've already come to a conclusion, Ning Qian said with a serious face and a serious tone. Wife, your butt is softer than the Queen Mother of the West. Luo Wuqing and the Queen Mother of the West were stunned. Then, there seemed to be a few question marks on his little head. By the time they reacted, a flush had appeared behind the ears of the two women. They looked at each other and secretly nodded. At this moment, the two women chose to temporarily stop fighting and deal with a certain someone first. Ning Qian had a bad premonition in his heart and ran away. Ning Qian. Then, the two girls' shouts could be heard from behind. Aya, wifey, please be gentler, it hurts. Me. Luo Wuqing snorted coldly and pressed Ning Qian's head into her arms. I'll suffocate you. Me. I'll do it too. The Queen Mother of the West's eyes lit up and volunteered to jump over. She said without blushing, This guy is too naughty. I'll help you teach him a lesson. At this moment, Ning Qian only felt that his head was soft. Oh my God. I'm really dizzy. What kind of suffering is this? Trouble comes a few more times. It hurts. In order to let the pain continue, Ning Qian could only tearfully cooperate with his wife and pretend to be in pain. Yes. All of this was just to not let his wife down. Me. Luo Wuqing snorted and her beautiful eyes flashed coldly. Let's see if you still dare to bully me in the future. After saying that, she squeezed Ning Qian's face even harder. On the other hand, the Queen Mother of the West was not like Luo Wuqing. She knew that Ning Qian must be having a great time. However, she did not expose Ning Qian. Instead, she was enjoying it. Seeing this scene, the group of disciples was envious. Please give them a dozen of such punishments. Unfortunately, it was wishful thinking. After a while, the three of them walked toward the Tianmo cult square. Ning Qian's steps were still a little unsteady, and his face felt a little soft. So, Queen Mother of the West, the Jade Lake Sacred Ground agrees to build the teleportation pillar, right? Luo Wuqing glanced at the Queen Mother of the West. Yes. Speaking of serious matters, the Queen Mother of the West also became serious. She nodded and said, All the elders in the sect agree to this. Okay. Luo Wuqing nodded lightly, then looked at Ning Qian. Since the Jade Lake has agreed, then husband, take out the materials for the teleportation pillar. Okay. Ning Qian replied, and the spatial ring on her finger flickered. After that, a few enormous rocks floated into appearance. Boom. They landed heavily on the square in front of them. These are the teleportation black stones used to build the teleportation pillar? You got them so quickly. Seeing the several huge stones, the Queen Mother of the West couldn't help but be stunned. Of course. Ning Tian smiled. I bought them at the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. It saved me billions of spirit coins. I have to say that this teleportation pillar is really expensive. Nonsense. The Queen Mother of the West rolled her eyes at him. Otherwise, why are there so few teleportation pillars in the entire Heavenly Spirit region? Hihi, that's true. Ning Tian scratched his head and sighed. But fortunately, I'm using the money of the Supreme Divine Nation. It's great to use other people's money. Luo Wuqing, the Queen Mother of the West, is this what a human is saying? At this moment, the Queen Mother of the West asked again, we have the spatial black stones used to build the teleportation pillar, but have you hired a master blacksmith? As far as I know, the stability of the teleportation pillar is extremely high. Only a master blacksmith can build it. Otherwise, the teleportation pillar will easily go wrong. It's fine. There's no need to hire one. Ning Tian chuckled. He looked at the piles of spatial black stones and said, I can build the teleportation pillar. Huh? You can even build the teleportation pillar? Are you the omnipotent king? Hearing the confidence in Ning Tian's words, the Queen Mother of the West couldn't help but be surprised. Why is this guy so good at everything? You've shocked the Queen Mother of the West. Reward, teleportation pillar additional function. Teleportation pillar additional function. Reduce the consumption of spiritual origin stones by 2/3. The system's voice sounded in his mind. Reduce the consumption? Ning Tian's eyes lit up. Didn't that mean that he could teleport between the Tianmo cult and the Jade Lake sacred ground a few more times? Wife, let's build the teleportation pillar here, right? Ning Tian pointed to an empty space in the Tianmo cult square and asked Luo Wuqing. Yes, let's do it here. Luo Wuqing pondered for a moment and nodded. The teleportation pillar would be more stable if it was built in an empty space. Wait, you can't do that. Before Ning Tian could do anything, the Grand Elder and a group of elders rushed over anxiously. Empress, you can't build the teleportation pillar here, the Grand Elder said with a serious face. Huh? Luo Wuqing frowned and looked at the Grand Elder in confusion. She asked calmly, why? Chapter 221. The Supreme Elder laughed bitterly when he heard Luo Wuqing's words. Then, he stole a glance at Ning Tian and said tactfully, it's just that the Ancestral Master is so powerful that I'm afraid this teleportation pillar will affect your cultivation. Luo Wuqing fell silent for a moment before he realized what the Supreme Elder was trying to say. Although the Grand Supreme Elder's words were tactful, he was actually afraid that Ning Tian would destroy the teleportation pillar. I didn't expect the Supreme Elder to be so concerned about my cultivation. Ning Tian smiled and patted the Supreme Elder's shoulder, giving him a reassuring look. I'll definitely do as you wish and cultivate harder. Cultivate harder? The Supreme Elder's mouth twitched when he heard this. He was so happy that he almost cried. The Supreme Elder's reassuring look was more like a look that said, you know, I'll destroy it right away. His body trembled, and his lips trembled. He wanted to cry but had no tears. This teleportation pillar wasn't an ordinary building. Just one of it cost tens of billions of spirit coins. Oh no, oh no. The Tianmo cult was going to be broke. Don't worry, Supreme Elder. I'll set up a formation next to the teleportation pillar. There shouldn't be any problems. Luo Wuqing said calmly. Okay, the Supreme Elder finally felt more confident when he heard this. The group of elders behind him heaved a sigh of relief. Although the Ancestral Master was definitely a great emperor, he shouldn't be able to destroy the Great Empress formation by accident, right? The Empress of the West looked at the Supreme Elder and the other elders in confusion. Why are you all so nervous? Is the power of this fellow's cultivation so terrifying? The Supreme Elder and the other elders smiled bitterly when they heard this. It was obvious that the Jade Lake had never experienced the Ancestral Master's power. Jade Lake Sacred Leader, the Tianmo cult has a name for the Ancestral Master's cultivation method. The Supreme Elder smiled bitterly and looked at the Empress of the West. What name? Destructive cultivation. The Supreme Elder said solemnly. What do you mean? Queen Mother of the West was a little suspicious. It can only be understood, but not explained in words. The Supreme Elder shook his head. When the preparations were almost done, Ning Tian first had a group of disciples arrange several spatial boulders neatly in order. Then, he activated his talent skill, uncanny workmanship. Using talent skill, uncanny workmanship. Use successful. As the system's voice rang out, Ning Tian's spiritual qi turned into a hammer. There were wind and thunder Dao rhymes within it, and lightning flashed. Get out of the way, I'm going to smash it. Then, Ning Tian shouted loudly, and many of the surrounding disciples moved far away. Smashing. The Queen Mother of the West was stunned. Was the construction of the teleportation pillar so casual? That's right. It's a teleportation pillar. It's very simple. I just need to smash it a few times. Ning Tian grinned. Shi Wangmu fell silent. Was this something a human would say? Next. Ning Tian also showed the Queen Mother of the West what it meant to randomly smash things. Bang! Bang! When Ning Tian's spiritual qi turned into a giant hammer, it landed heavily on the spatial black boulder. Immediately, sparks flashed, and a roar spread throughout the entire Tianmo cult. Many disciples rushed over when they heard that the patriarch was going to build the teleportation pillar himself. In the crowd, Lin Hao's eyes widened when he saw this scene. He clicked his tongue and sighed. The patriarch's explosive forging method is really getting better and better. That's right. Perhaps, this is the patriarch. The group of elders and disciples in the forging hall sighed. Their gazes towards Ning Tian were filled with deep reverence. Hearing everyone's words, the Queen Mother of the West was stunned for a moment. She looked at Ning Tian strangely. She did not see any Dao rhymes in Ning Tian's hammering technique. In other words, he was really hammering randomly. Did they think that hammering randomly was an explosive forging method? Don't worry. At this moment, Luo Wuqing's calm voice was heard from the side. Her gaze was always on Ning Tian. Since he said that he can do it, he can definitely do it. Her tone was calm, but it was full of certainty. Hearing that, the Queen Mother of the West was stunned for a moment. She nodded thoughtfully and did not say anything else. Bang! Bang! Then, the sound of hammering could be heard continuously. Ning Tian's hammering technique seemed to be random, but in the eyes of the elders and disciples in the forging hall, it was very different. They would not get tired of watching it 100 times. Bang! After hammering thousands of times, an aura suddenly erupted from the center of the square. A pile of spatial black boulders was enveloped by a golden light and turned into a huge stone pillar that soared into the sky. Bang! Boom! The ground of the Sky Demon cult's square quaked as well. Is this the teleportation pillar? It's so tall. It's so big. Seeing the teleportation pillar that soared into the clouds and stood side by side with the sky, the group of Tianmo cult disciples' faces flushed red, and their eyes were filled with excitement. I didn't expect him to succeed in forging. Seeing this scene, the Queen Mother of the West's eyes flashed. Phew, Ning Tian breathed a sigh of relief. However, it was not over yet. The teleportation pillar only had one carrier now, and now, what he needed to do was to carve its original ancient text. Superlative skill. Comprehending the method of carving the teleportation pillar's ancient text. Comprehending. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in his mind. A minute later. Successfully comprehended the method of carving the teleportation pillar's ancient text. In an instant. There was a movement in Ning Tian's mind. So it's that simple. Ning Tian's lips curled into a smile. Then, he stepped into the air, and the wind and thunder surged in his hands. Heavenly God's power, activate. Raging thunder. In an instant, the sky shook violently. Then, a bolt of raging thunder fell from the sky and stopped in Ning Tian's hand. The ancestral master can control thunder and lightning at will. Seeing this scene, the Queen Mother of the West could not help but be stunned for a moment, and a hint of astonishment flashed in her eyes. Controlling thunder and lightning was something that even some great emperors could not do. However, the ancestral master could do it with ease, as if thunder and lightning accompanied him. On the side, Luo Wuqing looked indifferent. She knew that Ning Tian had the physique of a heavenly god. His basic control of the laws of heaven and earth was naturally incomparable to ordinary people. In the sky, the system's voice sounded in his mind. You have shocked the Queen Mother of the West. Reward, Flying Dragon and Dancing Phoenix. Flying Dragon and Dancing Phoenix. The speed of carving the formation is increased by 10 times. Flying Dragon and Dancing Phoenix. Ning Tian was stunned for a moment, and then the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. He was worried about how to carve the formation. Then, the bursts of thunder turned into a huge thunder pen and stopped in front of him. Art of Drawing Pen, activate. Then, as the pen moved, the thunder pen continued to fall on the teleportation pillar that was flickering with golden light, just like a flying dragon and dancing phoenix. Soon, the formation was carved. Boom! In an instant, an aura erupted from the teleportation pillar. Bursts of golden light shone, and the teleportation pillar was completed. Phew! The thunder in Ning Tian's hand dissipated, and he fell from the sky. Chapter 222. On the Tianmo Cult Square, the teleportation pillar stood tall and radiated golden light. In this case, the Tianmo cult's teleportation pillar is complete. Ning Tian walked toward the two women and said to the Queen Mother of the West, "Now, we can go to the Jade Lake Sacred Ground to build another teleportation pillar." There was only one teleportation pillar, and it was useless. The teleportation pillar would only be effective after 2 pillars were lit up. Okay. The Queen Mother of the West nodded. Honey, this is a spiritual jade stone. Wait here in the Tianmo cult. If I call you through this spiritual jade stone, use the origin crystal on the teleportation pillar. When the time comes, we'll activate the teleportation pillar together. Then, Ning Tian took out a jade stone from his storage ring and placed it in Luo Wuqing's hand. Okay. Luo Wuqing extended her jade-like hand and held the spiritual jade stone in her hand. Then go and come back early. After saying those words, she looked at the Queen Mother of the West cautiously with her beautiful eyes. The two women were full of tension. Seeing this, Ning Tian rubbed his nose and hurriedly said, "That's all for now. Queen Mother of the West, let's go." Then, he hurriedly asked the Queen Mother of the West to take him into the void and escape. Judging from the atmosphere just now, if he were to delay any longer, these two women would probably start fighting. It seemed that he had to be strong enough to control the two women. Now that he was a 5-star Saint Emperor, he could barely enter the void opened by a great emperor. Soon, the two of them disappeared. The ancestral master ran so fast. Seeing this, the Grand Elder couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Great Empress, the Jade Lake Sacred Leader is extremely charming. Aren't you afraid that the ancestral master couldn't resist her temptation? Couldn't resist her temptation? Luo Wuqing's face was cold. She sneered, "Ha, if he dares to steal her, I'll cut off his toy." Hiss. Hearing this, everyone felt a chill run down their spine. They couldn't help but worry about the ancestral master. The ancestral master was in danger. Jade Lake Sacred Ground. Above the sky, 2 figures appeared in the void. Phew, I'm finally out. Upon reaching the outside world, Ning Tian finally heaved a sigh of relief. Who knew what he had experienced in the void? Ha ha. The Queen Mother of the West chuckled, licking her red lips seductively with her red tongue. Ancestor, follow me into the jade pool. Yes. Ning Tian nodded, and then both of them started to descend slowly towards the ground. In the Jade Lake Sacred Ground, Yarokai Saintus and the Jade Lake disciples were all waiting. Suddenly, 2 figures descended from the sky. It's the Sacred Master and Ancestral Master, Patriarch. When the ladies of the Jade Lake saw the two of them clearly, their eyes widened, and they looked at Ning Tian excitedly. They had long admired and worshipped the Patriarch. Now that they knew that their ancestral master was a 9 Tribulations great emperor, their admiration for him grew even stronger. Patriarch is indeed very handsome. RRR, Patriarch is so handsome. Ah, I'm dead. I can't even stand properly. The faces of the Jade Lake's disciples flushed, and they were so excited that their legs were trembling. Sacred Master. Patriarch, Yarokai Saintus walked over and said carefully. She looked at Ning Tian with awe. When she learned that her ancestral master was actually a 9 Tribulations Great Emperor, she was shocked for a long time. Miss Yaoshi, you don't have to be so reserved. Just treat me like how you treated me before. Looking at Yarokai Saintess's cautious look, Ning Tian couldn't help but chuckle. Yarokai Saintess was a friend. Yes, patriarch. Hearing this, Yarokai Saintess breathed a sigh of relief. At the side, the Jade Lake disciples' admiration for Ning Tian reached a peak. Gosh, patriarch doesn't put on airs at all. He's so friendly. What a gentle patriarch. Each of the female disciples looked at Ning Tian with a smirk in their eyes. Ding. Detected a large amount of faith energy. Absorbing faith energy. Faith energy absorption +2. Faith energy absorption +3. Faith energy absorption +1. Faith energy absorption +2. When the Jade Lake disciples worshipped Ning Tian, the faith energy also began to be absorbed. Current faith energy, 3300100000. Greetings, Patriarch. At this moment, a group of elders from the Jade Lake walked over with smiles on their faces. They looked at Ning Tian with gleaming eyes. At first, they were a little hesitant about building a transmission pillar with the Tianmo cult. But now, it seemed that this decision was very wise. After all, the Tianmo cult's patriarch was also a 9 Tribulations Great Emperor. The Jade Lake had made a big profit. Patriarch, shall we start now? The Queen Mother of the West looked at Ning Tian and asked. Yes, let's start. Ning Tian nodded. Then, the storage ring on his finger flickered, and several spatial black stones fell in front of him. At this time, Ning Tian thought of something and looked at the Queen Mother of the West. Queen Mother of the West, shouldn't the Jade Lake Sacred Ground reimburse half of the cost of this transmission pillar? This was money that could be obtained, so it was better to take it. Well. A sly look flashed in the Queen Mother of the West's beautiful eyes. I don't have money, but I do have a person. As she said that, she deliberately straightened her body, showing off her perfect body incisively and vividly. Ning Tian was stunned for a moment and glanced at her subconsciously. TSK, TSK. So big. But although it was big, it couldn't be touched. Forget it, I don't want you to reimburse me. Ning Tian gritted his teeth and looked away with difficulty. Ha ha. The Queen Mother of the West chuckled triumphantly, and the waves in front of her were turbulent. Phew, Ning Tian breathed a sigh of relief and glared at the Queen Mother of the West. Showing off. Sooner or later, I'll teach you a lesson. Then, he ordered the Jade Lake disciples to place the pieces of spatial black stone together, and then he used the uncanny workmanship and began to smash it in front of the Jade Lake Sacred Grounds people. Dozens of minutes later, golden light flashed. Jade Lake's women widened their eyes when they saw the huge teleportation pillar. They didn't expect their ancestral master to be a grandmaster blacksmith. When the transmission pillar stood up, Ning Tian didn't hesitate at all and once again carved the ancient runes for it. Phew! The lightning in Ning Tian's hand dissipated, and then he fell from the sky. The group of Jade Lake disciples and elders looked at this scene in a daze. How long had it been? In less than an hour, their ancestral master had finished building such a huge transmission pillar alone. Their ancestral master is so fierce. I like it so much. When they came to their senses, the group of Jade Lake disciples blushed and looked at Ning Tian. Then, Ning Tian took out a spiritual featherstone from his storage ring and said softly, "Wife, I've finished building the transmission pillar on my side. Now, let's test it." Soon, Luo Wuqing's cold voice came from the spiritual featherstone. "What should I do?" "Put in the spiritual origin stones, about 300 at a time," Ning Tian said. Chapter 223. Ancestral Master, how did you do it? The Queen Mother's head was full of question marks. "I just used an illusory technique." Ning Tian let out a long sigh of relief and said. Illusory technique. The Queen Mother was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but roll her eyes at Ning Tian. How could a holy emperor use an illusory technique to deceive a demon god? Do you think this is a novel? Ridiculous. However, seeing Ning Tian smiling without saying anything, it was obvious that he wouldn't say anything no matter what she asked. No matter how curious the Queen Mother was, she could only give up. However, that demon god seemed to have said that his race's item was left in the Tianling realm. At this moment, the Queen Mother frowned slightly. Yes. Ning Tian nodded, and a glint flashed in his eyes. But if it was really left in the Tianling realm, shouldn't it have caused a commotion long ago? After all, it's an item from the demon god race. It can't be an ordinary item, right? Hearing that, the Queen Mother was silent for a moment and nodded. You have a point. The two fell into silence. After what happened just now, the two of them were still in a daze. If it weren't for Ning Tian's good acting and the timely help of the system, they would have been finished. The two of them looked at each other and smiled, feeling lucky to have survived a disaster. Facing a demon god was indeed a matter of life and death. Tilda, the Queen Mother suddenly raised her head and licked her bright red lips. Her eyes were shining as she looked at Ning Tian and said, Ancestral Master, why don't we continue? Ning Tian was stunned. Before he could react, a face came close to him. His lips touched a touch of warmth and softness. He immediately widened his eyes. This woman was addicted to kissing. Damn. I was kissed by force again. This was the cycle of reincarnation. Who would be spared by the heavens? A few minutes later, the Queen Mother's face was slightly red, and she let go of Ning Tian with a smug look. Ning Tian wiped his mouth and said seriously, I want to report you for molestation. Save it. The Queen Mother of the West rolled her eyes at Ning Tian in a flirtatious manner. Ancestral Master, you're a classic example of taking advantage of others and still acting innocent. Then, the two of them looked at the broken space tunnel and exchanged a helpless glance. Due to the appearance of the demonic god, much of the space tunnel had been destroyed. If I had known, I would have scared that fiend celestial into helping me build a spatial tunnel. Ning Tian shook his head and sighed. Wasn't this giving him a hard job for free? Ancestor, do you want me to erase these void whirlpools? Shi Wangmu asked with a smile. No, there's no need. Ning Tian shook his head and looked at the void portals. A glint flashed in his eyes. At this moment, he had a bold idea. These void vortexes contained powerful void energy. If he could comprehend these void energy, would he be able to control some void energy? His idea could be said to be extremely bold. If others knew about it, they would probably be shocked. After all, only God Emperors could come into contact with the void energy, and only great emperors could master a little. However, Ning Tian was only a saint emperor, and he had such a bold idea. He did as he said. Ning Tian's heart stirred as he walked toward a few of the void vortexes. First, he used the uncanny craftsmanship to cultivate them. As the big hammer smashed on the void vortexes, a burst of aura instantly erupted. Those void vortexes were all destroyed by the hammer. The holes were filled. However, Ning Tian only left one hole. The big hammer in his hand dissipated as he walked over. Ancestral Master, what are you doing? The Queen Mother of the West frowned slightly and reminded with a worried tone, these are void vortexes. Once you're sucked into them, you'll be lost. It's okay. I have confidence. Ning Tian's lips curled into a confident arc as he smiled at the Queen Mother of the West. Then, he stretched out his hand to touch those void vortexes. Boom. In an instant, that terrifying suction force instantly erupted from the void vortexes, as if it wanted to pull Ning Tian into the endless void. Seeing this scene, the Queen Mother of the West's expression changed slightly, and she was about to rush over. I'm fine. At this moment, Ning Tian shook his head at the Queen Mother of the West. Boom. Then, a wisp of wind and thunder surged on his body. Ning Tian casually shook his shoulder and directly shattered the void vortexes that wrapped around his body. Wind and thunder daoist rhyme? The Queen Mother of the West was stunned for a moment, and the worry in her eyes slowly dissipated. Ning Tian stretched out his hand and touched the void vortexes lightly. At this moment, the heavenly god constitution came into effect, and a burst of light appeared in his body. At this moment, the system's voice rang in his mind. Detected that the host has absorbed the Tao of void comprehension. Comprehending. 5 minutes later. Comprehension successful. Currently, The host's comprehension of the Tao of Void has reached beginner level. It's done. Hearing the system's voice, Ning Tian was stunned for a moment, and a hint of astonishment flashed in his eyes. He was just casually giving it a try, and he did not expect it to succeed. Then let me try and see what this beginner level of the Tao of Void can do, Ning Tian muttered in his heart. Then, with a thought. Tao of Void, activate. Whoosh. F***CK. Leaving behind a gasp of surprise, Ning Tian disappeared. The Queen Mother of the West was stunned for a moment. She had only heard one sentence, and a big black rat flashed past. Where's the founder? Then, without hesitation, she hurriedly left the space tunnel of the teleportation pillar, outside, Jade Lake Sacred Ground. Yarokai Saintus and a group of disciples and elders were waiting silently. Whoosh. At this moment, the void vortexes opened. A black shadow flashed past. Huh? What just flashed past? The group of disciples and elders was dumbfounded. Look. In the sky. It's the founder. At this moment, a voice rang out. The disciples and elders looked up and saw Ning Tian's figure appearing in the sky. Ning Tian shook his dizzy head and smiled at the group of disciples. Hello. F***CK. Before he could finish his sentence, his body entered the void vortexes again. He forcefully shifted his position again. This was the power of the Tao of Void. He could not fully control it, so he would appear in the void vortexes and enter the void vortexes. At this moment, Ning Tian was like a deflated balloon, flying around and bumping into things in the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. Boom. Bam. Boom. After an unknown period of time, his speed finally slowed down. On the Jade Lake Sacred Ground, a huge cloud of dust appeared. Everywhere was a mess. The founder has stopped. Seeing this, Yarokai Saintus and a group of disciples heaved a sigh of relief. In the sky, the Queen Mother of the West came out of the Bronze Gate. Looking at the mess in the Jade Lake Sacred Ground, the corner of her mouth could not help but twitch. The founder had stopped, but some of the buildings in the Jade Lake Sacred Ground were destroyed. At this moment, she finally understood what the Grand Elder of the Tianmo cult meant by destructive cultivation. Chapter 224. There's movement. Elder Jiyu Yang's pupils constricted. Swish. Then, the group of elders and disciples all looked at the teleportation pillar. Luo Wuqing's eyes also moved toward it. They saw that the teleportation pillar was shining. A figure emerged from the teleportation pillar. That was their founder. The group of disciples was excited. It seemed that the teleportation pillar was successfully built. Wait a minute. Why didn't the founder wear pants? Suddenly, the group of disciples looked at Ning Tian with a strange expression. Haha. I can finally compete with the founder. Elder Jiyu Yang was secretly happy. He didn't succeed the last time, but this time, he could finally compete. After taking a look, Elder Guyan sighed, feeling ashamed of his inferiority. We can't compete, we can't compete. The crowd of disciples exclaimed in astonishment. As expected of their founder, he was fierce everywhere. Huh. Damn. Ning Tian scratched his head and suddenly realized that his pants were gone. Cough. He coughed and quickly used his spirit energy to cover himself. At this time, a cold gaze suddenly shot toward Ning Tian. He suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Cough, cough. Wife, this is just a misunderstanding. Ning Tian coughed. Misunderstanding? Luo Wuqing sneered. A beautiful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, but it was incomparably cold. Yes, it's really a misunderstanding. Wait a minute. You, what do you mean by that pair of scissors? Ning Tian's pupils suddenly constricted. What do you think? Luo Wuqing sneered. I'm really innocent. If you don't believe me, I can drag you to. Before Ning Tian could finish his words, Luo Wuqing, who had stepped forward, covered his mouth. Luo Wuqing's earlobes were slightly red. This guy actually wanted to talk about that in front of so many people. All right, I'll believe you for now. Then, can we disperse the spirit scissors? This thing is sharp, mainly because I don't want to hurt your face. Ning Tian said cautiously. Oh, really? Luo Wuqing coldly glanced at Ning Tian's lower body. Suddenly, a cold wind blew. Then I'll let you off for now. As she spoke, she waved her jade-like hand, and the scissors formed from spiritual energy slowly dissipated. Phew, Ning Tian heaved a sigh of relief. He had almost tearfully bid farewell to his happiness. How's the teleportation pillar? Luo Wuqing glanced at the teleportation pillar as the golden light slowly dissipated. He then looked at Ning Tian and asked, "It's already perfect." Ning Tian looked at the teleportation pillar. Also, the consumption of raw crystals has decreased from 900 to 300. Oh. Luo Wuqing raised her eyebrows and nodded. If that's the case, we can save a lot of raw crystals. However, there's one more thing. Suddenly, Ning Tian's tone became a little serious. He frowned slightly and looked at Luo Wuqing with a solemn expression. What's the matter? Seeing Ning Tian's serious expression, Luo Wuqing couldn't help but be startled. Let's go back to the room and talk. After speaking, Ning Tian no longer hesitated. Under Luo Wuqing's astonished gaze, he carried her on his shoulder and then used the Path of Void. He leaped dozens of meters and headed toward the back mountain of the Tianmo cult. Seeing this scene, the disciples and elders all widened their eyes. It turned out that the patriarch was so thirsty. On the other side, Lin Hao picked up a small notebook. Lin Hao, quickly record. How long did the patriarch take this time? I can't remember, senior brother. The patriarch flashed back and forth this time. I can't see. The back mountain of the Tianmo cult. In the room. Ning Tian put down Luo Wuqing on his shoulder. You've grasped the Path of Void. Luo Wuqing glanced at him and asked. I'm not that powerful. I've only grasped a little bit of it. I haven't completely grasped it yet. Ning Tian said very humbly. Hearing this, Luo Wuqing rolled her eyes. Listen, is this even human? With the strength of a holy emperor, he had already grasped the Path of Void. How could those god theaches survive? Before we get down to business, I want to know how many Daos you've grasped now. Luo Wuqing's beautiful eyes flashed as she looked at Ning Tian. Not many. Roughly, Sword Dao, Music Dao, Fist Dao, Palm Dao, Wind Dao, Pill Dao, Path of Void, 7 Daos. Ning Tian scratched his head and said. 7 Daos. Luo Wuqing was stunned for a moment. She shook her head and sighed. As expected, you're a pervert. No, I'm not a pervert. What do you mean? This is a pervert. Ning Tian said and suddenly hugged her slender waist. Luo Wuqing blushed and quickly pushed this guy away. Don't you want to get down to business? Yes. Ning Tian said with a smile, I'm just proving that this is a pervert. You, Luo Wuqing blushed and instantly looked cute. Looking at his wife who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside, Ning Tian revealed a smile. In front of outsiders, Luo Wuqing was always the high and mighty, extremely cold empress of the Tianmo cult. But in front of him, she was like a little girl. This feeling was great tilde haha. Okay, it's time for me to get down to business. Ning Tian withdrew his cheap smile and gradually became serious. When Queen Mother of the West and I were checking the stability of the transmission pillar's space tunnel, we encountered something. What happened? We encountered a demon god. Ning Tian said solemnly. Demon? Demon god? Luo Wuqing's face suddenly changed. She looked at Ning Tian with some panic. He didn't attack you, right? Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Looking at the panicked Luo Wuqing, Ning Tian couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. This silly wife. If the devil god had really attacked them, how could he still be standing here unscathed? However, being too concerned makes one confused. Luo Wuqing was too worried, but it was understandable. Don't worry, that demon god was frightened by my aura and didn't dare to attack us. That guy thought I was a powerful human. That demon god was terrified. Ning Tian smiled in a relaxed tone. PFFF. After hearing that Ning Tian was fine and hearing this sentence, Luo Wuqing's worry was finally completely relieved, and she revealed a smile. That smile was like 100 flowers blooming, so beautiful that it was soul-stirring. For a moment, Ning Tian couldn't help but be dumbfounded. He couldn't be blamed for this. It was really too beautiful. PFFF, fool, what are you looking at? Luo Wuqing stretched out her hand and waved it in front of Ning Tian's eyes. Ahem. Ning Tian came back to his senses and coughed dryly. If that demon god knew that he was scared away by you, a mere Saint Emperor, I'm afraid he would vomit blood in anger, right? Luo Wuqing couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 225. So angry that he vomited blood. Ning Tian scratched his head. That's fine. I do this often. I'm familiar with it. Luo Wuqing, however, that demon god said that something belonging to another race fell in the celestial spirit region. Although he was tricked by me, I'm still a little worried that he'll come back. After all, he's a demon god. Ning Tian frowned slightly and said slowly, Don't worry. It's not that simple. Luo Wuqing wasn't so worried. Her red lips parted slightly. Although he's a demon god, it's a little difficult for him to enter the celestial spirit region. Although the celestial spirit region is small, it's the only one among the 9 regions that's full of humans. If a demon god wants to enter the celestial spirit region, those human powerhouses won't let him in so easily. Hearing this, Ning Tian was silent for a moment. Human powerhouses. Are there human powerhouses in the celestial spirit region? He looked at Luo Wuqing in confusion and asked. Not really. Luo Wuqing shook her head slightly. Human powerhouses aren't in the 9 regions. Those demon gods and monster gods aren't in the 9 regions either. Then where are they? The celestial realm. Luo Wuqing said calmly. The celestial realm. Ning Tian frowned and looked at Luo Wuqing. Wife, do you know anything about the celestial realm? I don't know much about the celestial realm. I only know that it's vast and boundless. I don't know anything else. Luo Wuqing shook her head. All right. Ning Tian rubbed his head helplessly and put the celestial realm's matter aside. After all, the celestial realm was still a long way away from him. He usually kept things that were too far away in his heart. He wasn't good at worrying over nothing. However, we can pay attention to the thing that the demon god said. Ning Tian said. Okay. Luo Wuqing nodded and said softly, I'll send the elders in the sect to pay attention to this matter. Yes. Honey, now that we're done here, shouldn't we talk about something else? As he spoke, Ning Tian approached Luo Wuqing. I won't. Luo Wuqing shook his head resolutely and looked at Ning Tian indifferently. Can you be a decent person like me? Don't always think about some dirty things in your head. Oh, okay. Since you understand, then what are you doing? Luo Wuqing's pretty face darkened, and several black lines appeared on her forehead. Well, Ning Tian said seriously, I'm giving you a massage. Also, honey, there's something you have to understand. What logic? Luo Wuqing stared blankly for a moment. He didn't notice that this guy's hand was reaching for a yard after taking an inch. Only decent people are into colors. Those who don't are not decent. You are shameless. Haha. Ning Tian laughed, then turned into a vicious wolf and pounced on Luo Wuqing. Details. In the past few days, the news of the alliance between the Tianmo cult and the Jade Lake Sacred Ground and the establishment of the transmission pillar had spread throughout the celestial spirit realm. Many of the leaders of the factions were astounded. This undoubtedly promoted the division of forces in the entire celestial spirit realm. One had to know that the Jade Lake Sacred Ground already had a 9 tribulation great emperor, and there was also the Empress of the Tianmo cult and a legendary patriarch. Wouldn't that make 3 9 tribulation great emperors? This kind of strength was enough to crush the entire celestial spirit realm. Many shrewd forces already had plans to join them. In the righteous alliance. In the secret chamber, Emperor Zhengtian was frowning and fidgeting. He was now saying that he was panicking. The original plan of joining forces with the Void God Celestial Palace to destroy the Tianmo cult in half a year had been carefully planned. What a perfect plan! But who would have thought that only half a year had passed, and the Tianmo cult's strength had advanced by leaps and bounds? Not to mention the emergence of a 9 tribulation great emperor. Now, they had even announced an alliance with the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. Damn it! Wouldn't his plan be completely messed up? And all of this was because of the legendary patriarch that everyone thought was insignificant. It was precisely because of his appearance that everything was messed up. Don't worry. At this time, the void god Great Empress projection slowly appeared. He looked calm. You're not worried, but the eunuch is. Me. Heavenly Emperor Zhengtian was confused. You're the eunuch. Your whole family are eunuchs. However, this was just a thought in his heart. Don't panic. The void god Great Emperor chuckled. How is Shu? He's recovered a little. That's good. When he recovers, we have a way to deal with the Jade Lake, the void god Great Emperor said lightly. When will you come out of seclusion? Emperor Zhengtian frowned and asked. In his heart, he felt that the longer this dragged on, the more wrong it felt. Soon. Don't worry. When I come out of seclusion, 2 ninth stage Great Emperors won't be able to do anything to me. The void god Great Emperor smiled confidently. Hearing this, Emperor Zhengtian frowned slightly and said, Anyway, hurry up. That legendary patriarch always gives me a bad premonition. At this time, in the Tianmo cult. Under the Moonlight Cliff. The disciples of the Tianmo cult and the Jade Lake Sacred Ground were sitting in 2 different places. Their gazes fell on the patriarch who was on the Moonlight Cliff. Have you guys learned the martial arts I taught you just now? Ning Tian took a bite of the apple, then looked at the disciples of the 2 sects and asked. Yes. With the patriarch's teachings, even a fool can learn it. The disciples of the Tianmo cult and the Jade Lake all sighed. The female disciples of the Jade Lake all blushed, and they were extremely excited. After coming to the Tianmo cult, it had completely overturned their imaginations. For example, as long as they shouted that the patriarch was awesome and was a god forever, their cultivation speed would be doubled. Or any martial arts that they didn't understand, after consulting the patriarch, they would be able to learn it in minutes. This was too magical. It's good that you've learned it. Ning Tian nodded and stood up slightly. At this time, the first elder flew over from the side. What's wrong? First elder? Ning Tian asked. I'm here to deliver a message to the patriarch. The first elder sighed helplessly, and a booklet appeared in his hand. The sect leader of the Inkfeather sect is willing to spend 1 billion spirit coins to ask the patriarch to refine an elixir. The Qingyi sect wants to form an alliance with the Tianmo cult. The Scarlet Cloud Mansion. Next, the first elder said that some forces wanted to ask him to refine an elixir, or they wanted to form an alliance with the Tianmo cult. Hearing this, Ning Tian felt a headache coming on. The disciples of the Tianmo cult below raised their heads proudly and looked at Ning Tian excitedly. Because of the patriarch, the Tianmo cult had become more and more powerful. Where's my wife? Ning Tian rubbed his head and asked. The Empress said that all these matters will be left to the patriarch to decide, the first elder said carefully. I see. Ning Tian frowned slightly. Then reject all of them. Reject all of them? The first elder was stunned. Yes. Ning Tian nodded and sneered. These guys just want to join the Tianmo cult after seeing how powerful it has become. If they encounter an even more powerful force, I'm afraid they'll go over again. They're just fence-sitters. What's the use of having them? Hearing this, the first elder was stunned and felt that it made sense. Then I'll go and chase them away. The first elder turned and was about to leave when he suddenly thought of something. He looked at Ning Tian and said, By the way, Patriarch, the Empress wants you to go to the Demonic Palace. Chapter 226. Demonic Palace? Ning Tian paused for a moment, then nodded slightly. Yes, I understand. You may leave, Great Elder. After the Great Elder left, Ning Tian looked at the disciples of Tianmo cult and Jade Lake and instructed, cultivate here in peace. Don't slack off. Yes, Ancestral Master. The group of disciples nodded solemnly. Then, Ning Tian moved and rushed to the sky. He activated the Path of Void and left in a flash. On the ground, the group of disciples looked at his back with admiration. Demonic Palace. When Ning Tian arrived at the Demonic Palace, he saw Luo Wuqing and a group of elders already inside. They seemed to be discussing something. You're here. Hearing the sound, Luo Wuqing raised his head slightly and looked at Ning Tian. Yes. Ning Tian nodded and walked toward the group. Then, he sat down beside Luo Wuqing without hesitation. Greetings, Ancestral Master. The elders of Tianmo cult stood up and bowed to Ning Tian. Their eyes were full of respect. No need for formalities. Sit down. Ning Tian waved his hand and said lightly. After the group of elders sat down, he looked at Luo Wuqing and asked, "Wife, why are you looking for me?" Luo Wuqing said lightly, "Do you still remember Lin Xiaoyao?" Lin Xiaoyao? Ning Tian was stunned for a moment, but soon remembered. The third prince of Dongxing country? Wasn't he killed by me? That day in Sansheng's mausoleum, Lin Xiaoyao sneaked into the Righteous Alliance and took the opportunity to sneak an attack on him. In the end, he was killed instead. He's dead. However, I'm preparing for the Dongxing country's royal family to take action. Luo Wuqing said coldly, "I'm almost done with my work. It's time for Dongxing country to welcome its new master." "Oh! Attack the royal family of Dongxing?" Ning Tian murmured. If Dongxing was not eliminated, it would be a disaster sooner or later. The sooner you get rid of it, the sooner you'll be safe. Yes. I want you to take action. Luo Wuqing raised his eyes, his calm gaze falling on Ning Tian. You want me to take action? Ning Tian was slightly taken aback and couldn't help but frown. What's wrong? His wife actually wanted him to take the initiative. Could it be that there was something that even she couldn't solve? Nothing serious. Luo Wuqing shook his head and said softly, "It's just that the Lin royal family of Dongxing has ruled Dongxing for hundreds of years. I'm worried that if there's a sudden change in ruler, the people of Dongxing might revolt. If it's just one or two, we can just kill them. However, although Dongxing is only a small country, it has a population of millions. We can't kill all of them. Moreover, some of the Tianmo cult's disciples have family members in Dongxing. Therefore, Dongxing can't be destroyed and must continue to operate." As the Empress of the Tianmo cult, Luo Wuqing naturally had to consider the big picture. Hearing this, Ning Tian more or less understood Luo Wuqing's intention. He looked at Luo Wuqing and said, "So, my wife, you want me to pacify the people?" Luo Wuqing nodded slightly, agreeing with his words. He. Ning Tian smiled and hooked his arm around Luo Wuqing's shoulder. "I didn't expect my wife to trust me so much." "No, I don't trust you." Luo Wuqing shook her head and said seriously, "I discussed it with a group of elders. After all, your ability to bluff people is unparalleled." Yes. In the Heavenly Demon Palace, a group of elders nodded secretly. After all, with the Ancestral Master's mouth, he could turn black into white. Hearing this, Ning Tian's face darkened. He pretended to be distressed and looked at Luo Wuqing. "Wife, I didn't expect you to see me as such a person." Seeing Ning Tian's disappointed expression, Luo Wuqing's heart thumped and she panicked. Could it be that her words had hurt Ning Tian? Just as she was about to say something, Ning Tian interrupted her. "Don't say any more. Without a wife's gentle kiss, I won't be able to recover." Ning Tian's shameless voice sounded. The panic in Luo Wuqing's heart disappeared. This guy was actually teasing her. She really thought that she had hurt this guy. A few black lines appeared on her forehead. She gritted her teeth and slammed her palm on Ning Tian's body. Scram! Bang! In the next moment, Ning Tian flew out of the demonic palace. The group of elders widened their eyes and looked over. The Ancestral Master's posture is so cool. I'll give him 99 points. Any more points and the Ancestral Master will be proud. The group of elders discussed animatedly. What? Elders, do you want to experience it too? Luo Wuqing narrowed her eyes, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. We wouldn't dare. Hearing this, the group of elders immediately became as obedient as little lambs. A shooting star flashed across the Tianmo cult. Look, it's the Ancestral Master. The group of Tianmo cult disciples widened their eyes and looked up excitedly at the shooting star. I didn't expect the Ancestral Master to be so cool when he's flying. He's so cool and can fly. The Jade Lake female disciples were full of admiration. After a while, Ning Tian ran back. He was clean as if nothing had happened. Seeing this scene, the group of elders in the demonic palace was full of admiration. As expected of the ancestral master, he was unscathed even after being sent flying by the Empress. Ning Tian sat back down beside Luo Wuqing and whispered in her ear, "Wife, Lin Ba is also a god the arch. Do you want to go with me?" "No." Luo Wuqing shook her head. "He's just a one-star boundary emperor. I'll let the Grand Elder go with you." The Grand Elder? Thinking of that old man, Ning Tian remembered that the Grand Elder was not in the palace. "Where is the Grand Elder?" Ning Tian asked. Luo Wuqing said, "He's breaking through to the God the Arch realm again. This time, he specifically told me not to make any big movements." Why doesn't the Grand Elder want me to cultivate when he's breaking through to the God the Arch realm? Ning Tian was puzzled. The last time you condensed a spirit vein, you sucked out all the spirit energy in the Tianmo cult. This caused the Grand Elder to fail before he even started to break through to the God the Arch realm. Do you think he won't take precautions against you this time? Luo Wuqing glared at Ning Tian. Is there such a thing? Ning Tian scratched his head. How could he not remember? Yes, there is. The group of elders nodded their heads in agreement. Hearing this, Ning Tian couldn't help but mutter in his heart. He didn't expect him to be so capable. Boom. At this moment, the entire Tianmo cult shook violently. Then, a terrifying aura began to condense. All the elders were taken aback for a moment before a glint flashed across their eyes. Is the Grand Elder trying to break through to the God the Arch realm? Chapter 227. Inside the Celestial Demon Palace, the group of elders was extremely excited when they sensed the terrifying aura. Was their Tianmo cult finally going to have another divine emperor? Let's go out and take a look. Luo Wuqing said indifferently. Then, everyone moved and flew out of the Celestial Demon Palace. Boom. When the aura swept through the entire Tianmo cult, many disciples' expressions changed and they all looked in the direction of the eruption of aura. That direction was the mountain behind the Sword Hall. Is there an elder in the cult breaking through? It actually caused such a big commotion. The group of disciples was somewhat expectant. In the sky, dozens of auras appeared. The disciples all looked up, their eyes full of reverence. It's the Patriarch and the Empress. Boom. The aura erupted from the mountain behind the Sword Hall. Then, a huge suction force erupted, and all the spiritual energy in the Tianmo cult flowed toward the mountain behind the Sword Hall. TSK, it actually used so much spiritual energy. Ning Tian looked at the mountain behind the Sword Hall and couldn't help but sigh. Of course. After all, it's breaking through to the Divine Emperor realm. Luo Wuqing said, then rolled his eyes at someone. But this is not as big as the last time you were in the scripture depository. Last time, you sucked out all the spiritual energy in the Tianmo cult in one go. Ha. Ning Tian scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. After all, he had activated the heavenly god body last time, so the amount of spiritual energy he needed was naturally enormous. Boom. At this time, all the spiritual energy in the Tianmo cult turned into spiritual energy dragons. After circling in the sky for a while, they rushed toward the mountain behind the Sword Hall. Then, an aura that was above the heavenly venerable realm and below the divine emperor realm erupted. All the disciples' faces were pale, and they couldn't withstand it. Fortunately, Luo Wuqing gently waved his hand in the sky, and the great emperor's aura enveloped all the disciples, so they couldn't feel the strong pressure. Supreme Elder, something's not right. Ning Tian frowned slightly. Although he was not in the divine emperor realm, he had dealt with great emperors before. Although the Supreme Elder's aura was above the heavenly venerable realm, he was not in the divine emperor realm. There's no spiritual energy. Maybe he's going to fail. Luo Wuqing frowned at the side. There's no spiritual energy. Ning Tian raised her eyebrows and smiled. That's easy. Then, his whole body trembled. Then, a huge amount of spiritual energy rushed out from his body. Boom. This movement, the movement to the disciples and elders to the God. Divine Emperor Realms C was. Of God Realm S Sect's eyes to the Divine Emperor Realm to Realm Goddess Ocean Sect's Ocean C. Of sects divine soars divine s sects empresses too? Look ss to see. S to the Wu one? SS. Ning Tian's voice came from the sky. Wife, is this little bit of spiritual energy enough for the Supreme Elder to break through? If it's not enough, I have more. More! Hearing the patriarch's words, the group of disciples was stunned. Ancestor, why do you have so much spiritual energy? Elder Jiu Yang couldn't help but ask. Even if the Wu one was a great emperor, this amount of spiritual energy was still a lot. Is it? Ning Tian scratched his head. I think it's too little. It's only 3 times the size of the Tianmo cult's ocean sea. 3 times the size of the Tianmo cult's ocean sea? That's still too little. The group of disciples widened their eyes and sucked in a breath of cold air one after another. It turned out that one spirit ocean wasn't all of the Wu one's ocean sea. He had 3F** king spirit oceans. Was he still human? You've shocked the disciples of the Tianmo cult. You've shocked the disciples of the Jade Lake. Reward, Divine Emperor Realm Comprehension. Divine Emperor Realm Comprehension. After absorbing it, breaking through to the Divine Emperor Realm will be easier. Ning Tian was stunned for a moment. Divine Emperor Realm Comprehension, this reward seemed to be of little value. With so much spiritual energy, it's enough for the Supreme Elder to break through. At this time, Luo Wuqing said faintly. Okay. Ning Tian nodded. Since the Supreme Elder failed last time, I'll help him this time. Anyway, the Supreme Elder's breakthrough was a good thing for the Tianmo cult. Boom. Then, sensing the huge amount of spiritual energy, the suction force at the back mountain of the Sword Hall, which had stopped, suddenly erupted again. Half an hour later. Boom. Ha ha ha. The back mountain exploded, and a loud laughter sounded. A white-haired old man soared into the sky, and waves of terrifying aura erupted from his body. That was the aura of a 1-star boundary emperor. The Supreme Elder has successfully broken through. Our Tianmo cult has a 3rd Divine Emperor Realm expert. The group of elders was extremely excited, and tears flowed from their eyes. Since the Empress took over the Tianmo cult, she had been relying on herself to shoulder the entire Tianmo cult. Now, in addition to the Ancestral Master, the Supreme Elder had also stepped into the Divine Emperor realm. Congratulations, Supreme Elder. Congratulations, Supreme Elder. A group of disciples and elders congratulated him excitedly. Congratulations, Supreme Elder. Ning Tian and Luo Wuqing walked over and said to him with a smile. Greetings, Ancestral Master, Empress. The Supreme Elder bowed slightly. When he found that he still couldn't see the Ancestral Master's strength after stepping into the Divine Emperor realm, he was even more respectful and more convinced. The Ancestral Master was definitely a 9 Tribulations Great Emperor. Without the Ancestral Master's help, I'm afraid this old man will fail again. The Supreme Elder sighed and looked gratefully at Ning Tian. This old man has nothing to thank you for. Why don't I give the Imperial Maiden painting to the Ancestral Master? As soon as he said this, Luo Wuqing's pretty face turned cold. Ahem. Ning Tian coughed dryly and waved his hand. Supreme Elder, how can I be that kind of person? However, I have a friend. A friend? The Supreme Elder was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted. Oh, this old man understands. Oh, a friend. Luo Wuqing sneered and looked coldly at Ning Tian. How come I don't know that you have a friend? As she spoke, she pinched Ning Tian's waist. Ouch, wife, be gentle for our happiness. Ning Tian pretended to be in pain. Shut up. Luo Wuqing rolled her eyes at him. This guy was like a piece of dead meat. Pinching him didn't hurt at all. All right, you guys get ready to leave for Dongxing, Luo Wuqing said lightly. By the way, if you want to bring disciples, bring your heavenly demon horde. She glanced at Ning Tian again. Well, okay. The heavenly demon horde was the disciple assigned to him last time. Ning Tian nodded, but he had another idea in his mind. There was a large population in Dongxing. If he could turn all of them into his believers, wouldn't the faith energy increase faster? Chapter 228. Supreme Elder, let's get ready and head to Dongxing country. With this idea in mind, Ning Tian planned to carry it out. Okay. The Supreme Elder nodded and went to prepare. The disciples of the heavenly demon horde were all excited when they heard that their patriarch was going to take them to battle. At this moment, Dongxing Country, Monarch City. In the Imperial Palace. Lin Bai's face was ugly as he sat on the dragon throne. Heavenly Elder Physician was standing beside him, checking his pulse. After a long time, Heavenly Elder sighed and got up slowly. How is it? Heavenly Elder. Lin Bai frowned as he asked. Your Majesty, you're not seriously ill. You're just overworked. Heavenly Elder shook his head. Ever since the death of the third prince, you've been thinking about how to deal with the Tianmo cult. The people in Dongxing Country have no way to make a living. They're very resentful of you. Heavenly Elder sighed again. So what if they're resentful? Lin Bai snorted, his eyes filled with killing intent. If they're dissatisfied, I'll just send someone to kill them. How can those lowly people be more important than my plan? That legendary patriarch is really a cunning old fox. As a Nine Tribulations great emperor, he pretended to be weak and caused my son's tragic death. I have to take revenge for this, Heavenly Elder said quietly. But how? Lin Bai was stunned for a moment and fell silent. Yes. How? Now that the Tianmo cult had two Nine Tribulations great emperors, they could crush him in minutes. Forget it. Lin Bai sighed. I think it's time for me to retire and pass the throne to Lin Kang. Lin Kang was the first prince of Dongxing Country. However, his talent was not as high as Lin Xiaoyao's, so even though he was the first prince, his treatment was not as good as Lin Xiaoyao's. Now that Lin Xiaoyao was dead, Lin Kang was the only one who could inherit the throne. What about you, Your Majesty? Heavenly Elder asked. Me? A glint flashed across Lin Bai's eyes as his lips curled into a sinister smile. Of course I'm going to the Righteous Tao Alliance. We can only rely on them now. He had thought it through. If he wanted to take revenge, relying on his own strength was definitely not enough. Therefore, they could only rely on the Righteous Tao Alliance. Heavenly Elder, go and call Lin Kang over. Lin Bai instructed Heavenly Elder. Yes. Sky Elder nodded and turned to leave. After a while, he reappeared in the hall with a young man following behind him. Your Majesty, I've brought the first prince. Yes. Lin Bai replied. He then looked at Lin Kang and said indifferently, Lin Kang, do you know why I called you here? Kang is slow-witted. If there is something I don't know, please tell me, Father. Lin Kang shook his head. I want to pass the throne to you. In the future, you will be the king of Dongxing Country. Lin Bai looked at him indifferently and said, Me? Lin Kang panicked when he heard that. Father, if you abdicate, how can I control Dongxing Kingdom? Father, please reconsider. Hearing this, Lin Bai frowned. He was extremely unhappy. This was the reason why he did not like Lin Kang. He was too cowardly. He did not even dare to inherit the throne. If it was Lin Xiaoyao, he would have been ecstatic. How could his son be so cowardly? You will do whatever I tell you to do. Do you understand? Lin Bai snorted. A terrifying aura instantly enveloped Lin Kang, causing him to be unable to move. I understand. Father, please, appease your anger. Lin Kang was suppressed to the point that he could not move. He could only struggle to speak. I will pass the throne to you at noon today. Lin Bai snorted coldly. Yes. At this moment, no matter how unwilling Lin Kang was, he could not refuse. At noon. When the news of the king passing the throne to the first prince spread from the royal family, the entire monarch city was in an uproar. No way. The king was going to abdicate. However, the king was in his middle age. It was not his turn to abdicate. All the citizens were at a loss. Their eyes were filled with confusion. However, they all walked towards the monarch city square. They had to witness such a big event with their own eyes. The monarch city square. The square was already filled with people. Many cultivators and citizens mingled together, looking at the high platform. On the high platform, Lin Kang had changed into a dragon robe. However, The fear in his eyes was still visible to the crowd. Sigh, Prince Lin Kang is too cowardly. He is not suitable to inherit the throne. That's right. Prince Xiao Yaro is better. He is talented and has a more suitable personality. It's a pity that he died in the hands of the legendary patriarch. What a pity. Everyone present let out a sigh. Their words were filled with panic about Lin Kang inheriting the throne. A king should be able to lead the kingdom to prosperity, not to decline. Boom. At this moment, an aura came from the sky. Everyone knelt on the ground. In the blink of an eye, Lin Ba appeared on the high platform. Greetings, Your Majesty. Greetings, Your Majesty. The group of commoners and subjects all bowed to him with deep reverence. From the beginning to the end, Lin Ba had never looked at them. In his eyes, this so-called succession ceremony was just a formality. He walked in front of Lin Kang and handed the crown that symbolized the throne to Lin Kang. He said calmly, "From today onwards, you are the king of Dongxing Kingdom." All right, that's it. As soon as he finished speaking, the citizens were dumbfounded. That's it. That's it. Your Majesty, aren't you being too hasty? Even Elder Tian, who was standing at the side, could not stand it anymore. This succession ceremony is over just like that. He just walked over, said a few words, and then it's over. What else can I do? Lin Ba said calmly. He had no intention of holding a succession ceremony in the first place. After saying that, he leaped into the air and left. Looking at the group of commoners and cultivators, all of them were looking at each other with dumbfounded expressions. Is this considered a succession ceremony? Lin Kang gritted his teeth. Although he knew that his father did not like him, this was not giving him face. He was probably the most hasty king in the history of Dongxing Kingdom. Sigh, the citizens sighed. They were all ready to leave. Suddenly, a black shadow fell from the sky and landed heavily on the ground. Huh! Everyone abruptly turned their heads and looked in that direction. The black shadow landed, and a huge pit appeared on the ground. It was filled with dust. When the dust settled, the crowd could finally see clearly. Hiss! That's the king. At this moment, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The voice that fell from the sky belonged to Lin Ba, who had just left. Chapter 229. Boom. As the dust settled, Lin Ba crawled out of the crater in a sorry state. His eyes were filled with malice as he stared at the sky. Who is it? Get out here for this king. Just as he rose into the air, a wave of pressure came from the clouds. Taking advantage of his unpreparedness, he was kicked back down. Under the gazes of so many people, where should he put his face as the monarch? TSK. King Lin Ba, you're really resilient. A hearty laugh came from the sky. Hearing this voice, everyone present was stunned for a moment. Then, they all raised their heads. Above the clouds, a young man was hovering in the air. Behind him, a white-haired old man was standing respectfully. The legendary patriarch of the Tianmo cult. When Lin Ba saw this, his expression immediately changed. His body trembled uncontrollably, and the fear in his heart unconsciously surfaced. The young man in front of him was a Nine Tribulations emperor, the legendary patriarch. Hearing this, the nearby commoners and cultivators were all stunned. Then, they all gasped and looked up at the sky. Gasp! Luck of 3 lifetimes. They saw the legendary patriarch. Lin Ba came to his senses and swallowed his saliva. Even though he was filled with hatred towards Ning Tian, he hid it extremely well at this moment. May I know why the patriarch has come to Dongxing Kingdom? Lin Ba took a deep breath, bowed to Ning Tian, and said in a deep voice. It's nothing. Ning Tian grinned. Lin Ba heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that. The tension in his heart eased a little. It's just a small matter. It's time for Dongxing Kingdom to change its ruler. Ning Tian smiled and a cold light flashed in his eyes. What? Lin Ba's face changed. Changing its ruler was a small matter. What does the patriarch mean? Lin Ba frowned. He was unhappy, but he did not dare to express it. What I mean is, the royal family of the Lin clan can go die now. Ning Tian faintly smiled. His casual words were full of murderous intent. What? Lin Bai's eyes flashed with anger as he coldly rebuked, "How dare you? How dare you?" Ning Tian's eyes turned cold, and his body shook violently. Then, hundreds of lightning bolts appeared behind him, roaring like thunder dragons. In an instant, the entire royal city was enveloped by lightning. Countless commoners and some low-level cultivators raised their heads and looked at the raging thunder in the sky. Their expressions changed drastically. What was going on? In the square of the royal city, Lin Bai's face was ashen. Looking at Ning Tian in the sky with hundreds of roaring thunderbolts behind him, the fear in his heart reached its peak. Is this the power of a 9 tribulations great emperor? He muttered to himself in his heart as he broke out in cold sweat. When Ning Tian saw that he had intimidated Lin Bai, he coldly snorted and dismissed the lightning dragons. What he had just displayed was the raging thunder of the heavenly god body. Although it seemed extremely terrifying, it did not have any substantial power. In Lin Bai's heart, after seeing Ning Tian kill 2 8 tribulations great emperors and severely injure a 9 tribulations great emperor, Lin Bai had no doubts about his strength as a 9th stage great emperor. At this moment, just looking at that horrifying scene was enough to make Lin Bai fearful. He did not notice that the lightning dragons in the sky were only in appearance, but they did not have any power. Report. At this moment, a panicked voice suddenly sounded. A Saint Emperor General hurried down from the sky. "My lord, this is bad. Thousands of elites from the Tianqing army have been wiped out." "What? Who is it?" Lin Bai's expression changed drastically. The Tianqing army was formed by thousands of Earth King realm cultivators. It's the lightning armored army. They are wearing black armor. Not only can their armor withstand attacks, but it can also release powerful lightning bolt. In just a single exchange, our Tianqing army was utterly defeated. The Saint Emperor General's expression was extremely ugly. His heart was filled with fear toward those fellows wearing lightning armor. He had been in the army for dozens of years, but he had never seen such strange armor. It was normal for armor to be able to defend, but to be able to defend and attack at the same time with great offensive power was a little ridiculous. Lightning armored army? Lin Bai was stunned. However, before he could think about it, a few more figures flew over. They were all under his command. Report. The Heaven Inspire army has been wiped out by 100 lightning armored army. The Tianfeng army has been wiped out by 200 lightning armored army. The Tianfeng army has been wiped out by 100 lightning armored army. WH. What? Lin Bai froze on the spot as if he had been struck by lightning. In just a few minutes, the army that he had carefully nurtured for dozens of years had been wiped out. As the saying went, an army is nurtured for 1,000 days to be used in a single moment. However, he had been nurtured for 1,000 days to be used in a single moment. TSK. King Lin Bai, your elite troops don't seem to be very capable. They can't even compare to some of our Tianmo cult's disciples who have just entered the world. In the sky, Ning Tian couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile when he heard of the heavenly demon horde's glorious achievements. It seems that the recent teachings and the iron elemental armor had caused the combat strength of these disciples to be off the charts. It's you. Lin Bai gritted his teeth as he spoke. He seemed to be on the verge of exploding with anger. Phew, however, Lin Bai took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed his anger. He looked at Ning Tian with a fake smile and said, "It's fine. The reason why Grandmaster destroyed them must be because they offended Grandmaster in some way. It's good that they were destroyed." Hearing this, Ning Tian frowned slightly. This guy is really a ninja turtle. He can really endure. However, Lin Bai, you don't have to say so much. Do you really think we don't know about your secret collusion with the righteous faction and your goodwill towards our Tianmo cult? I already said that today is the day your Lin royal family will be destroyed. Ning Tian's eyes were filled with coldness as he looked at Lin Bai indifferently. Instantly, Lin Bai felt a bone-piercing coldness from his gaze. It was so cold that it penetrated into his bones. Destroy my Lin royal family? That's impossible. Lin Bai gritted his teeth. He could accept any condition except this one. Is that so? Ning Tian sneered. Then, He raised his hand and a terrifying aura enveloped the 4 holy emperor generals. Activate the heavenly god constitution, raging lightning. Activate the wind and lightning daoist rhyme. 1,000 dragons of wind and lightning. Boom. Roar. The sound of thunder accompanied the raging lightning instantly enveloped the 4 one-star holy emperors. Ah! At that moment, accompanied by a scream, all the citizens in Royal City raised their heads and saw thousands of lightning bolts swooping down like angry dragons in the sky. Boom! In an instant, the 4 one-star holy emperors were swallowed by the lightning and died tragically. Chapter 230. Hiss. Lin Bai's eyes flashed with caution when he saw the wind and lightning in the sky. His heart was in turmoil. The attacks of a 9 Tribulations Great Emperor were indeed different. They were full of special effects. After that, a wisp of ferocity flashed through his eyes, and then he smashed his fist forcefully against his chest. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of thick blood essence. Blood shadow flash. Lin Bai's eyes were sharp and his hands were nimble. He directly grabbed the essence blood in his hand and activated the blood shadow flash. His figure flashed away. Blood shadow flash used the price of blood essence to avoid powerful attacks. It was one of Lin Bai's life-saving measures. Boom! He disappeared in an instant. The lightning tribulations in the sky came crashing down. Boom! Boom! In an instant, countless houses were destroyed and the ground was filled with lightning. 1/3 of Monarch City was almost destroyed. TSK, the Ancestral Master's special ability is indeed top-notch. The Supreme Elder at the side could not help but click his tongue and sigh. Phew, Lin Bai appeared from the side. His face was a little pale. He heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the huge destruction. His heart was filled with the joy of surviving a calamity. If he had been hit by such a destructive force, he would have died without a doubt. Haha. So what if you're a 9 Tribulations Great Emperor? I still managed to dodge it, didn't I? Lin Bai could not help but feel excited. Seeing Lin Bai's excited expression after dodging her attack with his blood essence, Ning Tian couldn't help but be taken aback. His attack was a holy emperor, and Lin Bai was a 1-star emperor god. Wasn't it normal for him to dodge it? Something's not right. Ning Tian's eyes lit up as he realized what had happened. This guy had thought that his attack was a 9 Tribulations Great Emperor's attack. Interesting. Then, don't blame me. Ning Tian's lips curled into a faint smile as he thought of a plan. He had already thought of how to toy with this Celestial the Arch-Realm expert to death. Not bad. Ning Tian spoke slowly, pretending to be stunned. I didn't expect you to be able to dodge Emperor's attack. At this moment, in order to make them look more alike, Ning Tian even changed the way he addressed her. Acting tough. Sorry, he was already pretending. Me. Lin Bai proudly snorted. Ancestor, I admit that you are very strong. However, this kind of attack is not enough to kill me. Really? The Emperor doesn't believe that you can dodge all my attacks. Ning Tian had a look of disbelief. Hehe, then come and try. Lin Bai laughed coldly. Seeing this, Ning Tian's eyes flashed. The fish had taken the bait. Then have a taste of the power of a heaven-tier martial art. With a cold snort, Ning Tian activated his Palm Dao attainments, and a supreme aura appeared in his hand. Then, he suddenly raised his hand, and in an instant, all the supreme aura in the sky turned into a giant palm that was a few hundred meters in size. In order to make Lin Bai believe him, Ning Tian even secretly activated the Wind and Thunder Dao. Thus, wind and thunder surged in the sky. Then, the supreme mixed Yuan palm came crashing down. Hiss, as expected of an emperor god's attack. Just a casual attack and there is already wind and thunder. So strong. Lin Bai's face turned serious. He could vaguely feel the power of this palm. However, no matter how he looked, he could not see through the aura of this palm. But thinking about it carefully, how could he see through the aura of a 9 Tribulations emperor? Me. I don't believe it. Blood shadow flash. Lin Bai clenched his teeth tightly, exerting 120% of his gravity. He punched his own chest again. Puff. He spat out blood essence. Then, his body was covered by the blood essence and suddenly flash. In the sky, a terrifying giant palm came crashing down. It heavily smashed into the ground. Countless cracks appeared on the ground that was originally in ruins, and it collapsed by a few 100 meters. Lin Ba appeared again. His face was even paler, but fortunately, he had successfully dodged the palm of the 9 Tribulations Emperor. Phew, Lin Ba heaved a sigh of relief. Looking at the terrifying power of the palm, he was even more excited. I'm so strong. I dodged 2 of the 9 Tribulations Emperor's attacks. TSK, as expected of country ruler Lin Ba. But let's see how many attacks you can dodge. Ning Tian's mocking voice rang out. Lin Ba was full of confidence after dodging 2 attacks. Ancestral Master, although I can't defeat you, I'm confident that I can dodge your attack. Is that so? Ning Tian's lips curled up slightly. Then, there was another round of bombardment. Lin Ba also became cautious and used the blood shadow flash continuously. Seeing this, the group of Dongxing's ministers and citizens were shocked. Their country ruler was so powerful that he could dodge so many attacks from the ancestral master, who was a 9 Tribulations Emperor. My country ruler, you're so strong. Go for it, my country ruler. You're the best. Some of the ministers and citizens even started to cheer for Lin Ba. The Grand Elder frowned slightly. He was confused. Why did the ancestral master torture Lin Ba bit by bit when he had the ability to kill him instantly? Could it be that the ancestral master has that kind of hobby? He likes to torture others. Suddenly, the Grand Elder thought of something. Then when he did it with the Empress, I'm sorry. The Empress is really a good woman. The Grand Elder sighed. Lin Ba was also very excited as he dodged. It was said that only the destined person could compete with the 9 Tribulations Emperor despite the huge gap in their strength. And now, he could do it. Then, wouldn't he be the destined person? Ha ha ha. Lin Ba's heart was already wild with joy. As for Ning Tian, he listened to the ministers and citizens and looked at the ecstatic Lin Ba as if he was looking at an idiot. Using a self-harming method to dodge a casual attack from a holy emperor, it was a little funny. Towards the end, Ning Tian only threw out a spiritual energy attack that was mixed with wind and thunder daoist rhyme. At most, it looked a little scary. Lin Ba wanted to vomit blood and run away. After a long time, Lin Ba's dragon robe was soaked with blood and his face was extremely pale. The crimson shadow flash was useful, but it was a little draining. Lin Ba, you don't have any blood essence in your body now. You can't even use any spiritual energy. Let's see what you're going to do next. Compared to Lin Ba's miserable state, Ning Tian looked as if nothing had happened. At most, he had used a little bit of spiritual energy. Hearing Ning Tian's words, Lin Ba laughed wildly. Ha ha ha, what else can I do? At most, I'll just die. Then, he looked at Ning Tian mockingly. But you're different, ancestral master. As a 9 Tribulations Emperor, you actually let a mere 1-star boundary emperor dodge so many of your attack. If this gets out, I'm afraid it'll be the shame of your life. Ha ha ha. Chapter 231. A lifetime of humiliation? Ning Tian was stunned when he heard that. He could not help but chuckle. Based on what you said, it is indeed a humiliation. What a headache. Ha ha ha. Lin Ba laughed maniacally. However, before that, please die. Ning Tian's eyes turned cold. After exhausting this guy for so long, it was finally time to kill him. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Tian activated the Tao of the Void and stepped into the void. Stepping into the void. The Supreme Elder and Lin Ba both sucked in a breath of cold air. Only great emperors could do that. They were so envious of the ancestral master. The Supreme Elder's eyes were filled with envy. Boom. His aura exploded. Ning Tian appeared in the void with a flaming immortal sword in his hand. Come on, give me a quick death. Lin Ba knew that he was going to die, but he was not afraid at all. He could die without regrets after withstanding so many attacks from a 9 Tribulations great emperor. Is that so? Ning Tian smiled and whispered in Lin Ba's ear in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Actually, I am only a holy emperor. What? Impossible. Lin Ba said firmly. Can you sense it carefully? Ning Qian smiled and the chaotic aura faded a little. Lin Ba frowned and tried to sense it carefully. Immediately, he felt as if he had been struck by a powerful blow. His heart was in turmoil. The legendary ancestral master of the Qianmo cult is only a holy emperor. The aura that he sensed just now was indeed only a holy emperor. How is this possible? Lin Ba was completely stunned. Suddenly, he glanced at the marks on the ground and came to a realization. That's right. If this guy is really a Nine Tribulations great emperor, the power of his first attack would not be limited to just a few hundred meters. It would be the entire King City. F***CK. Lin Ba cursed angrily. He was a one-star divine emperor realm expert, the ruler of Dongxing Nation. Yet, he was being tricked by a saint emperor realm expert. Who the hell said that he had killed 2 8 Tribulation great emperors? King Lin Ba, I'm truly ashamed. Ning Qian smiled as he looked at Lin Ba. His despicable voice rang in Lin Ba's ears. After all, as a saint emperor, I actually couldn't even land a single attack on you. Alas, I'm too weak. How humiliating. You. Hearing this, Lin Ba's eyes widened. Then, his face turned green and red. He wanted to circulate his spirit chi, but his body was already exhausted from using blood shadow flash hundreds of times. Ha ha ha. Lin Ba laughed bitterly as he looked at Ning Qian. What a great Qianmo cult patriarch. What a great scheme. It's all right. Ning Qian said with a smile, I'm just average. I can only scheme against those who are dumber than me. Obviously, you are. You. Poof. Barf. Lin Ba paused and spat out a mouthful of blood. All right, I'm done with the nonsense. You can die with shame. Ning Qian smirked. He activated his sword principle and used Shadow Sword. One sword turned into 5 swords and stabbed out violently. When killing someone, one had to strike at the heart. Poof. The swords pierced through Lin Ba's body. Lin Ba, who had long lost his ability to resist, slowly lost his vitality. Then, a burst of sword radiance exploded and destroyed his soul. Only a corpse full of death energy was left. It landed heavily on the ground. The king of Dongxing country had fallen just like that. Phew, it feels good to kill a 1-star boundary emperor for the first time. Ning Qian's eyes sparkled with excitement. This feeling was even better than killing 2 8 Tribulation great emperors. After all, he had borrowed the strength of others. This time, he had purely relied on his own strength. The king. King is dead. Seeing this scene, the group of officials and commoners were stunned on the spot, as if they didn't dare to accept this fact. Lin Kang was also stunned. He did not know what to do. At this moment, there was a commotion in Monarch City. Screams could be heard continuously. After a while, a group of young men and women in black lightning armor attacked from all directions. Ancestral Master, we have completed our mission. Lin Hao's face was filled with excitement. The iron elemental armor that the Ancestral Master had improved was too powerful. It could be used for both defense and offense. Once the stored lightning tribulation energy was released, the elite soldiers of Dongxing country were unable to resist. The disciples of the heavenly demon horde looked at Ning Qian with admiration. Not only was the iron elemental armor powerful, but they also felt that their own strength had improved by leaps and bounds. All of this was related to the Ancestral Master's teachings. Ancestral Master is awesome. Forever a god. They thought to themselves. Well done. Ning Qian nodded with satisfaction. Is this the king of Dongxing country? Lin Hao looked at Lin Ba's corpse and was stunned. A 1-star boundary emperor had died in front of him. It felt like a dream. Ning Qian nodded and looked at the Supreme Elder. Supreme Elder, come here for a moment. Yes, Ancestral Master. The Supreme Elder descended from the sky. He could not help but feel a little awkward. It was as if he was just a spectator in this battle and did not do anything. Ancestral Master, are you instructing me to do something? Lead a group of disciples and destroy the Lin family, Ning Qian said calmly. Yes. Ancestral Master. The Supreme Elder nodded without hesitation. Ancestral Master, there are still men and women in the Lin family. Wouldn't it be too cruel to destroy them all? A female disciple was stunned and asked carefully. Too cruel? Ning Qian sneered and stared coldly at the female disciple as she enunciated each word clearly. Do you know that your kindness now will become a sharp blade that will kill your fellow disciples in the future? If you are kind to them, who will be kind to you? Do you know that the whereabouts of our Tianmo cult disciples in Windy City were exposed by the Lin family of Dongxing country? Then who will be kind to the disciples and citizens of Windy City? Hearing this, the female disciple suddenly fell silent. What? The whereabouts of senior sister Peach and senior brother Changde were exposed by the Dongxing country's royal family? Hearing Ning Qian's words, the rest of the Tianmo cult disciples' eyes flashed with murderous intent. Those who died in Windy City were senior brothers and sisters that they were familiar with. So, can you bring your blades down? Ning Qian looked calmly at the group of Tianmo cult disciples and asked. Yes, we can. Lin Hao was the first to answer. Then, a series of affirmative voices rang out. Yes, we can. Suddenly, the entire royal city trembled under this deafening voice. Remember. Ning Qian looked indifferently at the group of Tianmo cult disciples and said in a cold voice, although we are not absolutely evil, we are not absolutely good either. Chapter 232. Yes, Ancestral Master. Hearing Ning Qian's words, Lin Hao and the other Tianmo cult disciples nodded thoughtfully. All right, let's get to work. Ning Qian waved his hand casually and said. Everyone left one after another. At this moment, all the citizens of Tianmo Kingdom had gathered in one place and were looking at Ning Qian. So, submit or die. Ning Qian looked at them calmly, his tone extremely calm. As soon as he finished speaking, this group of citizens and cultivators did not hesitate at all. With a thud, they all knelt on the ground and looked at Ning Qian passionately. Ancestral Master, we choose to submit. Oh! Ning Qian raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at this group of citizens and cultivators. These people did not hesitate at all. Moreover, from the light in their eyes, it seemed that they did not choose to submit out of fear. That light seemed to be worship. I have long heard of the Ancestral Master's great name. It is an honor to meet you today. At this moment, a chuckle was heard. Among the crowd, a young man in a green robe and holding a folding fan slowly walked over. You are. Looking at this young man, Ning Qian frowned slightly and a glint flashed across his eyes. His first impression of this young man was not that he was strong or weak, but that he was mysterious. It was as if he could not see through him. I am Chen Gejiang. I am just a wandering poet in the Tianxian continent. I heard Tianmai Kingdom talking about the Ancestral Master, so I came to meet you. It is indeed interesting. Therefore, this humble one compiled the deeds of the Ancestral Master into an oral novel and told it in Dongxing country. The young man smiled faintly and waved his folding fan gently. You did it. Ning Qian raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Chen Gejiang. He was also wondering why these citizens of Dongxing looked at him with admiration. These were only ordinary people. Lin Ba would definitely suppress his deeds, and it would be impossible for it to reach their ears. After all, Lin Ba hated him so much. How could he let his own people worship Ning Qian? However, Chen Gejiang had turned his story into a novel and spread it throughout Dongxing country. No wonder these people worshipped him so much. To be able to hide it from Lin Ba, it seemed that Chen Gejiang was not an ordinary person. However, heavenly charms. Ning Qian recalled the chief auctioneer wearing a red dress at the Tianbao auction. Then, he looked at Chen Gejiang. Did you just say heavenly charms? Are you from the Heavenly Treasure Holy Land or the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion? Not really. Chen Gejiang chuckled and shook his head. It's true that I'm friends with heavenly charms, but I'm not from the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. I'm just a minstrel. Tell me, why are you helping me? Ning Qian's indifferent gaze landed on Chen Gejiang. There's no purpose. Chen Gejiang closed his fan and spread his hands. I just thought that your story would be suitable for a story, so I did it. Don't forget, Ancestral Master, I'm just a minstrel. So, the legendary Ancestral Master of the Tianmo cult, goodbye. Chen Gejiang slowly turned around. Wait. Ning Qian took a step forward, wanting to stop Chen Guijiang. Don't worry, ancestral master. Maybe we'll meet again one day. However, Chen Guijiang shook his head. After saying that, he disappeared in the blink of an eye. This guy. Ning Tian frowned. This guy was mysterious and he could not tell if he was a friend or a foe. However, he did help him a lot. In Monarch City, many commoners widened their eyes as they looked at Ning Tian with respect and admiration. After hearing Chen Guijiang's story and seeing Ning Tian kill Lin Bie, the admiration in their hearts grew even stronger. Ding. Absorbing faith energy. Faith energy +2. Faith energy +1. Faith energy +3. Faith energy +1. Soon, the faith energy of many citizens in Imperial City turned into energy and rushed into Ning Tian's body. The system's voice sounded one after another. After a while. Current faith energy, 700, 010000. After absorbing the faith energy, Ning Tian turned around and flew toward the palace. He could only play the minstrel's story once. Next, it was time to take care of business. Somewhere in Dongxing Nation, Chen Guijiang's eyes flashed as he looked in the direction of Imperial City. The ancestral master of the Tianmo cult is indeed extraordinary. Although I don't know how strong he is, he must be below the God Emperor realm. To be able to kill a one-star quasi-emperor with strength below the God Emperor realm is really amazing. He shook his head, then stepped into the void and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Divine Land City, Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. In the study, Heavenly Charm sat at the table. There was no one beside her, but there were 2 cups of steaming tea on the table. The next moment, the void in the study suddenly opened and a young man walked out. It was Chen Guijiang. Pavilion Master Chen, how was your trip this time? Heavenly Charm did not seem to be surprised by Chen Guijiang's sudden appearance. She smiled and gently pushed one of the cups of hot tea toward Chen Guijiang. Chen Guijiang sat down and was not in a hurry to answer the question. Instead, he picked up the cup of tea and smelled it, then showed an intoxicated expression. Then, he took a sip. TSK. No wonder it's tea made by the Heavenly Charm tribe leader. The taste is so nostalgic. He shook his head and sighed before saying, the person you recommended is very good. It's a story that surpasses both ancient and modern times. A story that surpasses both ancient and modern times. Heavenly Charm was stunned for a moment and her eyes flashed with astonishment. Then, she covered her mouth and chuckled, her eyes flashing. He's really good to be praised by the Pavilion Master of the Heaven Secret Pavilion, one of the top 3 forces in the firmament territory. You have a good eye too. Chen Guijiang chuckled. After all, I'm a businessman. A businessman's eye is always sharp. Heavenly Charm chuckled and asked again, so, Pavilion Master Chen, do you have any ideas about him? I do, but I don't dare. Chen Guijiang shook his head. You don't dare? Heavenly Charm was stunned for a moment and asked, why? It's simple. I'm no match for the Empress of the Tianmo cult. After all, I'm just a bard in dire straits. Chen Guijiang spread out his hands and looked humble. Heavenly Charm could not help but roll her eyes. A bard in dire straits? How could a 9 tribulations great emperor say something like that? Haha, it depends on fate. If possible, I'd like to teach him the divine secret technique. Chen Guijiang waved the folding fan in his hand and his eyes flashed. Divine secret technique. You're willing to teach him the divine secret technique? Hearing this, Heavenly Charm sucked in a breath of cold air, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. Of course. The divine secret technique doesn't have to be mastered by someone from the Heaven Secret Pavilion. Whoever can make the divine secret technique shine more brilliantly will be the most suitable person. Chen Guijiang smiled. But we'll have to wait for fate to bring us together. After that, he drank the tea in one gulp. In short, you'll only gain from this deal. By the way, I have to thank the Heavenly Charm clan leader for sharing such a good story with me. Ha ha ha. After laughing, Chen Guijiang turned and disappeared into the void. Chapter 233. What a strange man. He's the leader of a region, but he likes to wander the world. Tian Mai looked in the direction Chen Guijiang had left and shook her head. Clan leader, according to the pavilion master, the Tianmo cult's patriarch is worth our efforts. A voice sounded at this moment. In the shadows of the study room, old Tu, whose hair was black and white, appeared once again. I've told you that the Tianmo cult's patriarch is not ordinary. The corner of Heavenly Charm's mouth curled into a confident smile. Her judgment had never been wrong. After laughing, Heavenly Enchantress sighed. It's a pity that the ancestral master has never been personally involved despite recent business dealings with the Sky Demon cult, so there's no chance for contact. I can't meet him either, or he'll see through me. There's no other way. The Empress of the Tianmo cult is too powerful. Even in the firmament territory, she's the strongest. Elder Tu sighed and shook his head. Let's leave it at that. Heavenly Charm sighed faintly as she thought of something. Oh yeah, old Tu, have you found out who the 2 foreign great emperors that died in the hands of our patriarch are? No, Elder Tu paused and shook his head. Forget it. Let's leave it at that. Tian Mai's eyes flashed. No one knew what her purpose was. In the imperial palace of the Dongxing country, the Supreme Elder and the other elders, who had just rushed over, looked at Ning Tian, who had arranged everything in an orderly manner, with admiration in their eyes. They did not expect the patriarch to be so good at dividing the work. Well, I'll leave it to you to complete the tasks I've given you. After giving out the final instructions, Ning Tian looked at the group of elders and slowly said, "Don't worry. Once these tasks were completed, the entire Dongxing country would be replaced and run again." Yes, Patriarch. The Supreme Elder and the others nodded. At this moment, Lin Hao and several other disciples ran over with serious faces. Patriarch, we've found something big. Something big. Ning Tian raised his eyebrows and asked with a hint of interest, "What is it?" In the underground prison of Dongxing, we found a demonic beast that we had never seen before. Its aura is enormous and extremely ferocious. Lin Hao frowned as he spoke in a serious tone. Demonic beast. Ning Tian narrowed his eyes and pondered for a moment. Then, he said to Lin Hao, "Where? Take me there." "Yes." Lin Hao nodded, "Ancestral Master, please follow me." When Ning Tian followed Lin Hao to the underground prison in King City, the group of disciples were all on high alert as they stared solemnly at the huge cage. When they saw that Ning Tian had arrived, they all heaved a sigh of relief. "Patriarch. Greetings, Ancestral Master." All the disciples bowed. "Yes." Ning Tian nodded and looked at the cage in front of him. Within it, there was a huge shadow that was dozens of meters tall. Its body was covered in flames and its limbs were on the ground. It looked like a flaming lion. Its eyes were cold as it looked at Ning Tian and the rest. Its eyes were filled with sarcasm. "This is..." Ning Tian was puzzled. The aura of this demonic beast was completely different from the one in his imperial beast gourd. It had the aura of a king among demonic beasts. "Host, this is a rank 4 demonic beast, the Flame Lion King. However, it should have the bloodline of an ancient demonic beast king. It is recommended to capture it." The system's voice sounded. "Only a rank 4 demonic beast." Ning Tian frowned slightly. A rank 4 demonic beast was a little low. However, with the bloodline of an ancient demonic beast, there was a possibility of awakening it. "Big guy, although your level is a little low, I will reluctantly take you in." Roar! The Flame Lion King in the cage was stunned for a moment. Then, its eyes were filled with disdain. A mere human dares to spout such nonsense. "Subdue Master Lion? What a joke. Open the cage." Ning Tian waved his hand at Lin Hao. "Yes, Ancestral Master." Lin Hao and the rest believed in Ning Tian. Without hesitation, they pressed the mechanism beside the cage. Then, with a rumble, the door of the cage slowly opened. Creak, creak. Then, an old sound rang out. In the cage, an angry roar sounded. Roar. The group of disciples was shocked by the angry roar. They quickly retreated and kept a safe distance. Anyway, they could leave the rest to their ancestral master. Roar. The Flame Lion King's eyes were filled with coldness. It crawled and looked at the young man who was still standing in the same place. After a second of hesitation, its body moved and turned into a burning meteor, pouncing towards Ning Tian. Seeing this, Ning Tian's expression was calm. There was not a trace of fear. A faint light flashed on his storage ring. The immortal slashing guzheng appeared in front of him. He gently plucked the strings. Then, the sound of beasts was played. Clang. With the sound of the music, the Flame Lion King slowed down significantly. Clang. With the second sound, the Flame Lion King's body was forced to stop. Clang. After the third sound of the music, a light shrouded the Flame Lion King's body. The ferocity in its eyes dissipated. The sound of beasts dissipated. The Flame Lion King's eyes were full of submission. Roar. At this moment, the Flame Lion King was as obedient as a kitten. TSK, TSK. The ancestral master is still your ancestral master. The ferocious beast was subdued in an instant. Seeing this, Lin Hao and the other disciples shook their heads and sighed. Flame Lion King, come here. The immortal slashing guzheng in Ning Tian's hand slowly dissipated. He looked at the Flame Lion King and said calmly, Roar. The Flame Lion King obediently came over. Why did Lin Ba capture you? Ning Tian asked calmly. Roar, roar, roar. At the mention of this, the Flame Lion King's face turned bitter. It roared a few times. Roar, roar, oh, go on. Roar, roar. Seeing Ning Tian nodding his head seriously, Lin Hao and the others were confused. Was the ancestral master talking to a demon beast? After a while, Ning Tian suddenly realized, so that's how it is. According to the Flame Lion King, this guy was caught by Lin Ba when he was having sex with a lioness. It seemed that Lin Ba was planning to give it to the Imperial Beast sect of the Righteous Tao Alliance. However, before the plan could be implemented, it was interrupted by Ning Tian. You're really pitiful. Ning Tian glanced at the Flame Lion King and said calmly, follow me from now on. Be the guardian demon beast of my Tianmo cult. Roar, roar. The Flame Lion King nodded heavily. Its eyes flickered with a faint light. It roared twice, roar, roar. Roar, roar, roar. Ning Tian frowned slightly. There's no lioness, don't even think about it. Roar. The Flame Lion King was disappointed. Seeing this scene, Lin Hao and the other disciples couldn't help but laugh. So this was a perverted lion, but no one would have thought that such a perverted lion would become a peerless beast king many years later. It could swallow an entire region in one bite. Chapter 234. On a tall mountain in the Tianmo cult. Ning Tian grumbled gloomily as he crawled out of a human-shaped crater, his face covered in dirt. Isn't it just a punch? My wife is so cute and won't cry. System, host, I have 100 cultivation methods for straight men here. Would you like to study them? Why would I study those things? I'm not straight. Ning Tian said unhappily. There were always people who couldn't see their true nature, and the system was too lazy to talk nonsense. Ah, it's the ancestral master. Greetings, ancestral master. At this moment, the surprised voices of two women rang out beside him. Ning Tian was stunned for a moment. He looked over and saw two patrolling female disciples of the Tianmo cult passing by. At this moment, their little faces were slightly red, and their gazes were somewhat evasive, not daring to look at him. Ning Tian couldn't help but feel puzzled. When did he, a disciple of the Tianmo cult, become so shy? The wily old foxes of the Jade Lake weren't like this. Suddenly, a cool breeze blew past. Ning Tian felt that the lower half of his body seemed to be somewhat cool. Cool? Ning Tian was startled and looked down. F***CK. Immediately, without hesitation, he first covered his body with a stream of spiritual energy, then put on his pants with a rustling sound. Cough. Ning Tian's old face reddened. He coughed dryly and looked at the two blushing female disciples, trying to redeem his image as an honorable and high and mighty ancestral master. Running around naked in broad daylight, no matter how one looked at it, he was a big pervert, right? Don't think too much. The reason I'm not wearing clothes, ancestral master, is because I'm feeling the nourishment of the sun. This way, I can absorb spiritual energy more comprehensively and increase my cultivation speed, Ning Tian said in all seriousness. Ah! So that's how it is. Hearing this, the two female disciples were convinced. Their eyes flickered with an eager luster. Seeing this scene, Ning Tian had a bad feeling. If Luo Wuqing knew about this, wouldn't he think that he was a beast who deceived an ignorant girl into being naked? Cough, cough. This method is not suitable for girls, so you won't be able to try it. Ning Tian quickly added. Hearing this, the two female disciples were obviously a little disappointed and sighed slightly. Ah, I see. Yes. Ning Tian heaved a sigh of relief and ordered, "All right, you guys continue your patrol." After that, he turned around and left with his tail between his legs. The two female disciples looked at Ning Tian's back with adoring eyes. Ancestral Master is so powerful, to be able to invent such a cultivation method. Yes, as expected of the legend of our Tianmo cult. It's just a pity that I'm not a man. Otherwise, I would also learn from the patriarch. Perhaps my cultivation would really be faster. Sigh, yes, what a pity. The two female disciples sighed. But the patriarch's figure is so good, I like him so much. Damn girl, the patriarch is the Empress's man, how dare you have such thoughts? Senior sister, do you like the younger one? Ah, what nonsense are you talking about? Cough, cough, I'm talking about age. You damn girl. Soon, the sound of two female disciples fighting could be heard not far away. Ning Tian, who hadn't gone far, staggered and almost fell from the sky. These disciples were really tough these days. But for these 5,000 people, I'll go to the Grand Elder to test them first. Ning Tian murmured and flashed to a place. Sky Devil Plaza. A group of Tianmo cult and Jade Lake disciples were cultivating together. The Grand Elder was talking to Elder Qingyi of Jade Lake about the cultivation problems of the Tianmo cult and Jade Lake disciples. His face was beaming with joy and he looked very proud. He felt as if he had returned to the time when he was young. Sigh, the patriarch built this teleportation pillar. It's really the best thing my Tianmo cult has done in so many years. I finally don't have to be alone anymore. The Grand Elder sighed in his heart. Grand Elder, are you listening to what I just said? Elder Qingyi looked at the dazed Grand Elder and couldn't help but ask in confusion. Cough, cough. I'm listening. The Grand Elder immediately woke up from his daze, coughed dryly, and laughed heartily. I think Elder Qingyi's words are feasible. Cultivation isn't just about cultivation. If we spar with each other, it's indeed beneficial to improve our strength. Then it's settled. Elder Qingyi's smile stunned the Grand Elder for a long time. TSK, TSK. Is the Grand Elder's spring coming? Seeing this scene, the surrounding Tianmo cult disciples couldn't help but click their tongues and sigh. Compared to the Grand Elder's spring, these disciples thought that their spring would also come. However, when these Jade Lake disciples arrived, they sadly discovered that the person they liked was their patriarch. It was impossible for them. Sigh. If you lose to the patriarch, then it's fine. It's normal. The group of Tianmo cult disciples didn't think too much about it. After all, it was that man. Whoosh. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air suddenly rang out, followed by hearty laughter that resounded throughout the entire Tianmo square. Grand Elder, come quickly and let me punch you. This voice, it's the patriarch. Is the patriarch here? Hearing the voice, the group of Tianmo cult and Jade Lake disciples all showed a touch of excitement and looked up at the sky. Sure enough, in the sky, Ning Tian stepped out of the void and landed on the square. Greetings, patriarch. The Grand Elder and Elder Qingyi both bowed to Ning Tian. Ning Tian waved his hand and said impatiently to the Grand Elder, "Don't be so flashy. Let me punch you first." What? The Grand Elder was stunned and didn't recover from his shock. Patriarch, you want to punch me? Yes. Ning Tian nodded and raised his fist seriously. Don't worry, it won't hurt. It'll be quick. The corner of the Grand Elder's mouth twitched as he looked at Ning Tian's sandbag-sized fist. This old man will die under this punch, right? For the patriarch, this old man will not hesitate. However, before you punch me, please wait, patriarch. The Grand Elder looked as if he was facing death calmly. He looked at Elder Qingyi and picked up her wrinkled hand. Under her shocked gaze, he slowly said, "Junior sister Qingyi, this old man actually likes." Ouch. Before the Grand Elder could finish speaking, he was sent flying. Elder Qingyi was stunned and didn't know what to do. Dilly-dallying. Ning Tian mumbled to herself as she stretched her wrist. Seeing the Grand Elder fly out, the group of Tianmo cult disciples sighed and looked sad. Sigh. It's too tragic. Rest in peace, Grand Elder. We'll definitely burn the most beautiful paper figurine wife for you. We'll fulfill your wish. The Grand Elder is too pitiful. He seemed to be a 1,000-year-old virgin before he died. They shook their heads. How could he not die after being punched by the Patriarch, a 9 Tribulations Great Emperor? Chapter 235. The punch landed. Ning Tian checked the mission reward card. Fist comprehension, 49995000. I'm still 4,999 punches away, but it should be soon. Ning Tian muttered. He looked at the group of disciples in the square with a glimmer of light in his eyes. Immediately after, he looked at the first elder who was lying on the ground not far away with a tragic look. He couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. Don't pretend to be dead. I used all my strength, so I won't die. He didn't die. The group of disciples was stunned. As expected, the first elder who was lying on the ground scratched his head and got up. Ahem. Ancestral Master, I'm just playing along with you. The first elder coughed dryly and said sternly with a straight face. Don't. You'd better turn a blind eye. Ning Tian glanced at him indifferently and said, hurry up and see if there are any changes in your Dao attainments. Comprehension of Dao attainments. Hearing this, the first elder was stunned. Immediately after, he closed his eyes and sensed it slightly. In the demonic square, Elder Qingyi and a group of Tianmo cult disciples and Jade Lake Sacred Ground disciples all looked at the first elder with some confusion. The ancestral master suddenly punched the first elder and asked him to see his own comprehension of Dao attainments. Could it be that there was a necessary connection between the two? After a while. Damn. Suddenly, the first elder's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, and a ray of light burst out from his eyes. He was very excited. My sword Dao attainments that have stagnated for hundreds of years have actually improved. His attainments that had not improved for hundreds of years had improved at this moment. The group of disciples was stunned for a moment before they reacted. With smiles on their faces, they looked at the first elder and congratulated. Congratulations, first elder. Congratulations. Elder Qingyi also smiled slightly. The first elder was immersed in this joy when he suddenly realized something and looked at Ning Tian. Ancestral Master, after that punch landed on me, I felt a trace of sword intent flowing. Could it be that it was the Ancestral Master's punch that improved my sword Dao attainment? Exactly. Ning Tian nodded with a smile and did not deny it. Then, he looked at the group of disciples calmly. That punch just now is called the Fist of Enlightenment, and it was created by me personally. Not only will you not die from it, you will also be able to increase your comprehension. There are only 4,999 slots left. What? Upon hearing this, Elder Qingyi was dumbfounded. Behind him, both the Tianmo cult disciples and the Jade Lake disciples were dumbfounded. I gave you a punch, and your comprehension improved. This, it wasn't just outrageous, it was simply heaven-defying. Is this the person chosen by the Holy Lord? You are indeed ridiculously powerful. Elder Qingyi looked at Ning Tian with bright eyes. At this moment, she suddenly understood why the Queen Mother trusted her ancestor so much. The Ancestral Master was not only a great emperor himself, but he could also guide the cultivation of others. You have shocked a group of disciples. Reward. Aura cultivation plus 5,000. As soon as the system's voice fell, Ning Tian's aura surged by a small amount. Is there anyone who wants to try it? Ning Tian looked at the group of disciples and smiled. As soon as he said that, the heavenly demon square fell into a long silence. However, the silence was soon broken. A disciple shouted, Ancestral Master, I'm itching for a beating, please hammer me. Soon, more and more disciples reacted. Ancestral Master, I go against my conscience and say that you are really ugly, please hammer me. I'm begging for a hammer. I'm begging for a hammer online. Ancestral Master, I'm begging you, please hammer me to death. Many disciples on the demonic square were wailing in agony. Their eyes flickered. It sounded like a strange request, but now they were so calm when they said it. After all, who wouldn't want to be punched to increase their comprehension? For example, if being beaten could make one stronger, then please beat them to death. Ancestral Master, my body is not bad. If you don't mind, please give me a punch. At the side, Elder Qingyi said with a serious face. Don't worry, take your time. I have plenty of fists. The corners of Ning Tian's mouth curled up into a smile. If this continued, the 5,000 punches would be over soon. Come, line up, one by one. Next, the disciples obediently lined up one by one. Then, the sound of fists hitting flesh resounded in the heavenly demon square. Many disciples passed by and saw the disciples being beaten up by the Ancestral Master. They thought that they had done something wrong. However, when they understood, they were instantly excited and lined up obediently. Soon, in the heavenly demon square, voices of pain and joy sounded. My entertainment Tao has broken through. Although it hurts a little, it's worth it. Ha ha ha. My comprehension of Tao has also broken through. Ancestral Master's fist is simply awesome. On the score panel in Ning Tian's mind, the number also jumped. 4,998. 4,995. 4,000. Following the commotion, many disciples and elders were attracted to the square. Each of them widened their eyes and couldn't help but exclaim in their hearts. The Ancestral Master is simply a god. As expected of an eternal god. Soon, this sentence spread throughout the Tianmo cult. Taking a punch from the Ancestral Master, one's comprehension of Tao can reach 100 levels. In the study of the Heavenly Demon Palace, Luo Wuqing put down the matter in her hands and revealed a tired expression. She stretched lazily, her long skirt outlining her graceful curves to the extreme. Then, she stepped out of the study. When she saw a group of elders and disciples running towards the Heavenly Demon Square, she couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. She stopped an elder and asked, "Why are you in such a hurry? What are you going to do?" "Empress, we are going to take a punch from the Ancestral Master." The elder looked at Luo Wuqing very respectfully and said carefully, What do you mean?" Hearing this, Luo Wuqing's beautiful eyes could not help but flash with astonishment. "It's like this." Soon after, the elder slowly explained the situation to him. "Oh, taking a punch from him can improve one's comprehension?" Luo Wuqing asked. She wasn't too surprised. After all, this kind of thing seemed outrageous, but it didn't seem so unacceptable when it happened to Ning Tian. After all, that guy could even borrow the strength of an Emperor realm expert. Compared to that, this was nothing. "All right, then you can go." Luo Wuqing waved her hand casually. Her comprehension had already reached the highest level of the Great Emperor realm. Even if she took a punch, it wouldn't improve. She didn't want to join in the fun. She had important things to do now. She had to arrange for people to investigate the item left behind by the demon god. Chapter 236. 2 short days passed. There were only a few dozen punches left out of the 5,000 punches. After all, Ning Tian wasn't beating people up all day and night. He wasn't that brutal yet. Moreover, this fist comprehension was only effective for those who had comprehended the Tao. Heavenly Demon Plaza. Who else wants to take a punch from me? Ning Tian's voice sounded at this moment. He looked at the disciples and elders around him and couldn't help but feel a little worried. He had already beaten up all the disciples and elders who had comprehended the Tao. Now, there were only a dozen people left. He couldn't find anyone else. Do you want to be beaten up? Ancestral Master, I've already done it. What about you? Me too, Ning Tian asked many people, but the result was the same. Many disciples who hadn't comprehended the Tao were looking at him eagerly. They couldn't wait to comprehend a Tao now and then let the Ancestral Master punch them. However, how could the comprehension of a Tao be so simple? Not everyone was an Ancestral Master. It was so ridiculous. Boom. At this moment, A rumble sounded in the heavenly demon plaza. Everyone's attention was attracted. They saw that the huge teleportation pillar began to flicker with golden light. The ancient characters and some complicated formations were lit up. Ning Tian raised his eyebrows slightly and looked over. In front of the teleportation pillar, a teleportation portal stood up. Then, a figure flashed. A woman in a purple dress with a veil on her face took the lead and stepped out of the portal. It was the Queen Mother of the West. Behind her, Yarokai Saintess and dozens of Jade Lake elders followed. Hey! Why is this woman here? Ning Tian was stunned for a moment, and a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. However, he quickly put his doubts aside. Since the Queen Mother of the West and the other women were here, then there was someone he was worried about. A glint flashed in his eyes. Then, he leaped into the air and rushed toward the Queen Mother of the West excitedly. Queen Mother of the West. Patriarch. When Shi Wangmu heard the sound and saw Ning Tian charging over, she felt stunned. Fluster flashed in her beautiful eyes as her heart raced. Ever since she parted ways with the ancestral master a few days ago, she couldn't control her longing for Ning Tian. The warmth and softness of his lips against her stimulated her brain even more. At night, she couldn't fall asleep. Her mind was filled with thoughts of Ning Tian. It seems that the ancestral master missed me very much. Seeing Ning Tian's excited expression, the Queen Mother of the West felt as if she had eaten a piece of honey. She felt exceptionally sweet in her heart. Silly woman. This guy didn't miss you, he wanted to beat you up. Queen Mother of the West, quickly, this is an emergency in the martial world. Let me punch you. As expected, Ning Tian rushed to the Queen Mother of the West and said this first sentence. What me? The Queen Mother of the West was slightly stunned. A hint of confusion flashed in her beautiful eyes. As Elder Qing Yi and the other disciples who came to the Tianmo cult had yet to return, she didn't know what Ning Tian was going to do. What me? Ha ha. What hammer? But soon, the Queen Mother of the West came to her senses. She licked her red lips and looked at Ning Tian with a teasing look in her beautiful eyes. Something's wrong with you. Ning Tian rolled his eyes at the Queen Mother of the West. This woman still found an opportunity to tease him. She was indeed an old fool. He shook his head and told her about the general comprehending the fist technique. Behind him, Yarokai Saintess and the others were stunned when they heard this. He took a punch from the ancestral master and comprehended more than 100 levels. There was such a good thing. A hint of shock flashed in the eyes of the Jade Lake's disciples. However, after thinking about it carefully, if it was the ancestral master who said it, it didn't seem so unacceptable. It was quite normal. You have slightly shocked the Jade Lake disciples. Rewarded spiritual energy cultivation level plus 1000. As the system's voice fell, Ning Tian's huge spiritual ocean expanded a little. How about it? Do you want to give me a punch? Ning Tian looked at the Queen Mother of the West with a smile. Come on. The Queen Mother of the West chuckled, then looked at Ning Tian and said meaningfully, But how are you going to hit me, ancestral master? As she spoke, she straightened her body. The scenery was as beautiful as a painting. Ning Tian was silent for a moment and gritted his teeth. This demoness. As soon as she appeared, she started to play with him. I'm a decent person. Anywhere is fine. Anyway, it's just a matter of one punch. Ning Tian was too lazy to think about it. There were only a few dozen punches left. The sooner he finished, the sooner he could receive the reward. Ha ha. Ancestral master, come on then. The Queen Mother of the West covered her mouth and chuckled. Her bell-like laughter was pleasing to the ear and tugged at the heartstrings, making someone clench his teeth tightly. Coming. Ning Tian took a deep breath. Then, his gaze darkened. Spirit energy enveloped his fist, and a burst of light flickered. This was the fist of enlightenment. Bang! He aimed at the Queen Mother of the West's back and threw a punch. The wind from the punch whistled. Although it wasn't strong, it was full of momentum. But just as the punch was about to land on her back, the Queen Mother of the West suddenly turned around. Therefore, the punch landed where it shouldn't have. It was soft. In fact, Ning Tian even felt his fist bouncing back. It was ridiculously soft. F***ck. Ning Tian exclaimed in his heart. Coach, I want to report her. She's really dribbling the ball to hit me. This is the second time. The punch landed. Ning Tian heaved a heavy sigh of relief. He gritted his teeth and looked at the woman. How is it? Do you feel that your attainments have improved? Yes. The Queen Mother of the West sensed it very seriously. Then, she spread her hands and chuckled. No improvement. Huh. Ning Tian frowned. Could it be that the fist comprehension had failed? It's because my Tao has already reached the highest level of the Great Emperor. I can't comprehend it. The Queen Mother of the West spread her hands. Her face was filled with innocence. 3 question marks popped up in Ning Tian's head. She rolled her eyes at her and said, You've already comprehended the highest level, and you still want me to hammer you? Well, the Queen Mother of the West gave it a serious thought. Because I want to be punched by the founder. Ning Tian was speechless. This woman was completely hopeless. Then, he ignored the Queen Mother of the West and looked at Yarokai Saintus and the others. Saintus, how about it? Do you want me to punch you? Hearing that, Yarokai Saintus and the others would not let go of such a good opportunity. All of them nodded. Yarokai Saintus looked at Ning Tian. Her eyes were filled with admiration. Then, thank you, founder. It's not a big deal. Come, it won't hurt. It'll be over soon. Ning Tian waved his hand casually. Then, he rubbed his hands and walked toward Yarokai Saintus and the others. Boom. Bang. As the Jade Lake Saintus and the other girls slowly got up from the ground, they were surprised to find that the Tao they had comprehended was indeed improving. Chapter 237. Clang. A ray of light circulated around Yarokai Saintus's body, followed by the sound of Tao of music. After a while, the sound of Tao of music slowly dissipated. Feeling the changes in her body, Yarokai Saintus couldn't help but be stunned. After a while, a look of joy appeared in her beautiful eyes. The Tao of music that had troubled her for a long time actually improved at this moment. Thank you, Ancestral Master. Yarokai Saintus's excited gaze landed on Ning Tian. No worries. Ning Tian waved his hand casually and heaved a sigh of relief. The mission of beating 5,000 people was finally over. Fist Enlightenment, 05000. The host has completed the mission. The Fist Enlightenment function has failed. Opening the mission reward card. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Eye of Perception. Eye of Perception. At the cost of consuming spiritual energy, the Eye of Perception can be activated. The Eye of Perception can be seen through natural phenomena, natural treasures, and so on. The system's voice kept ringing in his mind at this moment. Eye of Perception. Hearing the system's words, Ning Tian raised his eyebrows slightly. Can this thing see through things? System, host, please don't have such strange thoughts. The system is absolutely serious. I won't tell you. It's absolutely possible. Ning Tian instantly fell silent. This system is old and indecent. Immediately, Ning Tian looked at the Queen Mother of the West and started talking about serious matters. Queen Mother of the West, why are you here? Well. A mischievous look flashed across the Queen Mother of the West's eyes. She smiled and winked at Ning Tian. Make a guess. Ning Tian, I called her here. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. In the sky, a beautiful figure stepped out of the void. A fragrant wind blew, and the fragrance assailed his nostrils. Luo Wuqing landed beside Ning Tian in the blink of an eye. Wife. Ning Tian was stunned for a moment. He did not expect that Luo Wuqing would take the initiative to call the Queen Mother of the West over. After all, these two women could be said to be full of gunpowder. If these two women touched each other and started fighting, no one in the entire heavenly spirit realm would dare to stop them. Who could withstand this? Are you sure you won't fight? In order to ensure his own safety, Ning Tian cautiously looked at the two women and asked. Luo Wuqing and the Queen Mother of the West seemed to have discussed this beforehand. They both said in unison, no. That's good. Ning Tian heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he looked at the two girls suspiciously. Then what do you want to do? Come with us and you'll know. Luo Wuqing said. Then, he exchanged a glance with the Queen Mother of the West and nodded. Then, each of them grabbed one of Ning Tian's arms and stepped into the void. Looking at the direction in which the three of them disappeared, the group of Tianmo cult disciples was filled with envy. Their ancestral master was really a role model for their generation. Not only did he have so many beauties, but he also had the Empress and the Jade Lake sacred leader. Sigh. I envy our ancestral master. The group of disciples sighed. Perhaps this was their ancestral master's spring? In the study of the heavenly demon palace. A void opened, and Ning Tian and the other two appeared in the study. Hey! Stepping into the study, the Queen Mother of the West let out a puzzled sound. She sniffed lightly and murmured, "There seems to be a strange smell in this study." Hearing this, Ning Tian and Luo Wuqing, who had done bad things in the past, felt their hearts skip a beat. The Queen Mother of the West's nose was too sensitive. It had been 2 days, and she could still smell it. Sigh, young people nowadays are so wild. TSK, TSK. The Queen Mother of the West glanced at the two of them and said with a hint of jealousy in her tone. For a moment, there was a subtle atmosphere in the study. Ahem. Ning Tian coughed dryly and took the initiative to break the awkward atmosphere. He looked at Luo Wuqing and the Queen Mother of the West and frowned slightly. He said, "So, my wife, Queen Mother of the West, what do you two want to talk about?" Seeing that Ning Tian had brought up the main topic, the two women also became serious. "The reason why I used the Great Emperor's voice transmission to summon the Queen Mother of the West is because of that demon god," Luo Wuqing said slowly with a serious tone. "Demon god?" Ning Tian was stunned, and his frown deepened. "No, to be precise, it should be about that demon god's lost item," Luo Wuqing corrected and said again. "Lost item? My wife, you found that demon god's lost item?" Hearing this, Ning Tian's eyes lit up. "While you were beating people up for the past 2 days, I've been sending people to investigate that demon god's lost item. Finally, a few hours ago, I received a message from the Great Compassion Palace. According to the Palace Master of the Great Compassion Palace, he found some strange reactions in the land of the fallen gods in the North State. The land of the fallen gods is covered by clouds and the sun, and there are often demonic sounds in the land of the fallen gods. Therefore, I deduced that the demon god's lost item is most likely in the land of the fallen gods." Luo Wuqing looked at the two of them. His red lips parted slightly as he spoke slowly. "The Great Compassion Palace?" Ning Tian was stunned. He knew about the Great Compassion Palace. It was located in the north state of the Tianling domain, and it was an emperor-level force of the demon path. Its strength was not bad. However, land of the fallen gods. What is that? Ning Tian's puzzled gaze landed on the two women. Hearing this, the two Nine Tribulations' great emperors, Luo Wuqing and the Queen Mother of the West, became serious. The Queen Mother of the West frowned and explained in a serious tone. "The land of the fallen gods is the place where godly state experts fell. It is said that millions of years ago, there was a battle between gods in the North State. 2 godly state experts fought so fiercely that it was as if the sky was about to fall. That battle lasted for a few hundred years. In the end, both of them fell in the North State. Their corpses and blood essence turned into a huge amount of energy and formed the land of the fallen gods today. Even after millions of years, the land of the fallen gods still exudes a terrifying aura. The fall of godly state experts." Hearing the Queen Mother of the West's words, Ning Tian frowned slightly. Even after millions of years, the aura that was left behind was still terrifying. Could it be that they were godly state experts who had surpassed the ancestor god realm? The Queen Mother of the West said helplessly, "However, there is a strange phenomenon in the land of the fallen gods. The stronger one is, the stronger the aura and vice versa." "So, what do you mean?" At this time, Ning Tian more or less understood. If that was the case, Luo Wuqing and the Queen Mother of the West could not go there anymore. Both of them were Nine Tribulations' great emperors. If they went to the land of the fallen gods, they would be restrained by the remaining aura. After all, the gap between a great emperor and a godly state expert was huge. Chapter 238. Neither of us can enter the land of the fallen gods. Luo Wuqing's beautiful eyes were filled with worry as she looked at Ning Tian. However, I will summon the Supreme Elder back and let him accompany you to the Great Compassion Palace in the North region. However, I'm afraid you have to enter the land of the fallen gods alone. Okay, I understand. Ning Tian nodded. If the lost item of the true demon was really in the land of the fallen gods, he had no reason not to go. How could something that even a demon god was looking for be an ordinary item? He was not willing to let go of any opportunity to become stronger. Looking at Luo Wuqing's worried expression, he could not help but feel a trace of warmth in his heart. This silly wife. Then, Ning Tian smiled at Luo Wuqing and gestured for her to relax. Don't worry, wife. Don't you know me? I'm a miracle. Bah, shameless Tilda, the Queen Mother of the West spat. Although that's the case, we've decided to plant the 9 Tribulations protective array on your body just to be on the safe side, Luo Wuqing said solemnly. Although she believed in Ning Tian, her worries didn't disappear just because of that. Although the land of the fallen gods hadn't sent out any signs of danger for so many years, it was still very dangerous. However, it was always good to have insurance. Okay. Ning Tian also knew that the two women were doing this for his own good, so he did not show off. After nodding, he simply agreed. It was always good to have a life-saving measure. Come. Luo Wuqing extended her slender finger and pointed at the chair without a back. She said to Ning Tian, "Husband, sit there." Ning Tian walked over and slowly sat down. Then, Luo Wuqing and the Queen Mother of the West walked over. One in front and the other behind, blocking all of Ning Tian's escape routes. What are you doing? Seeing this scene, Ning Tian's heart suddenly became restless for some reason. Honey, it's not good for so many people to exercise in broad daylight, right? Ning Tian swallowed his saliva as he looked at the peerless face that was just inches away from him. Mass sports my ass. A few black lines appeared on Luo Wuqing's forehead. She gritted her teeth and said, "You old pervert, shut up. Sit down and don't talk anymore." Haha. Ancestor, if Luo Wuqing is unwilling, in fact, I am very willing. How about, Shi Wangmu giggled. However, before she finished speaking, a cold gaze stared at her. She could only shrug and blink at Ning Tian helplessly. Then, Luo Wuqing and the Queen Mother of the West forcibly pressed Ning Tian into the chair. They pulled off his shirt and began to inscribe arrays on him. He felt 2 pairs of soft hands floating in front and behind him, bringing with them waves of coolness. Ning Tian couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. At this moment, he finally understood what it meant to be at the peak of life. Phew. Half an hour later. When the 2 pairs of hands left, Ning Tian heaved a heavy sigh of relief with a satisfied look on his face. The rich spiritual energy in front and behind him slowly dissipated. The light of the 2 9 Tribulations protective arrays also slowly dissipated at this moment. The 9 Tribulations protective arrays were formed by the blood essence and spiritual energy of the 9 Tribulations Great Emperor. Once Ning Tian encountered any fatal danger, the Great Emperor energy in the 9 Tribulations protective arrays would jump out to protect him. Luo Wuqing and the Queen Mother of the West could also sense it immediately. At that time, even if the land of the fallen gods would exert pressure on the 2 women, they couldn't care less. Honey, when should I go? Ning Tian stood up from the chair and stretched his back. He looked at Luo Wuqing and asked, "When the Supreme Elder comes back, you can go." Okay. A few hours later, the Supreme Elder finally rushed back after dealing with the affairs of the Dongxing nation. He came to the front of the Heavenly Demon Palace. "Greetings, Ancestral Master. Greetings, Empress. Greetings, Jade Lake Sacred Leader." The Supreme Elder bowed slightly to the 3 of them. "Supreme Elder, go to the Great Compassion Palace in the North Province with the Ancestral Master now." Luo Wuqing looked at the Supreme Elder and instructed. "Yes, Master." Without any hesitation, the Supreme Elder nodded his head and agreed to it. He didn't complain at all. After all, he was just a ruthless overtime tool. After dealing with the affairs of the Dongxing nation, he had to go to the Great Compassion Palace again. "Ancestral Master, when are we leaving?" The Supreme Elder looked at Ning Tian and asked. Now? Ning Tian said with a slight smile. He was now very interested in the lost item of the demon god and couldn't wait to see it. Husband. Just as the two of them turned around and were about to leave, Luo Wuqing's voice sounded in the main hall. What's wrong? Ning Tian turned around and looked at Luo Wuqing in confusion. If you encounter something that you can't solve, just call me. Don't worry about the pressure from the land of the fallen gods. Compared to the influence of the pressure, your safety is more important. Luo Wuqing's red lips parted slightly. This time, she was surprised to see that the layer of coldness on her face had faded away. Ning Tian smiled when he heard that. I won't let my wife worry. Hurry up, hurry up. Don't torture the single person. The Queen Mother of the West was jealous. She pouted and urged them with a look of disdain. Haha. Wife, Queen Mother of the West, I'll take my leave first. Ning Tian smiled and turned around to leave with the Supreme Elder. The two of them leaped and appeared a few thousand meters above the ground. Then, their bodies moved and disappeared in the blink of an eye. North State, Great Compassion Palace. A middle-aged man was pacing back and forth in the main hall anxiously. Many elders in the main hall were looking at him. Palace Master, it's useless to be anxious now. An elder looked at the middle-aged man and sighed with a frown. Elder Li, how can I not be anxious? The abnormalities that have occurred in the land of the fallen gods recently have made me a little worried. The middle-aged man sighed and frowned. You and the others are also trapped in there. We don't know if they're dead or alive. As their father, I can't do anything. Sigh. Upon hearing this, the elders of Great Compassion Palace in the hall fell silent. The land of the fallen gods was a place to suppress the strong. However, it was an extremely suitable place for the weak to train. The strange situation in the land of the fallen gods had given them a headache recently. It happened so suddenly that even some of the disciples who were training in the land of the fallen gods did not manage to withdraw in time. Among them was the young Palace Master, Yi Yu. Palace Master, didn't you ask the Tianmo cult for help? The Tianmo cult is getting stronger and stronger, and they've secured their position as the leader of the demon path. I wonder who they'll send to help us. Elder Li said slowly. It would be great if the ancestral master came. You and the others will be saved. Yi Bei, the palace master of the Great Compassion Palace, sighed. The ancestral master of the Tianmo cult. Excitement flashed in the eyes of the Great Compassion Palace's elders when they heard this. The ancestral master of the Tianmo cult was truly a legend. Who in the celestial spirit realm would disrespect him? The ancestral master of the Tianmo cult. I think that's just a joke. At this moment, an elder's disdainful voice rang out in the palace. Chapter 239. The disdainful old voice sounded in the hall. Yi Bei and the group of elders from the Great Compassion Palace were stunned. The voice sounded familiar. Then, the void in the hall opened and an old man stepped out. His face was full of wrinkles and his white hair danced in the wind. Great Ancestor Tian Bei. Yi Bei and the other elders were stunned when they saw the white-haired old man, and then a wisp of bright light flashed through their eyes. The old man in front of them was the founder of Great Compassion Palace, Great Ancestor Tian Bei. Great Ancestor Tian Bei, what realm have you broken through to? Yi Bei looked at the white-haired old man in surprise. Although he was not strong, he had reached the level of a one-star quasi-emperor. However, at this moment, he could only feel the powerful aura of Great Ancestor Tian Bei. He could not see his strength at all. Humph! Great Ancestor Tian Bei snorted and raised his head proudly. Not high. I'm only a First Tribulation Great Emperor. First Tribulation Great Emperor? Great Ancestor, have you passed the first tribulation of a Great Emperor? Hearing this, Yi Bei and the other elders of the One-Fist Palace widened their eyes in excitement. Great Ancestor Tian Bei's breakthrough would greatly elevate the status of Great Compassion Palace in Tianling region. Congratulations, Great Ancestor. The group of elders congratulated him. Great Ancestor, during this period of time. Yi Bei put away his excitement and looked at Great Ancestor Tian Bei. Before he could finish, Great Ancestor Tian Bei interrupted him. He waved his hand and a cold smile appeared on his wrinkled face. You don't have to say much. I've already broken through. I'm just consolidating my aura. I've heard about what happened during this period of time. You want to seek help from the legendary patriarch of the Sky Demon cult and have him help you resolve the matter, don't you? Unfortunately, he doesn't have the strength. Great Ancestor Tian Bei looked at Yi Bei indifferently. His words were full of disdain for Ning Tian. The patriarch doesn't have the strength. Yi Bei and the others' faces changed when they heard this. The legendary patriarch of Tianmo cult was a 9 tribulation great emperor. How dare Great Ancestor Tian Bei say this? How dare he? Great Ancestor Tian Bei. Yi Bei frowned slightly. "Mph, I know what you're thinking." Great Ancestor Tian Bei snorted and slowly opened his mouth. The Tianmo cult is naturally worthy of our reverence. Her Majesty is a 9 tribulations great emperor, and the patriarch of the Tianmo cult is indeed worthy of our admiration for some of his deed. But, at this point, Great Ancestor Tian Bei's tone suddenly changed as a bright light flashed in his old eyes. A legendary patriarch can't be a great emperor, let alone a 9 tribulations great emperor. But, hearing his confident words, Yi Bei and the group of elders couldn't help but be stunned. The fact that the patriarch was a 9 tribulations great emperor was basically confirmed. Why did Great Ancestor Tian Bei feel that the patriarch was not a great emperor? Great Ancestor, you should know that our ancestor killed 2 8 tribulation great emperors and severely injured a 9 tribulation great emperor. Yi Bei sighed. Hey, did you see it with your own eyes? Great Ancestor Tian Bei sneered. Don't you think it's a lie that the other great emperors came up with because they valued the Grandmaster's Pill Dao skills? Lie. Yi Bei and the others were stunned. Lie, where did the lie come from? Could it be to deceive the alliance of righteous sects? So that they wouldn't dare to act recklessly? After all, the relationship between the alliance of righteous sects and the Tianmo cult was known to all. Yi Bei and the others frowned slightly as if they were deep in thought. Thinking about it carefully, it did seem to make sense. Moreover, other than those great emperors, it seemed that no one had seen the patriarch's 9th stage great emperor strength with their own eyes. If it was because they desired an elixir refined by the patriarch, so they cooperated with the Empress to put on a show, it seemed to make sense. One should know that ever since the day the Tianmo cult patriarch married the Empress, his identity had been completely exposed. He was from the Dongxing nation, had no parents, and was only about 20 years old. They couldn't believe that a cultivator could break through to the 9 tribulations great emperor level in 20 years. Such a thing had never happened in the entire Tianxian world. Even the youngest great emperor took several hundred years to do so. I understand now. Yi Bei's eyes lit up. We understand too. The elders behind him also had an epiphany. All of them sighed. The so-called youngest great emperor in history was just a lie. What a pity. If the Tianbao Sacred Master and the other great emperors were present, they would be speechless upon hearing these elders' words. These people were really imaginative. If they were so imaginative, why didn't they write novels? Therefore, although the legendary patriarch was indeed a rare genius, he was not a great emperor realm expert. Great Ancestor Tianbei's lips curled into a confident smile. Oh, looks like you're very confident. At this moment, a hearty voice sounded from outside the hall. This voice. Could it be the patriarch? Hearing this, Yi Bei's eyes flashed with seriousness. Even if it was as Great Ancestor Tianbei said, and the patriarch was not a great emperor, he was still worthy of their attention. After all, even if he wasn't, his wife was. Let's go out and take a look. Immediately, Yi Bei beckoned a group of elders and hurried out. Elder Tian Bei followed after him unhurriedly. Outside the hall, Yi Bei and the others walked out and looked at the sky. 2 figures were descending to the ground. Boom. Dust scattered. A handsome young man walked out slowly with an easygoing smile on his face. Behind him, there was an old man following. It's the supreme elder of the Tianmo cult. He has also broken through to the Emperor God realm. Yi Bei was stunned when he saw the elder. Since the elder was the supreme elder, this young man should be the patriarch. I'm the fourth palace master of the Great Compassion Palace, Yi Bei. Greetings, Patriarch. Yi Bei bowed slightly, and the elders behind him followed suit. Ning Tian nodded slightly. I'm Tian Bei. Greetings, Patriarch. Great Ancestor Tian Bei also greeted Ning Tian politely, but he did not bow like Yi Bei and the others. You just said that I'm not a Nine Tribulations Great Emperor. Ning Tian looked at Great Ancestor Tian Bei with a smile and said slowly. Hearing this, Great Ancestor Tian Bei fell silent. If some words were said in front of the Patriarch, they might offend him. Say whatever you want. I'm not blaming you. Ning Tian said calmly. Since someone did not believe him, he had to find a way to prove his identity as a great emperor. Hearing Ning Tian's words, Great Ancestor Tian Bei heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he pondered for a while and said slowly in an orderly manner. I really don't believe that the Patriarch is a great emperor. It can be seen from the fact that the Patriarch descended from the sky instead of stepping out of the void when he first appeared. If the Patriarch is a great emperor, he should have appeared from the void. Chapter 240. Hearing Great Ancestor Tian Bei's words, Ning Tian did not refute. Instead, he nodded in agreement. After all, he was not a true great emperor, and his grasp of the Tao of Void was not that proficient. Moreover, don't your skills have cooldowns? What you said makes sense. Ning Tian looked at Great Ancestor Tian Bei seriously. Hearing this, Great Ancestor Tian Bei was stunned. Did the Ancestral Master admit it? But before he could speak, Ning Tian's voice rang in his ears again. What you said makes sense, but I won't listen. The corners of Great Ancestor Tian Bei's mouth twitched, and a few black lines appeared on his forehead. How about this? A glimmer of light flashed in Ning Tian's eyes, and he looked at Great Ancestor Tian Bei with a smile. Let me punch you, and then we'll know whether it's true or not. Punch me? Hearing this, Great Ancestor Tian Bei was stunned for a moment. Without thinking, he said, then I'll punch you. Before he finished speaking, he saw the corners of Ning Tian's mouth suddenly curl up. Great Ancestor Tian Bei was shocked. Could it be that the Tianmo cult's ancestral master was tricking him? If he was really a Nine Tribulations Great Emperor, wouldn't he be dead with one punch? Gulp. Great Ancestor Tian Bei swallowed his saliva and stopped abruptly. Even if there was only a 0.1% chance, he did not dare to gamble. If he gambled wrongly, he would lose his life. Why? Great Ancestor Tian Bei doesn't dare. Ning Tian said with a smile. It's not that I don't dare, but with your strength, I'll be dead with one punch. Great Ancestor Tian Bei smiled apologetically. Oh, didn't you say that I'm not a great emperor? A glimmer of light flashed in Ning Tian's eyes. He deliberately gave Great Ancestor Tian Bei an illusion, but he did not expect the old man to really believe it. I'm just a little suspicious. Great Ancestor Tian Bei suddenly felt a little embarrassed. His old face darkened, and he quickly coughed to ease the awkwardness. Suddenly, a bright light flashed in his eyes. Why don't you let this old man punch you? If Patriarch is a Nine Tribulations Great Emperor, even one punch should be fine, right? Oh. Ning Tian's voice immediately turned cold. Do you think you're qualified? Hearing this, Great Ancestor Tian Bei's expression changed slightly. He quickly smiled apologetically and said, No, I don't dare. I just want you to prove it. After this punch, I am willing to use 100,000 mu of medicinal fields to apologize to Patriarch. Oh, 100,000 mu of herb fields. Ning Tian raised his eyebrows slightly as a glint flashed across his eyes. Not only would he be able to continue his identity as the Great Emperor, but he would also be able to obtain 100,000 herb fields. How could he not do such a good thing? Ning Tian nodded and said slowly, Okay, then we'll do as you say, but only in the face. You can only hit his face. Why? Great Ancestor Tian Bei was a little hesitant. If your handsome face is disfigured, I'm afraid the Empress will chop me with a knife. It doesn't matter. Ning Tian waved his hand and then spoke nonsense in a serious manner. The face is the most vulnerable part. The other parts of the Emperor are extremely hard. With one punch, you may be crippled. Do you want to be crippled? Hiss. So that's how it is. Great Ancestor Tianbei sucked in a breath of cold air and suddenly came to a realization. He looked at Ning Tian gratefully. Thank you, Patriarch. You're really a gentleman. On the side, Yi Bei and the others were full of admiration for Ning Tian. Patriarch was really a good person. Do it. Ning Tian glanced at Great Ancestor Tian Bei indifferently. Great Ancestor Tian Bei nodded heavily. Then, spiritual energy flickered in his hand as he punched. Bang! The next moment, his fist landed on Ning Tian's face. At this moment, Great Ancestor Tian Bei's pupils suddenly shrank, and his expression changed drastically. His face was so hard. F***CK, he exclaimed, and then his body was directly bounced away at this moment, turning into a meteor and disappearing. Wow! Great Ancestor flew so far. Looking at Great Ancestor Tianbei who had turned into a meteor and disappeared, Yi Bei and the other elders of Great Ancestor Tianbei widened their eyes. Patriarch, is Great Ancestor Tianbei all right? Yi Bei looked at Ning Tian, swallowed his saliva, and asked with some difficulty. At this time, he completely believed that the Patriarch in front of him was a genuine Nine Tribulations Great Emperor. Otherwise, how could Great Ancestor Tianbei be directly bounced away? He shouldn't die, but I don't know how far he can fly. Ning Tian said indifferently and touched his face again. The defense of his face was really useful. If he said that his face was invincible, then his face was invincible. By the way, when he comes back, remember to give me the 100,000 mu of medicinal fields. Yes, okay, now take me to the land of the fallen gods to have a look. Ning Tian said again. Yes. Hearing Ning Tian finally mention this, Yi Bei quickly nodded, and then the group of people rushed to the land of the fallen gods. Land of the fallen gods. Ning Tian looked at the huge canyon in front of him and couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. Was this canyon in front of him the land of the fallen gods? Patriarch, it is said that the mountains in the land of the fallen gods were formed by the body of a godly realm expert, and the thousands of ravines were formed by the godly realm expert's blood essence, Yi Bei explained to Ning Tian. Yes. Ning Tian nodded, but his gaze was still on the land of the fallen gods. The entire huge canyon was covered by dark clouds, emitting waves of gloomy aura. One could vaguely hear waves of ghostly cries and wolf howls. Patriarch, may I know how to solve this? To be honest, my daughter and some of the sect's elite disciples are still trapped inside. Yi Bei looked at Ning Tian with a worried expression. Ning Tian was silent, and his gaze seemed to be able to see through the depths of the land of the fallen gods. He said in his heart, System, activate the Eye of Perception. Activating the Eye of Perception. The Eye of Perception has been activated. As the system's voice fell, the spiritual energy in Ning Tian's body circulated, and a faint golden light flashed in his eyes. At this moment, the world in his eyes changed. He saw a demonic fog rising into the sky from the land of the fallen gods. It was extremely dense, and it spread over the entire land of the fallen gods. Seeing this ball of light, Ning Tian's eyes flashed with a hint of doubt. Could this be the aura of the demon god's remnant? The demonic fog was located at the center of the land of the fallen gods. Patriarch. Seeing Ning Tian in a daze, Yi Bei couldn't help but feel puzzled, so he tried calling out twice. Ning Tian came back to his senses and looked at Yi Bei. His expression changed immediately. Damn. The Eye of Perception really had the ability to see through things. Yi Bei was wearing red underwear, which was an eyesore. Patriarch, what's wrong? Yi Bei scratched his head and asked in confusion. Nothing. Ning Tian waved his hand and turned off the Eye of Perception. He then looked into the depths of the land of the fallen gods and said calmly, Don't worry, I have my ways. Chapter 241. Ancestral Master, do you have a solution? Yi Bei was taken aback after hearing this. Could it be that the Ancestral Master's solution was to enter? But, in the land of the fallen gods, the stronger one was, the stronger the pressure would be. Now that the land of the fallen gods was so strange, even if he was worried, he did not dare to enter alone. The Ancestral Master was a Nine Tribulations Great Emperor. If he went in, wouldn't he be crushed to death by the power of the godly state? Not really. Ning Tian smiled mysteriously, then looked at Yi Bei and the Supreme Elder. He said slowly, "Wait for me here. I'll look around and observe the land of the fallen gods." "Yes. Ancestral Master, we understand." The Supreme Elder, Yi Bei, and the other elders of the Great Compassion Palace nodded. Then, under everyone's gaze, Ning Tian activated the Way of the Void, stepped into the void, and disappeared. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes flashed with envy. Stepping into the void. This was the power of a martial monarch realm expert. A few hundred meters away from the land of the fallen gods, the void opened, and Ning Tian stepped out. He was not in a hurry to enter. The things in the land of the fallen gods were not trivial. He did not want the people of the Great Compassion Palace to know that he was the one who solved it. If the demon god came to the celestial spirit region in the future and everyone knew that he, the ancestral master of the Tianmo cult, had solved the strange situation in the land of the fallen gods, it would be easy for the demon god to find him. He did not want to get into unnecessary trouble just because he wanted to show off. Sometimes, it was better to keep a low profile. "I have to solve it myself and not let them know." "Oh, right, there's that skill." Ning Tian was lost in thought. Suddenly, a light flashed in his eyes, and he came to a realization. The reward for attacking the Queen Mother of the West and shocking the disciples of the Jade Lake seemed to be the Shadow Clone skill card. "System, use the Shadow Clone skill card," Ning Tian said in his mind. Using the Shadow Clone skill card. Use successful. Shadow Clone skill card, effective time, 3 hours. 3 hours. Ning Tian narrowed his eyes. 3 hours meant that he had to solve everything within 3 hours. At this moment, Ning Tian could sense that his shadow on the ground was being stretched infinitely. Then, a figure slowly crawled out from the shadows. With a flash of light, an identical Ning Tian appeared in front of him. Ning Tian looked over and studied it for a long time. "Finally," he said, "as expected of me. Even my shadow clone is so handsome." The shadow Ning Tian and Ning Tian were exactly the same, but the only difference was that there was less light in the shadow's eyes, and it looked a little sluggish. "Good brother, I'll leave Yi Bei and the others to you." Ning Tian patted Ning Tian on the shoulder, turned around, stepped into the void, and shot towards the land of the fallen god. At the side, shadow Ning Tian also turned around and left. A few minutes later, Yi Bei and the others were looking at the land of the fallen gods worriedly. The strange aura made them very uncomfortable. Especially the demonic sound that was lingering in their ears. It was a headache. At this moment, footsteps came from behind them. Yi Bei and the others immediately turned around. "Ancestral Master, you're back." Yi Bei's eyes flashed and he quickly asked, "Ancestral Master, how is it? Did you find a way?" Shadow Ning Tian nodded faintly with an indifferent expression. Yi Bei and the others were stunned. Why did it feel like the ancestral master was being ignored? The solution is to wait until the wind blows and the clouds disperse. Shadow Ning Tian said faintly. "Wind blows and the clouds disperse? What do you mean?" Yi Bei and the other elders were stunned and looked at Ning Tian in confusion. "Wait, we just have to wait now." After Shadow Ning Tian said this, he didn't say anything else. Yi Bei and the other elders were stunned. Since the ancestral master did not move, they did not dare to say anything. Could it be that they had to wait for the strange aura in the land of the fallen gods to dissipate naturally? Would it really dissipate naturally? Yi Bei's head was filled with question marks. He quietly pulled the Grand Elder and whispered, "Has your patriarch always been so mysterious?" "Of course." The Grand Elder raised his head proudly. "Just wait. Do you think the patriarch would lie to you?" Yi Bei scratched his head. No matter how anxious he was, he could only do as the ancestral master said and wait quietly. Therefore, Yi Bei and the group of elders from Great Compassion Palace waited outside the land of fallen gods. The wind blew and the clouds dispersed. Could the strange aura in the land of the fallen gods really be blown away? Land of the fallen gods. A void dissipated and Ning Tian stepped out from the void. Instantly, waves of terrifying pressure came from all directions. Boom. Boom. Ning Tian's body sank and 2 deep footprints were left on the ground. The pressure on his body was so strong, Ning Tian circulated his spiritual energy slightly to resist the pressure. Only then could he take a step forward. However, every step was as heavy as Mount Tai. The pressure of a godly state expert is so strong, Ning Tian's face was solemn. He touched the 2 tribulations protective arrays on his body and became even more determined. He could not let Luo Wuqing and the Queen Mother of the West sense that he was in danger. He was only a Saint Emperor, but he could already feel the terrifying pressure. If an expert like the 9 tribulations Great Emperor came, how terrifying would the pressure from the godly state be? Phew, Ning Tian heaved a sigh of relief. Then, a golden light flashed in his eyes as he activated the perceptive eye. The perceptive eye has been activated. As the system notification sounded, the world in Ning Tian's eyes changed again. A few thousand meters away from him, a pitch-black pillar of light shot up into the sky and dyed the entire sky black. Demonic aura filled the sky. It was not the demonic aura of the demonic path but the innate demonic aura of the demonic tribe. It is indeed the remnant of the demonic god. Ning Tian's eyes flashed. The aura it emitted was very similar to the aura of the demonic god. It should be the demonic god. A few thousand meters, easy. Ning Tian estimated the distance and was about to activate the path of the void. However, he realized that he could not use the path of the void after entering the land of the fallen gods. This space seems to be sealed. Ning Tian muttered. Since he could not use the path of the void, he could only fly. However, when his body was 3 meters above the ground, a huge pressure pressed down on him and forced him back to the ground. Boom! A cloud of dust rose from the ground. Ning Tian got up from the ground. His face was covered in dust and he cursed, "Damn it, I can't step on the void or fly. Then I will walk over." Boom! In an instant, another pressure pressed down on him. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.